Hello everybody and welcome to your Alpha Live broadcast of round 10 of the 2024 Club 100 Senior Sprints Championships, coming to you live from Buckmore Park in Kent in the southeast of England on this November day, so far mercifully dry November day, although it is very blustery here at the circuit for the final round of this season's championship in Club 100 Senior Sprints. We've got some champions to crown for you today. The heavyweight championships go first, with the lightweights kicking off later on today in the afternoon. My name is Howard Mitchell. I am from Double Dash Motorsport Media, and I'm alongside my partner in crime from Double Dash Motorsport Media, which hasn't happened so often this year, no. Mr. Andrew Mather.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Buckmore Park once again for what should be a really exciting day of racing. Title deciders in both the heavyweights and the lightweights. It's the lightweights that's particularly tasty, though. We are, absolutely sure it wasn't negotiated this way to have the four-way title decider for the end of the day. It's just happened that way, and it's good for us. But we have got the title decided in the heavyweights this morning and early afternoon in session one. And in a short few moments' time, we will be seeing the start of the heats. Once again, for those who are new, I just need a bit of a reminder. Each driver will race in 3 heats, 1 from the front, 1 from the middle, 1 from the back. The slight difference being if it's a C3 novice driver, they will start at the back of the field in a mini grid, as it were. Again, front, middle, back, everybody has the same average grid position. Everybody will then race through to a final, either the C, the B or the A final, repechaging spots from the C to the B, from the B to the A. But it's all going to be about points and drivers trying to go better than they've gone previously in the season. Drop scores are in effect, Howard. This is crunch time now. It's either do or die in terms of your championship hopes out there, for whether it's getting a title in C1, C2 or C3, or getting a top 3 or even a top 5.
Certainly is, and we'll be talking about the intricacies of that drop score system as the day goes on. It maybe makes the picture slightly more complicated for us as fans to keep track of, but it's what gives us fantastic championship decider days just like today, because it keeps people's championships alive, their campaign alive more easily, I suppose you'd say. I shouldn't use the word easy. It's been hard fought for the drivers who are contesting the championship titles. It has to be said as well, most drivers, pretty much all drivers surely, are coming into today with their eye on something in the championship, and if nothing else, they'll want to be ending the season on a high. Even if you're competing, I think I remember the first time I did sprints, I think I was interested in the battle I was in over 27th place in the championship or something like that coming into the final day. That's everyone comes into today with something that they want to achieve. And if you were here yesterday competing in the endurances or the SP60, completely different conditions today here at the circuit. To anyone not based in the UK, Storm Bert has been barraging the UK over the last few days. We've had a real cold snap as well. So a lot of people I know driving to the circuit this weekend, having to deal with heavy rain and snow as well, particularly if they were coming from the north. For us to have what is actually quite a beautiful autumnal day here at the moment, albeit with quite a bluster coming across the track, I think everyone's quite happy about that at the moment.
They are indeed. Whistle goes to indicate that drivers are going to be rolling out for the first of the heats. Let's get ready for it. It's the last round for the heavyweights in this year's Club 100 Sprint Championship.
The drivers out then for their reconnaissance laps ahead of the first heat, so we do have a little bit of time before they'll be in their grid formation. This the first, Andrew was sort of alluding to this format, this the first of 12 heats that will take place for you here ahead of the finals, and as Andrew was saying, each driver will contest 3 of those heats. You can actually split that up further and say that in every bank of 4 heats, a driver will compete once. So by the time we've got to the end of heat 1, you can think of them as 3 rotations of 4, basically. By the end of heat 4, all of the drivers will have come out onto the circuit. So if you are tuning in to support a particular driver, then and you don't see them on the grid for this race, don't worry, it's only a quarter of the field we have here today in the heavyweights. Let's take you through the grid then for this first heat. Steve Bosley will start this one from pole position. Yusuf Sahajono alongside him. Clinton Bell and Scott Parker are your second row of the grid, with Marcus Naris and Matt Jones on row 3. Row 4 is where we find Miguel Hall and Megan Quirk. Vinod Harani and Glenn Orford round out the top 10, with Gerard Moore and Steve Lindley on row number 6. Row 7 is where we find Adam Hadfield and Luke Leonard. Lucas Clever and Lee Crowther are your 8th row of the grid. And then Rupert Rickson rounds out the 17-car grid that we have for you for heat number 1. A 7-minute heat that it will be, and that is 7 minutes, by the way, not 7 minutes plus a lap. So the last lap board will be shown when we are about a lap's worth of time away from the end of that 7 minutes.
Very quick go over the scores going into this final round of the season. Remember, it's across the course of the 10-round season, the best 21 heats from a full load of 30 and the best 7 finals from 10. We can take a best 21 and a best 7 from both formats of race at this stage of the season. If we do that, Joe Holmes has the title lead by 1,032 points to 1,509 of his brother Kurt. Now, the key information, Kurt's maximum possible score from a clean sweep of today is 1,533. He has to win every single race he appears in today, and that final win, of course, has to be an A final to stand any chance of taking the title away from his brother. Joe, in the likelihood, 1 heat win will do it. Will go further than what he's already got on the scorecard already. Will tip his counting score beyond that 1,533 for Kurt. We'll keep up with that in due course. Provisionally, we should say as well, congratulations to Adam Naffa. He has got a score already in excess of the max possible scores for other drivers in the C2 category. Why do I say provisional? We should remind, I'm not picking on him here, I'm just stating the regulations. The difference this season is that there are penalty points in play for accruing a number of in-race penalties across the course of the season. Big thanks to Bryn Alban, who's been helping us on keeping track of that. So just bear that in mind. Very unlikely to come into play today, but we should state it at the top of the show that that is in play. Also keep an eye on the likes of Miguel Hall, Mo Hassan, Scott Parker, all pretty well positioned in C2 in the standings at the start of the day. Super heavyweight is not quite sealed yet for Bill Taylor, but Bill Taylor's got a good lead over Mike Bodner in the super heavyweight title ranks. But we should remember, very dramatic finale for the super heavyweights here 12 months ago, where Lee Henderson had the title, then lost it, then had it again, then lost it again, and then eventually did take it. And that was all in a race that he wasn't even competing in.
I was going to say, super heavyweights has a habit of doing that as well. Yeah, but...
And in C3, Rupert Rickson is currently your championship leader. Again, the possible permutations mean that that one is not done. But the good news for Rupert Rickson is he has a, by my calculation, 68-point lead over Will Emerson, the next highest C3. Kieran Hyde-Moody will keep an eye on today as well, but I don't think he's going to be a part of the title fight because he's had a part-time season. I think we've just about covered everything, Howard, before the start of race 1.
I think we're good to go racing indeed. Pace car pulls to one side, eyes on the lights, engine notes rise, and we're racing at Buckmore Park. Steve Bosley leads them away, but it's a good start there from Clinton Bell, trying to capitalise on the inside. He's managed to get himself up to second place there as they come out of Henry's Bend and head towards hairpin 1. But Steve Bosley with the kind of start he would have wanted, and all looks to be fairly clean, although there's a bit of jostling there as we head towards hairpin 2. It goes 4 wide, even 5 wide briefly as they come out. Several drivers are going to have to take to the runoff there. It is frenetic stuff in the mid-pack here. You can see Miguel Hall there battling his way through. He's a driver who'd like to have a really strong finish in his campaign this season as they come down through Syme Sweep. Early doors here, though. good starts for Steve Bosley and Clinton Bell. They've managed to break away here on lap 1.
Penalty for Gerard Moore. ABC bump and pass is the first one of the day. Contact warning as well for the number 20 of Scott Parker. End of lap number 1. Steve Bosley leads, but don't look over your shoulder, Steve. The race director here at Buckmore Park, Clinton Bell, has stepped out of the building overlooking start line and is having a go out on track and looking pretty quick, and has got the move done.
Yeah.
So Clinton Bell goes through into the lead of this one in the early stages. Hands up there. It's a very good example of the race director of these part of the world at the local races here, abiding by the yellow flags. I think that was out just for a bit of a track furniture replacement there. But these two will try and work together. Well, I say that. Steve Bosley's going to step down the inside and retake the lead away from Bell. But the tactical thing to do here, Howard, would be work together as Steve Lindley runs out wide. That was a bit of a moment with the number 60 of Gerard Moore, and the penalty we've already mentioned for the number 60. It's a circuit here at Buckmore Park that you can overtake around. There are opportunities to make progress through the field, but it's still that old adage of when you've got a two at the front, if you can work together, there's a good opportunity of pulling away. I don't think that's going to happen though in this battle.
I think the interesting thing here is that Steve Bosley is a Class 1 driver. We should make clear, by the way, the red number plates, actually that's thrown me slightly. It's usually yellow, isn't it, in the heavies, but the red number plates are your Class 1 drivers, the blue are your Class 2s and Class 3s, and your green number plates are your super heavyweights. The thing is here that Clinton Bell is a great example of, I'm going to use this word for the first time today, a disruptor, because he's got nothing to lose. He's just here to have some fun. Whereas Steve Bosley possibly has one eye on championship situation. Although, as we'll hear from him later on in our paddock walk, I think he seemed comfortable with where he was in the championship. I don't think he's going for anything particularly today. He's just trying to have as good a day as he can. So maybe they are just having fun at the front of the field, to be fair, but they do have to be careful, as you say, because Yusuf Serhajono and Miguel Hall are hot on their tails, and I think, well, I was going to say they're working together. Different line from Miguel Hall there at the bottom of the hill. We look back at Steve Lindley, but then here at paddock, they're side by side for third place and effectively round the outside, although the job was done just through the left-hander beforehand. Lovely move there from Miguel Hall, takes himself up into third place in that number 48. So good overtake there from Hall. So yeah, they could very easily bring themselves back into this one, as Steve Lindley there was raising his fingers to the start gantry to acknowledge the contact warning that he's had. So he needs to be careful of not accruing any more of those. But yeah, Clinton Bell leading, Steve Bosley close with him in second. Miguel Hall closing that gap, even though he was battling for a position last lap, and he's bringing Serhajono, Steve Lindley and Megan Quirk as well along for the party. And there is Steve Lindley going for a move on Serhajono as well. So that's Lindley now up to fourth place. Get the impression that Yusuf is a little bit, he's not as confident through that bit of the circuit, is he, with Syme Sweep and down towards paddock?
No, not in these conditions. It's quite strange conditions for what we'd expect at Buckmore Park at this time of the year. It's strangely mild. So whilst it doesn't look like there's a lot of grip out there, there is more than you would usually expect for mid to late November. It's very blustery though. It's not the worst circuit for being affected by gusts. We'll talk a little bit about that in the paddock show later. But it's still quite a few leaves being blown around the circuit right now. 2 minutes and 18 seconds to go. Clinton Bell taking that wider line down through Syme Sweep and Pullman's. This circuit that has been on these grounds since the mid-1960s. Here is your battle for fifth place between Yusuf Serhajono and Megan Quirk. Megan Quirk, new driver in for today. I don't think we've seen Megan on a live broadcast round before, and is having a good run up there in sixth place.
Yeah, absolutely. And she's finding a way through on the inside there of Conway's and Henry's Bend. Not for now, but definitely looking racy there in sixth place. Scott Parker and Rupert Rixon, actually shout out for Rupert Rixon, really good stuff from one of our Class 3 drivers at the moment, up to 8th place. Bearing in mind that the Class 3 drivers, there's 4 of them in this particular heat, started at the back of the grid, as Andrew was saying earlier. Randomly allocated grids in such a way that it's kept fair across the whole day. As Miguel Hall goes down the inside, or up the inside I should say, of Steve Bosley at Garda. Can he keep his foot in it there through centre chicane? No, he can't, but Steve Lindley's going to try and capitalise. There, hey, we're heading 3 wide towards Cafe Corner then. Steve Lindley came out on top there, and it's still going as they head towards turn 1 at Conway's. That was frenetic stuff. They're all experienced and sensible enough to know that 3 into 1 does not go at Cafe Corner, but I still think they were actually side by side by the apex. The trouble with that is whoever is on the outside of the apex at Cafe is compromised then on straight line speed all the way down at the start-finish straight, and that's exactly why Steve Bosley was deposed by Steve Lindley there for second place. All closing up, if anything, here in amongst the top 10. There is Lindley in the 47. Steve Bosley now under attack from Miguel Hall again into Garda. Deja vu from a lap ago, but this time it's over third place rather than second. This time Miguel Hall will keep it, his foot in it, and keep within track limits there through the centre chicane to take third place off of Steve Bosley. Some good moves this race from Miguel Hall, and Megan Quirk as well has got by there on Soha Yono, who's also now behind Scott Parker. So plenty of change here in the closing moments. This is the last lap. There is Clinton Bell. We've not seen too much of him the last few laps, such as the way that he's controlled this one. You can see his confidence here through Pullman's. As Andrew was saying a moment ago, very different line that he's taking through there, which is interesting to see from someone so familiar with this Buckmore Park circuit. Steve Lindley just needs to bring it home there in second place. Are there any last-minute move attempts into Garda? I think they're keeping it fairly single file as they come to close. Clinton Bell then crosses the line and takes the first win of the day here in Heat 1. Steve Lindley with good points on the board in second. Miguel Hall in third. Steve Bosley in fourth. Megan Quirk in fifth for that the 173. Then it's Scott Parker. Rupert Rickson is your highest placed Class 3 novice driver. Yusuf Sohayono down to 8th at the end there, and then it was Adam Hadfield. That's how they lined up for Heat 1. Heat 2 is coming up next. The drivers out then for their reconnaissance laps now on Heat 2. It's just for this first rotation of heats that we will get these warm-up laps. Let's nonetheless take you through the grid as they'll start for this one in a few minutes' time. Elliot Alt will start this one from pole position with Anwar Burrell-Smith alongside him. Adam Nather, your Class 2 leader, in third there with Patrick Second alongside. Jack Giles and Luke Fletcher are on row 3. Joe Holmes and Marcel Chmielewski are on row 4 with Jonathan Wilson and Tom Edwards on row 5. Vijay Patel and Luke Winter are your 6th row of the grid. Then it's Callan Sigafus and Jacob Sharman. Kevin Kendridge and Kieran Hyde-Moody are your 8th row of the grid, with Mark Steele rounding out another 17-car grid for the second heat of 12 here for your heavyweights for round 10 of the Club 100 Senior Sprint Championships. The final round, all of the stories will be concluded by the end of today.
So, this is the first point of the day where Joe Holmes could, in theory, wrap up the title. To do so, he would need to win this race. With how the drop scores are working out this year, and also testament to, again, just how strong the 6-time top-tier Club 100 Sprints champion, how strong his season has been. Second place in this race would not improve his current score. He would stay on 1,532. But as I say, a win would take him to 1,534. That would be it. Job done, provisionally, of course, pending any penalty points for in-race penalties. But when I last looked at it, again, not just very competitive, but very clean. Joe Holmes, across the course of a long season, you're always going to pick up one penalty here or there, but I don't think Joe is anywhere really in danger of getting a points demotion by 5 or 10 points at the end of the season. So really it is all about win this race and he will be champion, but he's got the small case of a certain Anwar Burrell-Smith in there.
Exactly what I was going to draw on there.
And Anwar's got a job to do today, because Anwar's aim, to be clear, Anwar can't win the title. His max tally is too far behind Joe's, unfortunately, but he can beat Kirk. 1,516 by my calculations is what Anwar could achieve by the end of the day. So there's a 7-point little buffer zone there.
Yes.
That Anwar could get himself into to try and recapture the number 2 plate. Which, given that he's starting towards the front of this one, this is a good opportunity to get the day off on the right foot.
Absolutely. Bit of a faux pas when I was reading the grid as well. I said Adam Naffa was the Class 2 leader. He is, but as you were saying at the top of the stream, he's locked that one in, hasn't he? So he is already our champion for Class 2.
And by my calculations, has done it by 13 points. Miguel Hall is your next highest C2 on with a possible 1.378. Naffa already on 1.391. I think we can go around again for another formation lap. Keep your comments coming in. Hello to everyone in chat. Hello to Hugo. Hello to Dan Grocott, who's had another good season. Sean Perry as well is cheering on Dan Crocott. Oh, look at that. We've got love for other people within the chat. Good morning to David Whitehouse, Motorsport Magpie. Max Gaming as well. He's saying good luck to the heavyweights and we'll be there later to race themselves. Sean and Minx, lucky it looks like it won't be raining. Yes.
Yeah.
Unbelievably. But it is still quite blustery there. You can see the flags there, the Buckmore flags and the K-Rock flags. I hope those ones are tied well down for the rest of the day. Right, let's get ready for heat number 2. Into the tram lines. Elliot Alt on pole position. We're green and racing 7 minutes underway. Good start for Adam Naffa, who's going to get his nose ahead of Anwar Barul Smith through the first couple of corners. Johnny Wilson is on the inside as well. Joe Holmes has already got ahead of Anwar. That is a big moment. That is a bit of a surprise. Not a good start for Anwar Barul Smith, who's now having to deal with the number 82 of Patrick Seckinger. And, well, that is sometimes the problem at this time of year, is starting on the outside into turn 1, that you've got to be patient and wait for your point at which you can get to the inside line by the time you get to Henry's Bend. That didn't happen for Anwar Barul Smith. He finds himself down in 5th place, but the big story right now is that the champion-elect in this division, Joe Holmes, going for title number 7, has already got up to 4th place, has already cleared Anwar Barul Smith. If he can make moves on the 3 drivers ahead and pick up no infringements, this could be the point where we're calling the 2024 Club 100 Heavyweight Sprint Championship.
Yeah, absolutely, and Anwar knows the significance of this, and he's down the inside at hairpin 1. Interestingly, Joe didn't defend that too hard, but I guess he doesn't want to lose the momentum as well at this point. But yeah, the game is back on there as Anwar gets ahead.
Down through Symes Sweep, your race leader is Elliot Alt. Elliot with a lot of experience around this circuit as Anwar Barul Smith sticks his nose down the inside into paddock. Well dealt with there by Jack Giles, who just opened the steering enough to keep both of them running through the corner and retain position through Garda. Now up the hill past the centre chicane through Cafe Corner, this brilliant circuit at Buckmore Park. This is why it's such a driver's favourite. It is corner after corner. It's a technical masterpiece, and when you're in the zone, it is a pleasure to drive. Bit of a mistake there from Jack Giles, ran wide through Henry's Bend. That allowed Anwar Barul Smith to go down the inside and retake 3rd place. Joe Holmes pounces down the inside. Now this is an interesting stage for Joe Holmes, because yes, he's lost track position to Anwar Barul Smith, but in a way, this is a good rear bumper, and he's not quite on that rear bumper at the moment, but still nonetheless a good rear bumper to be behind, because you know that Anwar's going to go for it.
Indeed he is, yes, you do know that. And there he goes for it, at Garda, up the inside of Adam Naffa. And so now the driver of the number 13 is up into 2nd place. Elliot Alt leads. And then here is Jack Giles in 5th place, driving well at the moment, trying to stay on terms with Joe Holmes. But Joe Holmes isn't hanging about either. Down the inside of Adam Naffa. Have we just seen the Class 1? Well, have we just seen the future Class 1 champion overtake the Class 2 champion? That remains to be seen.
Good scrap going on here for 6th place. Patrick Seckinger and Jonathan Wilson in there. Luke Fletcher also looking to get involved as Anwar Barul Smith closes in on Elliot Alt. Barul Smith, the champion 2 years ago, breaking the streak of Joe Holmes championships Of course, Holmes took that number 1 plate back in 2023.
Just looking further down the order, Class 1 drivers would ordinarily expect to rise on up through the field if they have one of their lowlier grid positions. Remember, everyone with random grid positions, such they have the same average start position across all 3 of their heat races. Callan Sigafus he's made a bit of progress. He just overtook Chmielewski last lap to come back up into the top 10. But it's a tough circuit, Andrew, for as we're looking at a battle just ahead of him. Actually, that's Luke Fletcher, Tom Edwards battling away, and Chmielewski actually. Because we come to this circuit so often, Andrew, it's not a given at all that as a Class 1 driver, you're going to be able to rise on up through the field. Albeit, having said that, Sigafus has now got by on those as we've had a change for the lead at the front.
We have indeed. So Anwar Burrell-Smith takes the lead on lap number 5. Joe Holmes is now going to look down the inside on Elliot Alt. Elliot's not going to be able to fight that one too hard. And in a way, for his own efforts here today, sitting behind Joe Holmes and holding on to 3rd place is not a bad strategic move. Everybody brings their A game to Buckmore Park, and we talked about it as a circuit that you can make progress on, you can overtake, but the other side of that adage is you can be overtaken.
Yes.
You can get out of the rhythm. You can look vulnerable very quickly around here as the battle starts. It's a little bit of a repeat of what we saw in 2022 around this place. Anwar Burrell-Smith trying to hold on. And remember, he's got his own championship effort to think about here. This will be a good start, trying to close in that gap, that deficit to Kurt Holmes. His brother, though, Joe, trying to get down the inside into hairpin 1. Anwar Burrell-Smith closes the door. If Joe's going to let him go, just knows that he can't throw himself too hard into this one, because any kind of penalty, any kind of ABC, multiple contacts at 2 cones, anything like that, and his chance to win in this race goes away. He wants to make sure that if he gets the win in this one, that it's as low risk as possible to make sure that he keeps hold of that P1.
Absolutely, and he doesn't have to do it now as well.
No.
If this was Wimbledon, this is the first of 4 championship points, match points here for Joe Holmes. He doesn't have to do it now, although he'd love to do so. And the thing is, of course, is that it's no longer just him and Anwar at the front, because he's got Elliot and Adam there as well. This, though, is trying to sell the dummy. He wasn't too happy with where Anwar was positioning, but that was the right side of fair for me. But as behind them, Naffer is through on Alt for 3rd place. So that means that Adam comes up to the head of the Class 2 runners here. But yeah, Anwar is going to use all. He's got to be careful as well on those track limits through Pullmans as well. But he's going to try and use every trick in the book here, Burrell-Smith, to keep the championship alive.
These two have raced each other for enough years to know what tricks they've got up their sleeves. We're on to the final lap. Anwar Burrell-Smith's got a lead of just under 4/10. Joe Holmes there in 2nd place. Adam Naffer, Elliot Alton, Callan Sigafus top 5. Penalty for Marcel Chmielewski in the number 26 for 2 times ABCs out there. So he'll drop down from his 9th place at the end of this race. Anwar Burrell-Smith making that Club 100 kart as wide as possible on the run into the S's is going to do so again. You'd imagine down through Symes into Pullman's, spot on there with a little cut to the inside of the curb. Joe Holmes is not close enough. I don't think he's going to be title winning position yet, but Joe Holmes definitely in form here today. Anwar Burrell-Smith is going to move his tally up from 14.91 by a good margin, takes the first racing appearance for the number 13 today. That does move his score from 1491 to 1497. So it's taken 6 points out of the advantage that Kurt Holmes had for the P2 plate. Good start for Anwar Burrell-Smith. Good start as well for Joe Holmes, because if it's not going to be in the heats, he's going to want to look at doing it in the final. That's a good number of points. We've got to move on, though, because Heat 3 is up next.
Once again, then, drivers out for their reconnaissance laps as the leaves continue to low across the track here at Buckmore Park. Let's take you through your grid for this 7-minute heat. Matthew Batten will start this one from pole position. Tim Penny alongside him, James Johnson and Kurt Holmes are on row 2. Then it's Paul Williams and Bill Taylor on row number 3. Row 4 is where we will find Luke Somerville and Alex Pritchard, Jake Hicklin and Karolis Konchikis. Rounding out the top 10, Aidan Kitchener and Dan Grocott are next on row number 6. Then it's Adam Britton and Will Emerson, Charlie Newman and Chloe Daly on row 8. And Simon Fuller rounds out the 17 karts who will contest Heat 3 out of 12 for round 10 of Club 100 Heavyweight Senior Sprints. Do hope you're enjoying this Alpha Live broadcast. Don't forget, if you have missed any of the Club 100 action this season, or frankly in seasons of yesteryear, you can go and enjoy it all on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. And if you haven't subscribed yet, I would thoroughly recommend doing so. All of the fantastic stuff that Alpha Live get up to, some really awesome stuff, not least at all the awesome stuff that's planned for 2025. Definitely show them some love on the socials. We'll be looking to get everyone into that rolling formation soon. This is Kurt Holmes' first opportunity to get points on the board today, and he basically, Andrew, has to grab this one by the scruff of the neck and just go for the win.
Well, yeah, we just seen that Joe Holmes wasn't quite able to take the points advantage to win him the title in that last race. But again, the flip side of the coin, we talked about Joe having to win his race to win the title. Kurt has to win his race here to keep it alive. Because remember, it's a 2-point deficit from first to second, and there's only that 1-point window for Kurt to potentially get ahead of Joe by the end of the day. So second place in this race, whilst it would be a points improvement by a couple of points on how the drop scores are working, that would also decide things in the title stakes. We also need to keep an eye on Will Emerson in this race, mate, because by my calculations, I think he's the only driver in C3 who can beat Rupert Rixon's score. Rupert, we saw in race 1, in heat 1, and had a good finish, finished
Yes.
9th.
Yeah.
So we'll be looking for something similar, and this is the time to do it, because this is his start from the front of the mini grid at the back for the C3s. 4 of them in this race: Will Emerson, Charlie Newman, Chloe Daly and Simon Fuller. So Will Emerson is going to be looking to pull through the field. But even if it's not to be the C3 title, what a great development for Will Emerson across the course of the season. Just looking back to the start of the year, we are going to go round again, because I think Tim Penny is having a kart change. Will is a C3 novice driver, start of the year, all about building knowledge and confidence. Had results of 15th, 15th, 14th and the 6th in the C final.
Yeah.
That's how his year started. You look across the course of the year, now is a regular feature in the B finals.
And
That's
what
a good season.
Yeah, and that's what it's all about, right? That's exactly what Class 3 is there for, to allow drivers to learn their craft, cut their teeth, and that kind of progression across the year is fantastic to see. I should say as well, Tim Penny on this grid, starting from second place.
Oh, defecator.
I was going to say, has made his contribution to the Double Dash Motorsport Media altar of Please Don't Commentary Curse Us. Thank you very much, Mr. Penny, for that. He's even gone for a kart change, mate, so we're getting a nice breather before the race starts.
Thank you, Tim.
Thank you.
And I'm going to segue into Tim Penny, one of the regulars in the Club 100 iRacing Championship. And a reminder for anyone who's been following that and thinking, oh yeah, they've got Spa in the GT3s next week. No, this is the one which we've had to delay because of the flooding in Valencia, changing the date of a certain other race for a rival engine power manufacturer. So I'm not going to mention who it is, because I don't want to get in trouble with road tax. But yes, jokes aside, we continue to think about everyone in Valencia, including those in the karting community who were affected by things in Valencia at the start of the month. And yeah,
was quite something to see some of the images, from racing venues of the devastation out there. So definitely all our thoughts with those rebuilding and recovering after that. Are we good to go this time around? I think we will be. Matthew Batter in the red suit is your pole leader. Tim Penny alongside. We're racing for Heat 3. And Tim Penny's going to look to go round the outside here at Conways and through Henry's Bend. Kurt Holmes would like to follow through as well, but you can't go too wide out there because there's leaves and grit out there on the outside. It's worked for Tim Penny, though. He's through and up into the lead, and that's James Johnston with a cheeky move there for third place, and now moving past Matthew Batter for second as well. Great start from the driver of the 51, James Johnston, and he's through as they're through to Syme Sweep already on the first lap. Matthew Batter starting to drive defensively here. That has not been the start that Kurt Holmes would have liked from fourth on the grid.
Very good start for James Johnston. Loves the send round Buckmore Park. Knows it in these kind of wintry or autumnal conditions from his years of racing in the BUKC for Swansea University. And also in warmer times in the summer, sending it on me on the 2020 in the E60 events. I've still not forgotten that one, mate. 6 minutes to go. Kurt Holmes on the move. Has to get on the move. Has to win this race to keep the championship permutations alive. That's all going to get a little bit tight with Alex Pritchard on the inside there. Matthew Batter falls down the order a little bit. There's Bill Taylor in this race as well. We need to keep an eye on Bill's progress here today as he looks to close out what will be yet another super heavyweight sprint title. 5.5 minutes of this one to go. Tim Penny's lead, it's up around 1.5 seconds. This is a really, really good run. Hashtag the Jaffa Cakes work is in true effect right now. James Johnston there in second place. Penalty for Charlie Newman for excessive weaving and blocking has come in. Meanwhile, that's the number 96 down the inside, Will Emerson, who is on a good run here, Howard. We said he needed one to keep things alive in the C3 title challenge, and look at him here having a go at Alex Pritchard.
Yeah, this is fantastic stuff from Emerson there, battling there with the 140. That's Karolis Kuchikas, not a driver who's he's hit. We spoke to him in the paddock walk, which you'll see later on. He's a bit of a disruptor here as well, Andrew. He's not a regular in the sprint, so but he is well accustomed to this Club 100 machinery. He was racing here yesterday in the quite different conditions that we had then. There is Tim Penny, who's controlling this one nicely at the front, and then it's James Johnston, Kurt Holmes, Bill Taylor in fourth place, and then we saw the battle between Pritchard, Emerson and Conchikas. Emerson confirmed there as up to sixth place. Don't forget, by the way, if you want to supplement your viewing experience, you've got a spare monitor or device, head over to live.alphatiming.co.uk. That's live.alphatiming.co.uk, as there's the move for second place. Kurt Holmes past James Johnston. Going back to that link, click on Club 100 and you'll have the full timing screen to supplement what we've got for you here on the Alpha Live broadcast.
So Kurt Holmes up into second place. That would improve his counting championship score by a couple of points, which is good news in his battle with Anwar Barul-Smith for trying to retain that number 2 plate from last year's championship. But the loss of points versus a potential win would crown Brother Joe as champion once again in 2024. Alex Pritchard on the attack, gets by past Bill Taylor. This is one heck of a run from Will Emerson. It's got to be quite a big points turnover to turn things around in C3 today, but this is very much the driver second place in that subclass going in the right direction. Bill Taylor now having a bit of a squabble out there. I think that was Karolis Conchikas in the 158 or somebody else.
Aidan Kitchener
Apologies.
There. Because Conchikas had already gone through after Emerson had gone through.
Yep.
So Bill Taylor doing well there actually to stop the rot, as it were, and hold position there against Kitchener. But yeah, this is good stuff from Emerson, and this is the case with, well, frankly, any class that isn't Class 1 is that because everyone scored together, as there's Kitchener having another look down the inside of Bill Taylor, because all the classes are scored together, it means that you can have these big movements in Class 3. It does keep it alive right up until the last minute. Will Emerson knows it, and he's trying to capitalise on that, and he's doing a fantastic job so far. There's Dan Grocott as well, battling away with Simon Fuller. That's on the fringes of the top 10. They're in 9th and 10th place, respectively, at the moment. As they come down through Simon Sweep, still a good gap that Tim Penny has at the head of this one, with Kurt Holmes trying to eat into that lead, but I think there's just too much to do. It's going to take some kind of mistake from Tim to allow Kurt to reel this one back in, and as such, by proxy,
yes,
that will be championship decided for Joe Holmes. So Joe's there. What an odd... I don't know what that must emotionally feel like, to be there in the pit lane and hoping that your brother doesn't win. I don't know.
But I think also, you know, they're very close, they're very supportive of one another. Yes. This will probably change. The tactics have already changed as Alex Pritchard got past James Johnston there in a good move for third place. They're very proud of that record from last year, of that number 1 and number 2 plate team double, and for the disappointment that they had yesterday in the endurances, you know, they really want to hold on to those 2 plates.
That's true.
In whatever order. So that will be a move for them, looking to secure that up across the course of the rest of the day. Will Emerson is not done here, ladies and gentlemen. He's now having a go at James Johnston for P4. Down the inside into hairpin number 1. Johnston holds the outside. Good racing between the two of them. Johnston will have the inside line for hairpin number 2. Down the inside comes Carleton Chicas, who's actually your fastest driver on the road at the moment. The fastest lap in this race with a 48.274. Emerson loses out a spot there. But 6th place, that wouldn't be a bad return from this first race. Change for 3rd confirmed. Pritchard threw past Johnston on that last lap. Those two have had a good few squabbles over the years.
Conchicas back through on Emerson, and there's Kitchener as well. That's Will Emerson now down to 7th place. Did you say it was 9th place that Rupert Rickson finished in that
Not
first
yet,
heat?
9th in his first race earlier on in the morning.
Last lap board has been shown then to Tim Penny, who just needs to stroke this one home. But Kurt Holmes, good points from Alex Pritchard as well in his battle at the sharp end. As this battle keeps on going. Here, though, is your race leader, who I almost don't want to say anything to warrant the commentator's curse.
Do it. He's protected.
He's controlled this one fine. I can't see what's going to go wrong for him now. Coming through Cafe Corner, Tim Penny is going to take the win for heat number 3. And he's going to do so comfortably ahead of Kurt Holmes. And there is the disappointment, because that, ladies and gentlemen, that is the championship gone for Kurt Holmes. And that means that by process of elimination, there's no one left who can challenge it. That makes Joe Holmes our champion for 2024.
And that makes him a 7-time Club 100 Sprints champion in the top tier. 8th championship if he is include his early heavyweights title from the start of his career. More about that later. We've got the next heat heading out on circuit. This very moment, heat 4 is next.
Last time, these reconnaissance laps will be done then by our drivers as they come out onto the circuit, because at the end of this, all of our heavyweight drivers will have come onto the track and competed. Alexander Lamin starts this one from pole position. Jordan Hawkins alongside. Heinrich Watson-Miller and Mike Bodner are your second row of the grid, with Stuart Jones and Simon Dean on row number 3. Row 4 is where we find Sam Iddles and Jacob Harris, Mikey Nichols and Adam Wright, making an all Class 1 5th row to round out the top 10. Mo Hassan and Joe Wright are your 6th row of the grid. And then it's Luke Elliott and George English, Adam Napora and Jiu Wu to round out the 16 karts who will compete in this one. All of our drivers have now featured on one of our grids. If you've not seen the name of a driver you were supported, they're either in the lightweights, which is later today, or they're not in attendance. And you need to give them a call and sort out the fact that you're not scheduling right or something. So, drivers in this one, Adam Wright in that number 3 plate, 3rd in the championship coming into today. Always a consistent runner in this championship. He's just the sort of, in my head, he's just that bedrock of consistency. He's always in the hunt, is Adam Wright. And he had a good time last time out with 2 heat wins and a second in the final. He has had, he's only had the 1 finals win this season, but he just keeps picking up those firsts, those seconds, and all of that. This is, I would have thought, this is his lowliest grid spot across the heats. Yeah, so it's a case of making as much progress up the order as he can. But yeah, he's going to be a factor in this one. Mo Hassan as well, towards the sharp end of Class 2 standings. He'll be hoping to get good points, although this is his lowliest grid slot as well.
Our producer Stu just read my mind there, because you mentioned Mo Hassan, who's been very busy on the socials this weekend, and we cut straight to a shot of Jack Dixon, who's also busy on the socials here this weekend, and Johnny Patterson there as well, alongside, capturing the essence of our final round of the senior sprints here today. Remember, all the photos across the course of the season from Johnny P and from other guest photographers that we've had across the course of the season as well, all can be viewed on the Facebook page, the public Club 100 Facebook page, and those shots from this weekend will be coming out in due course. Just bear with us. Bit of a busy week. Internet for upload will be at a premium, but they'll be coming. In due course.
I don't think I've had any, in the course of doing Double Dash Motorsport Media Admin, Andrew sends me a lot of files. I'm not sure I've had any instance of 2 files being sent from the same location from Mr. Mather over the course of the last few weeks. But there we go. It's a
strange life.
The glamorous jet set lifestyle that you lead.
Hey, it could be worse. I'm not doing the graphics in an airport this week. Anyway, Heat 4. This is the last one of rotation number 1, and good opportunities for some drivers here to get their days going. As you mentioned, Adam Wright, our winner back at Rissington earlier on in the season. It was a very special win for him to break through. Properly done on merit. There is Mo Hassan joining the back of the field. We're going to go around again for another formation lap.
We are indeed.
Jacob Harris is in this one as well. We've got to mention Jacob. There he is, the lean, mean Cardiff giraffe in the middle of it all. This is his last racing appearance for the time being. It does happen at the end of the season, and we'll talk about it more in this comms box about it being last today. But Jacob there, he's a very good friend of ours, and we do our best to be #not biased, but I really want to see Jacob have a good race here today.
Agreed, yeah. Definitely hoping for a strong end to his racing campaign. As we get going then for the 7 minutes, Alexander Lamin leads the way. It's a good start from the pole side of the grid. It means that Heinrich Watson-Miller is challenging Jordan Hawkins on the inside through turns 1 and 2. Can he keep it on the inside for hairpin 1 and fire the move? They're still side by side at the apex. It goes 3 wide, 4 wide in the middle. Can see Mikey Nichols right in the thick of it. Side by side with Mo Hassan. And they're still 4 wide as they come onto the apex of hairpin 2. 5 wide even. That's not going to work. And that was Mo Hassan having to take to the grass a little bit there. Managed to keep his foot in it. We'll have to see how race control call that one. There is some leniency given for the frenetic nature of how races start here. It's not, but yeah, it's been a challenging start there for many of our drivers, and I don't think the likes of Adam Wright, Mo Hassan, and Mikey Nichols have really been able to make any hay there at the start.
Difficult one to call that. It's the old F1 adage, isn't it? Was Mo Hassan pushed into that position, or did he take advantage by overtaking off the track? Well, in fact, I can tell you what the stewards and the officials and the observers think out there. I agree with that call. Track limits, advantage by track limits penalty for Mo Hassan. So they've judged that not waiting for the drivers to Mo's left.
Yes.
That he's gone over the grass there and gained at least 1 position by taking that option of keeping his foot in it.
Yeah, I think I agree with you, mate. I think it's a tough, as the driver, it's a tough call to make in the moment. But at the end of the day, as Adam Wright puts a move in on Jordan Hawkins there at Garda, you you can't be putting your foot down and going over the grass to cut back across. You have to give way, concede, and come back at them later on.
Especially when you've already got 3 karts on your inside.
Yeah.
So yeah, unfortunate for Mo, but that is one that I have to agree with. Stuart Jones, is that a new lid, sir? Suits you, sir, with those colours, and it's just propelled him through into the lead of this race and past Alexander Lamin. Yellow flags out, I'd imagine, for the arms in the air. They're not just waving hello to us, and imagine it was for a bit of cone replacement, because there's no stranded carts down that part of the circuit.
I'm going to be honest, some of the I'm not going to just say leaves anymore, some of the bits of trees blustering around here at the circuit, there are some sort of, small branches and such. This is one that the drivers do need to be a little bit careful of, because if you hit one of those in these low-riding Club 100 carts, you will know about it, certainly for the next corner or so.
Heinrich Watson-Miller down the inside of Alexander Lamin. Sam Middle's trying to get involved there as well. So Heinrich Watson-Miller up to P2. Adam Wright looking boisterous today down the inside of Sam Middles. Yellow flags out again. Yeah, I just wonder if there's something that we can't quite see from our angle. It's a very fast part of the circuit, so I think yellow flags were out there again through the S's before you get to Symes Sweep. But often there's also... Oh, as Mo Hassan goes down the inside of Mike Bodner.
Oh, nice move.
Very nice move into Garda. Needed that. He's going to need to get himself a little bit further up the order to negate the effects of that penalty. Mikey Nichols, your new fastest driver out on the circuit, as Sam Middles tries to look down the inside, but the trouble is, on a day like today, there's not a lot of grip there through Conways. Adam Wright's going to try and go around the outside now. If you keep his nose alongside, he'll have the advantage for hairpin number 2, which turns to the number 3's side and does indeed get through for P4. Mikey Nichols is going to stick his nose in. No yellow flags out this time through the S's. Good hustling there from Sam Middles to hold on to what is now P5.
Good stuff so far. Stuart Jones leading this one. But Heinrich Watson-Miller not too far back and did close the gap last time around.
Always a fountain of knowledge. Good morning once again to Motorsport Magpie David Whitehouse, who's just reminded me that 2016 heavyweights never happened for everyone else. We forgot Joe was in there because he was so far ahead of us. But it did happen. Yeah. It did happen. That was his first Club 100 Sprints title. It wasn't a top tier title back then. That was in the era where you had Clubman Sprints and Elite or Premier Sprints, depending on what year it was.
Yeah. Indeed, and then the move to this format where we have all of the classes all together. There's Mikey Nichols with a big move there on Alexander Lamin at Garda. Garda does lend itself to that, just to be clear. The racing line into there leaves the gap open. It's because of how the pinch point is early on in the corner, then it opens up on exit as you go down the hill and through the centre chicane, and that's Adam Wright off to driver's left at Henry's Bend, off into the leaves, and he'll have all sorts of leaves in his Club 100 kart, possibly on the radiator as well. What happened there? I've never seen that.
I think that was the leaves. I just had a quick look out of the window. I can see Adam, scooping loads of leaves out. He's run so wide and collected so many leaves, it's locked. It's locked the side pod.
His wheel's struggling as well there. I've never seen this at all. Look how much he's scooping out. That's incredible. Now, that has to have been... who was he near to on circuit? Was he maybe... did he get a bit of assistance into that? I'm not sure, but he... blimey, that's quite a moment, and he's still concerned about it. And look at how much debris is coming out the back of that car. Including
one of those twigs and sticks that you were talking about earlier, Howard. I think that's what happened, and it locked his steering up. We have been watching Club 100 and BUKC racing for many a year. I know it's the last day of this era of this comms box, but that genuinely is something we have never, ever seen before.
Goodness me. Jacob Harris with a move there for 6th place on Jordan Hawkins in Garda.
And of course it would happen to Adam Wright.
Yes.
It's a consistency king, but also pretty consistent in having some of the worst Alpha Live broadcast luck of any driver in the paddock. Back with this race, we're on the last lap. That's the number 11 of Joe Wright down the inside. Not for long, as Jordan Hawkins in the green, black and white helmet cuts back. This is all over 7th place. Jacob Harris in the all black race suit and helmet just ahead there in P6.
Move from Mikey Nichols, I can just see out the window. Here it is, yes indeed, on Heinrich Watson-Miller. That is 2nd place in the dying moments of this race. And I don't know that Watson-Miller's going to have any response to that, but there's nothing either of them can do about Stuart Jones, who rounds the cafe corner and comes on to the start-finish straight to take the win for heat number 4. Mikey Nichols with that late move to 2nd place there, ahead of Heinrich Watson-Miller, Sam Iddles in 4th, Alexander Lemon in 5th, Jacob Harris in 6th, Jordan Hawkins in 7th. There was Joe Wright, Luke Elliott, Mo Hassan at the end there, just getting 10th place, close across the line with Mike Bodner. Then it was Simon Dean, George English, Jae Wu, and Adam Wright to the back of the pack with one of the bizarrest incidents I have seen.
We've been commentating on these races for 8 years. I think that's one of the best commentary curses you've ever had. Heat 5, start of round 2 of the heats is up next.
Let's take you through the grid then for heat number 5. The drivers will go straight out into formation for this one. Luke Winter will start this from pole position. Glenn Orford alongside. Callan Sigafus gets his highest start across these heats with Gerard Moore alongside. Jake Hicklin and Adam Naffer are on row number 3. Row 4 will be Kurt Holmes and Marcus Naris. Anwar Barul-Smith and Vinod Haradi round out the top 10. Miguel Hall and Megan Quirk are next. There's Luke Fletcher and Rupert Rickson, Lucas Clever and Kevin Kendridge, and Kieran Hyde Moody rounds out the 17 kart grid as we are good to go. Luke Winter will lead them away. Strong start from the pole side of the grid. It means Callan Sigafus is going to immediately be challenging for the lead, having started in 3rd as they peel through turns 1 and 2. And the significant story there, you can already see the two of them with their red number plates, is Kurt Holmes versus Anwar Barul-Smith, this time directly on track, as going by there on the number 8, is Luke Winter, back up into the lead against Callan Sigafus. So our pole sitter loses the lead and then is immediately back up to it.
Key race this. If it was a football match, we'd be talking about 6-pointers here as the wind continues to billow here at Buckmore Park. Both drivers can both improve their scores and also do a little bit of damage to each other's hopes of holding that number 2 plate. As Kurt Holmes is going to have a look down the inside, just pulls out of that one, which was wise in my book, versus Callan Sigafus. Luke Winter leads at the end of that first lap. 6 minutes to go. Switchback by Kurt Holmes. Callan Sigafus sees him coming in, gives him the racing room. Beautiful driving by Kurt Holmes. He's up to P2.
Yeah, really nice. Sold the dummy there on the way towards hairpin 1. As that's Miguel Hall battling away with Jake Hicklin, I think that was, coming into the S's, and he's made that move stick. So that's Miguel Hall up to 5th place. And that's because Anwar Barul-Smith also got behind Hicklin early on in the lap. Here for the lead then. Up the inside goes Kurt Holmes on Luke Winter, and he made that look pretty easy. Classic textbook overtake through Garda. Gauntlet thrown down to Anwar Barul-Smith here, who's still there in 4th place.
As things stand, this would be the number 2 plate secured for Kurt Holmes. It would be quite a big swing at this stage of the season in the max possible points. So Anwar Barul-Smith's got to get his overtaking shoes on now and has got them on. Gets down the inside of Callan Sigafus for P3. If the race was to finish like this, Kurt Holmes would be on to 1.515 secured, pending of course any accumulation of penalty points across the course of the season. But Kurt again is not really in danger on that front. As down the inside goes Anwar Barul-Smith up to 2nd place. That now means that Anwar could theoretically finish on 1.514 if he finishes here in 2nd place. He's 15 points the deficit at the moment to Kurt Holmes. He's got to get by. He's got to overtake to keep that hope alive of getting P2 in the championship for Anwar Barul-Smith.
Miguel Hall, though, I think is one to watch here as Sigafus is firing one down the inside of Luke Winter. The way he's come up through the field so far is highly impressive from Miguel Hall. He's by there on Luke Winter. Adam Naffer is on the scene as well. So tough few corners there for the 1-1-2 of Luke Winter. He's trying to keep his foot in it through the S's as well, and that never pays off, or very rare that you'd see that pay off, and surely enough, he is severely compromised there, and it allows Miguel Hall and Naffer to get on up the road, and if anything, it's brought Luke Fletcher, I think that is, into the battle with Luke Winter, so a costly that there for Winter. He'll want to try and gather up some momentum as our battle for the lead is on between second and third in the championship. Kurt Holmes leads, Anwar Barul-Smith in second, just having set the fastest lap of the race to bring the gap down to less than 1.5 tenths of a second. They're nose to tail here as they head towards hairpin 2. And Anwar keeping his powder dry just for a little bit longer. He's going to want to make this a very decisive move if he can at all help it. Doesn't want to lose too much time. Well, in a way, maybe he does want, if he can get the move done, he kind of does want to lose some time. He'd dearly love some people to take some points away from Kurt as well. And there's the move into paddock corner. Anwar Barul-Smith through and up into the lead. Kurt Holmes didn't fight that one too much. He knows there's plenty of time left on the clock to deal with this, and plenty of room behind them as well for them to have a little bit of a battle.
This is one of those slightly strange scenarios now that you get at the end of a season with drop scores. It is in Kurt Holmes' interest, from my position here in the box and looking at the maths, to push Anwar Barul-Smith. This is actually quite... Oh, he's going to go down the inside. No, he's going to retake the race lead. And Anwar Barul-Smith runs out wide. So Kurt Holmes... I mean, in a way, yes, there's an argument for that, because if he's at the head of the road, his pace can't be controlled by Anwar Barul-Smith. We saw that Anwar's got the skills to keep people behind him here 2 years ago in the championship decider for that year's championship. Barul-Smith's done the same move again down the inside into paddock corner, because you're absolutely right, Howard. Right now, this, as things stand, would keep the battle for P2 in the championship alive. But as soon as we say that, Kurt Holmes is back down the inside, retakes the lead of this race from Anwar Barul-Smith. But all this switching back and forth is allowing Adam Naffer to get back into play. Barul-Smith retakes the lead in through hairpin number 1. And there's the move! Oh, what a move from Adam Naffer. He can pull that one off. That is one of the best we've seen him do. Oh, not quite. Good effort. He tried that one nearly successfully in a BUKC race a couple of years ago. Nearly got both Anwar and Kurt in one move. This is still a better situation, though, for Anwar, because that 1 point deficit that we were talking about earlier in the race is now swinging back.
Yeah.
It's now back up to a 5-point gap that Anwar could potentially race himself into ahead of Kurt Holmes' score, but not if the former, still current Sheffield BUKC driver is swarming all over the back of Anwar Barul-Smith. Kurt Holmes is going to take the opportunity now to get side by side with the number 12 and the C2 champion-elect. But Miguel Hall, that's not worked out for Kurt. Miguel Hall now steps through into third place. This was working out quite well for Anwar Barul-Smith, because Kurt Holmes is now in dropped score territory, not improving his championship tally as things stand, whereas Anwar is maxing out. He'd move up to 1.502. The deficit to Kurt Holmes would be down to 9 points. Remember, starts the day in like 16, 17 points, but crucially would have an opportunity of beating Kurt Holmes' score by 5 points by the end of the day as things stand. This is crucial for Kurt Holmes. He's got to step down the inside, does so, takes third. Still in drop score territory at the moment. Miguel Hall repays the favour down the inside into hairpin number 2. What a fascinating story we've got here. Callan Sigafus could have a go as well.
Absolutely could. It's the last tour of the circuit as well. It's now or never in many ways for Kurt Holmes. Anwar Barul-Smith is looking tidy ahead of Adam Naffer as they head up to Garda. Miguel Hall goes defensive, but that means he'll be compromised on corner exit. How are they going to be coming out of the centre chicane? Kurt Holmes, I don't think, has any advantage there. Anwar Barul-Smith takes the win ahead of Adam Naffer. Miguel Hall holds on for third. Kurt Holmes in fourth. Nice little late move from Luke Fletcher for fifth as well on Callan Sigafus. Then it was Rupert Rickson. Great result from Rupert Rickson in his pursuit of sealing up Class 3 in 7th place there. Gerard Moore in 8th. Kieran Hyde-Moody in 9th, and the top 10 rounded out by Lucas Clever. Well, that one was highly entertaining. The battle over second place in the championship is kept alive. Heat 6 is out next here at Buckmore. Drivers out for Heat 6 then. Let's take you through the grid as they're already in formation. Steve Lindley takes this one from pole position with Carlos Conchicas alongside Adam Hadfield and Aidan Kitchener are row 2, Mikey Nichols and Clinton Bell are row number 3. Row 4 is where we find Mike Bodner and Jack Giles, Yusuf Sahayona and Jonathan Wilson round out your top 10. Then it's Joe Holmes and Marcel Chmielewski on row 6. Row 7 is Matt Jones and Mark Steele. Will Emerson and George English are row 8. And Charlie Newman rounds out the 17-kart grid for Heat 6. This will bring us to the halfway point. Big discrepancy between pole side and anti-pole side there on the start. The first 3 rows of the grid have jumped second place. That was not a good start from Conchicas, and I'm unsurprised to see the full start flag being shown, because when it's that imbalanced between the two sides of the grid, it's quite common for race control to say that wasn't quite to spec. Could we have another little go at that, please?
So they will go around again. A bit of a C3 update for you. Apologies to Rupert Rickson, because he keeps going out, putting good scores in, but it's whilst other things are going on out there on circuit. Rupert Rickson got a P7 in that last race. Has broken the 1,000 point barrier for his counting scores. So it's now back over to Will Emerson. Let's see what Will can do and see if he can continue to close in the gap. Remember, last time in round 1, Rupert got a 9th, Will got a 5th. Bit of a closing of the points there. But Will Emerson, this is where it starts to get a little bit harder. This is where he's going to be starting from the middle of the C3s.
It's now 5 minutes on the clocks because of the full start, so 2 fewer minutes for the drivers to get through. Away we go. 6 minutes on the clock as Steve Lindley leads them away. And through the first couple of corners, retains that lead of the race. Much more even start from the two sides of the grid, and there is Conchicas in the 140, trying to battle away with Aidan Kitchener, who opens up the door there at hairpin 2. Fairly well behaved on the start here as they come out the S's and down through Syme Sweep. One of my favourite bits of karting track in the UK, and I know it is for a lot of other drivers as well. Good start from Adam Hadfield up into second place as they stream through Garda. Jonathan Wilson battling away there. Some early positions made there by Joe Holmes, but it's not been a storming lap there. We're back to the effect that we spoke about, that it's not always a given that you'll rise on up the order here in Class 1. Steve Lindley leads, Adam Hadfield in second, Conchicas in third, Aidan Kitchener and Mikey Nichols round out the top 5.
I can hear something in my ear, Howard. It's the sound of any driver who's raced here at Buckmore Park having a little chuckle, because the first race notification in this one, ladies and gentlemen, is contact warning for the 174 of Buckmore Park Arrive and Drive race director Clinton Bell. Thank you very much.
And he's battling away with Joe Holmes right now. And through's Joe Holmes. I'm going to move on from that one quite rapidly, I think.
I'm not going to be invited back, am I?
Steve Lindley leads, but under pressure now from Adam Hadfield at the front of the field. Hadfield having a look into turn number 1, and that's actually put them both wide, and Conchicas fancies his chances. He's going to try and take Hadfield on the inside. He can't get past Lindley, but he is through and up into second place. Mikey Nichols is in the 36 kart there, but he tries to go out wide to open the door, and that opens the door for Aidan Kitchener now, who gets by on Mikey Nichols, and Joe Holmes is now on the tail of Nichols in that 36 kart. Lots of drivers going, oh, I'll just take a slightly wider line to give myself the cut back and the overspeed on the next straight for a pass. Oh wait, there's a kart right behind me, as Mikey Nichols tries to get that position back off Aidan Kitchener, which he duly does. Joe Holmes on the outside coming out of centre chicane. Can he keep his foot in it and hang on for that one round the outside of Cafe Corner? Yes, he can. That's a lovely pass from Joe Holmes there. You don't often see, oh yeah, just round the outside of centre chicane and Cafe Corner. I have to say, it's called the centre chicane. It's always been borderline to call it a chicane for me, because the first bit of it, the right-hand bit of the centre chicane, is really just the exit of Garda as they come to that. But that is officially titled the centre chicane at the bottom of the hill. And yeah, kept his foot in there, did Joe Holmes, and he's up into 5th place. And presumably, well, surely must. Oh, it's going wide there. Is Hadfield, and that's going to be opportunity for Mikey Nichols in the slight confusion there to get by an Aiden Kitchener. That's all fair and above board because they'd got past the incident and all of that, so there was nothing wrong about that from my view. Steve Lindley in defensive mode here against Conchicas, but now Joe Holmes going round the outside. He's got to be careful. That's where we saw Adam Wright coming to issues, and he's done it. Wow, that is a move around the outside of Henry's Bend in difficult circuit conditions. The gradient of grip across that corner is quite severe between the inside and the outside. Holmes made that look easy, and that, well, that's the kind of pass from a multi-time champion such as himself.
It is indeed. That's a belter from Joe Holmes. He'll now set about trying to get past Steve Lindley for the lead of this race. If you're just joining us, the championship has already been decided. Joe Holmes has secured the #1 plate for another year, but he'll now want to finish this one in style. Was second in his first heat earlier on today. He's now got to find a way, and not always an easy task of finding a way past Steve Lindley, but Joe Holmes is down the inside into hairpin 1, has got the move done. Clean racing between Holmes and Lindley. Holmes finishes it off with a defensive move into hairpin number 2. That's good opportunistic driving from Carlos Conchicas, who looked, saw and took the opportunity down the inside of Lindley, and it's up to P2.
Yeah, nice stuff from Conchicas. You know, Joe Holmes, the championship got wrapped up whilst he was not on track, and so he'll be wanting this. He'll be wanting to take this win as Mikey Nichols there gets back past Hadfield there as they battle through Garda. This is exactly what he would want to do, is to come back and take that win.
And the other thing to remember as well is, whilst his own personal achievement is done for the year, the holding of the 1-2 plate or plates for the family of Holmes, that's still up for grabs as Johnny Wilson goes down the inside and I think got 2 for the price of 1 in all of that. Kitchener in there, Bell in there, and Adam Hadfield. That's all over around 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th places. Anwar's got 2 wins in the book. Joe Holmes could be a big help to Kurt Holmes holding onto the #2 plate now. If Joe Holmes can get up at the front for the A final, still a little bit down the way from where we are right now, get ahead of Anwar and potentially take some points away from him.
Last lap board is being shown. What we just saw was Chmielewski and Hadfield battling in Garda, and that means that going on to this final lap, Will Emerson, who's worked his way up onto the back of the top 10, now has a good 4 karts ahead of him that he could challenge on this last lap and try and eat into that Rupert Rickson point advantage in Class 3. He needs to have a good last lap, but he's right in the hunt at the back of this pack. Look out for the number 96 there. Can he get any positions? Look at them battling away ahead of him. Can he get anything done in the last few corners of this race?
We'll find out in due course. He is still adding to his points tally with this P10, but he needs every point he can get right now. He's going to have a little look down the inside of Adam Hadfield for P9. Oh, that was a little bit of a rough one. I think Hadfield will have the advantage once again. Joe Holmes takes his first win of the day, is in contention once again for a top result once we get to the A final. Conchicas with a brilliant second place. Lindley P3. Mikey Nichols and Johnny Wilson complete the top 5. Clinton Bell home in P6. Kitchener, Chmielewski, Hadfield and Emerson are your top 10. We've got to cut on to the next race though. Heat 7 is out next.
Drivers out then for what is their second heat. Heat that they're contesting in this second rotation of 4 heats. Joe Wright starts this one from pole, Tom Edwards alongside. Luke Elliott and Vijay Patel are your second row of the grid. Heinrich Watson-Miller and Patrick Sekinger are your third row. Row 4 is where we find Steve Bosley and Alexander Lamin. Jordan Hawkins and Alex Pritchard are your 5th row of the grid. Bill Taylor and Luke Somerville are on row number 6. Row 7 is where we will find Stuart Jones and Simon Fuller. Jacob Sharman and Adam Napora round out your 16 kart grid, and away we go. Joe Wright there in the number 11, and another strong start from the pole side of the grid. I think Tom Edwards may have been caught napping a little bit there because Luke Elliott is immediately up into second place. It hasn't been called as a full start though. They were happy with that one. in race control. Patrick Seconder, as an example, from 6th up to 3rd, although immediately deposed there at hairpin 2 by Tom Edwards, fighting back in that number 10 car with the all-black helmet and suit. And there's Steve Bosley trying to make early gains, but yeah, that was another case of the pole side of the grid being, well, I say at an advantage. There's nothing inherently that gives them an advantage. They just had a really good getaway versus the anti-pole side of the grid, and still that is Watson Miller, that is, sorry, and Tom Edwards battling away over 3rd place as they come round to finish lap number 1. Joe Wright leads, Luke Elliott 2nd, and then it's this battle between Watson Miller and Tom Edwards over 3rd place. Excuse me.
And a race control have got a good view over that run from Cafe through the tram lines into the line of have a pole side of the grid gone too early before the lights have gone green. Alex Pritchard steps down the inside of Patrick Seconder there. Nice move through hairpin 2 up into P5.
And I think if you've never been to Buckmore Park, it's one of the things to appreciate about this place, or to understand about this place, that everything's in sort of, it's a fantastic facility, but everything's in sort of disparate places around the track compared to where you might think, as Alexander Lamin battles away there with Alex Pritchard and Steve Bosley, by which I mean race control is to drivers left as they go over the start-finish line. We're in the clubhouse, which is sort of by Cafe, because the clubhouse contains the Cafe. The pit lane is down the other end. That's why Paddock Corner, as it's called, is like at the end of Sector 2. It's just slightly unusual in that sense that, of course, the norm in motorsports to have the pit lane alongside the start-finish straight. There is the corporate pit lane here at Buckmore Park alongside, but the main pit lane that we use, the paddock where all the drivers will be watching this, that's off to drivers left now on the shot that they're going through, and that's also where the grandstand is. Brilliant grandstand, by the way. If you've not been to Buckmore Park, or you've been to Buckmore Park, you've not looked at gone to the grandstand, as Hiram Watson Miller is up the inside for 2nd place at Garda on Luke Elliott and makes that stick. Good move there from Hiram Watson Miller. If you've never been to the grandstand here, I highly recommend it, because what's great about this Buckmore Park circuit is that the circuit's at different heights. There's height undulation here at Buckmore Park, as Alex Pritchard is down the inside now of Luke Elliott for 3rd place. The number 4 driver, the highest place of the Class 1 runners in this race at the moment, and is driving well so far. That grandstand is one of the few places you can be around the circuit and see the whole track, basically, the different levels. The drivers who are down in the paddock, they all have to wait nervously in a way. When Andrew and I were doing the Endurance Championship here at Buckmore Park, it was always like this sort of this tease, basically, of like whoever was starting the race, we'd all just be there in the pit lane, as Steve Bosley fires a move there on Tom Edwards, I think that was. No, it wasn't. It was fighting back with Patrick Seconder, sorry. Seconder was challenging him on this lap. But yeah, it's a nervous wait for the drivers very often to know how the start has gone, because the first you'll know of it is as the karts crest the hill after they've gone through the S's in the middle of the track. It's a unique thing of Buckmore Park, but if you're a spectator, you don't have to be in the pit lane anytime soon. That grandstand or the balcony outside of outside the clubhouse is a fantastic place to watch.
Good move again by Alex Pritchard there, down the inside of Heinrich Watson Miller for 2nd place. Alex Pritchard looking in the right kind of mood today to get a good result. Will now try and close in on Joe Wright, who has had 1 heat win so far this season. It was back round 7 at Lid earlier in the summer. He's got 3 minutes to try and hold this advantage. The good news for Joe Wright right now is that Alex Pritchard doesn't have any immediate help behind him. There's a bit of a gap back to this battle on your screens now. For 3rd, Watson Miller, Elliott, Edwards, all in there. Been really impressed with Tom Edwards this year, Howard. I know you had a chat with him during the Paddock Show, part 1 of the Paddock Show, which if you're watching online on your Alpha Live broadcast, you'll be able to see during the lunch break. One of our drivers who stepped up from C3 last year, had a very good run in the CLUB100 Experience Championship in the novice classes, and has looked properly at home here in C2. It's had a strong run. It's looking at potentially holding in the top 25 in the final championship standings overall. Yeah, decent season, and he's racing well here at the moment in that number 10 car. A little look there from Alexander Lamin in the challenge for 5th place. But yeah, a lot of drivers who have had a solid season. I feel like the competitiveness of that mid-pack, the Class 2 competitiveness, has been particularly
particularly something this year for me. There's so many drivers who you look at and go, yeah, you've had a solid year, solid campaign, and yeah, well done to them, and it's what we like to see.
Stuart,
competitiveness all the way through. Sorry.
Stuart Jones had a good race in the first round. Howard, it's not quite going his way in round number 2. Is stuck down in 9th place behind Bill Taylor and has now picked up an ABC bumper pass penalty. So the cruelty of sprints sometimes, that you can go from hero to zero pretty quickly in this format. Stuart Jones has still got another race to try and bounce back and hold himself in the top rung of drivers who will qualify automatically through to the A final.
Watson Miller with the fastest lap of the race. A driver who fairly comfortable driving in these conditions. Watson Miller with his BUKC experience driving for Oxford. So he's used to doing some racing around about this time of year. Yeah, going well here at the moment, but possibly not enough time to hold in Pritchard.
Whilst we've got half a lap before the final lap, just remind me, I need to tell everybody something very shocking.
Okay.
I was last Friday at the Motorsport UK Awards. Now, I'm not sure whether this was true or JV had just had a couple of wines by this point of the evening.
Right.
JV, I quote, said that last Friday was the best BUKC qualifiers day in terms of driving standards and general behaviours that he's ever seen.
My goodness me.
I know, I nearly fell off the stage.
I know. Well, yes.
But no, format changes, I think, are a big part of
it
that,
does help.
And it did work.
It's the fact it was a Friday, right? The fact that there was a Friday's racing. For those of you who used to compete on the Saturday and the Sunday, that wasn't JV saying it was the best standards before someone turned up. They were racing. So well done to all those drivers. Joe Wright will cross the line just to take the win ahead of Alex Pritchard. Heinrich Watson Miller hangs on for 3rd. Luke Elliott in 4th place. Tom Edwards in 5th. Alexander Lamb in 6th. That was close across the line as well between Steve Bosley and Bill Taylor. Stuart Jones and Patrick Seckinger round out your top 10 for heat number 7.
Second win of the year for Joe Wright.
Indeed, second win indeed for Joe Wright. We have to look ahead though. Karts are already coming out onto track for heat number 8. Karts out then for heat number 8. This is the last heat of the second rotation. So by the end of this, all drivers will have competed in 2 of the 3 heats they will contest. Dan Grocott starts this one from pole position. Adam Wright, goodness me, he'll be hoping for a better time of it this time with fewer leaves on the line from second there. Adam Britton and Mo Hassan are on row 2. James Johnston and Scott Parker are row 3. Row 4 is where we'll find Elliot Alt and Matthew Batter. Tim Penny and Jacob Harris will round out the top 10. Simon Dean and Sam Iddles are your 6th row of the grid. Paul Williams and Jae Wu are on row 7, Chloe Daly and Luke Leonard on row 8, and Lee Crowther rounds out the 17-car grid for heat 8 for round 10.
I think we might be going round for one more time because there's a couple of karts not quite in formation yet. Indeed we do. Adam Wright really does need a good result in this one because it was a classification of 15th in that first heat after that bizarre moment collecting the leaves. He still has a chance of 3rd place in the championship, but 2nd has gone. Unfortunately, so the tally of points that Wright could, in theory, score with a perfect run through the rest of the day, and consider that even if he does make the A final, he's not going to be at the very front of it with that 15th place in the first round of heats. It's gone. Kurt Holmes is now 1 point ahead with his locked-in score of what Adam can achieve.
So that means now that 2nd place battle is just between Kurt and Anwar.
Correct.
Yeah? Gotcha.
Here we go then into the tram lines. Last race of round number 2 of these heats for the heavyweights. Away we go. Green light, 7 minutes underway. Good start for Dan Grocott there in the red suit with a white helmet. Adam Wright trying to hold around the outside. He's going to lose out to Adam Britton in the blue Zesty Drink Racing suit. Massive lock up there, I think, for Jacob Harris in the number 79, but just about got it stopped. Adam Wright down the inside. Adam Britton half turned round, is going to lose all of those positions that he had from his grid slot. James Johnston 3 wide through and out of the S's. That's just about worked. That's not going to work though. Down through Simons and Pullmans. I think it was Scott Parker in the number 20 who was running out wide to driver's left. He'll argue he was put there.
He's going to have to concede everything that he gained there, though, unfortunately, even if you are put. It's the same as we saw from Mo Hassan in his first heat. Yes, you may have been put there, but you can still back off and not gain the advantage. It's still within your gift to do that, as frustrating as it might be. So he's got to be careful with stuff like that for how that might be viewed by race control.
ABC takeout penalty for the number 51 of James Johnston. I think that was for the incident at hairpin 2 on the first lap with Adam Britton. 5 minutes and 45 seconds of this one to go. And you can tell that the stakes are starting to rise. Championship may be decided at the very front, but everybody else has got their own targets of what they want to achieve today. They know what the results are of their rivals through these first 2 rounds. They want to capitalise on their own opportunities as Adam Wright goes down the inside. Nice classic Garda move there from Adam Wright. Takes the lead away from Dan Grocott, and I'm hoping that these 2 drivers will now work together. They've got a good gap to Tim Penny there in third, about 2 seconds, but they can't afford, if they want to hold these places and maybe fight for the win later on in the last minute, they've got to keep station. They cannot allow the pack to come back to them.
Yeah, indeed, and the move for third place happened whilst Adam Wright was putting that move on Grocott. Penny got past Harris for third, and immediately you can see at the bottom of the hill in the back of shot, Tim Penny giving the clear gesticulation to the drivers around him of, we work together now, let's get on up the road and challenge these top 2. Hassan there battling away, I think that was with Scott Parker. No, it's not with Scott Parker, excuse me. That is with Sam Iddles, I think, has come into the fight there with him. So a bit of time lost on this lap for Hassan. And I believe Iddles is through as well. Fastest lap of the race now from Adam Wright. Bit of a man on a mission here after the bizarre incident we saw from him earlier on. There's James Johnston putting the move in on Elliot Alt into hairpin 1. He'll defend it into 2 and try and seal that move, which he does do for 5th place. Nice move from James Johnston. Racing well here is the driver with the distinctive green lid. Tim Penny there in the number 6 car. Leads Jacob Harris through. Gosh, I know it's a given, but the amount of BUKC talent that comes up through the Club 100 and now features so much sharply towards the front, it's always great to see. There is a man who any BUKC fan must be aware of, be a fan of, Mr. Jacob Harris. Still, no disrespect intended to any counterparts, any other people who do grid walks, but still my favourite grid walks on the planet were the Jacob Harris ones in BUKC.
We've got a nice little graduates battle, but still fierce rivalry nonetheless. Bit of Cardiff versus Swansea, and Jacob's aware of it. No, Swansea boy, you're not passing me today, says Jacob Harris there.
It is only on a Jacob Harris grid walk that a driver will be asked how they think they're going to do today, and then be asked to issue a statement on Zimbabwean politics. As James Johnston goes through on the inside at turns 1 and 2, and is through and up into 4th place. As you say, a good little Welsh uni derby here. Swansea versus Cardiff.
And that's Swansea 1, Cardiff 0. And it's been Cardiff 0 a lot this season. I'm even getting a Henry Baudet football reference in there. 2.5 minutes to go. Adam Wright getting his day back on track. Oh, there was a big slide there.
Yeah, big cluster of leaves that just got blown across, basically into James Johnston's face, that he had to go through there. I doubt that really upsets the karts that much.
No.
A leaf is not going to have much of an argument versus a Club 100 Road Tax Evo kart, but what it can do is be a mighty distraction as you try and set yourself up for the next corner. And Paddock is a corner where you can overcook it. There's quite a divot on the curb that you either want to straddle or be to the left of. You don't want to dip your right-hand wheel into the drain there, the drain cover on the apex of that paddock corner. So Yeah, it's probably a little bit of an annoyance for these drivers, all these leaves blowing around them.
Swansea 1, Cardiff 1, and the penalties. It really is like a football match out there. It's like a South Wales derby. There's yellow cards and things everywhere. Jacob Harris has got a track limits penalty.
He does, yeah.
But James Johnson has a
ABC takeout
penalty, which carries more positions, so that will swap them back round. 1 minute and 20 to go. This is your fight for second place. Tim Penny, powered by the Jaffa Cakes, is on the move again. Can he find a way? I think the wind's a bit beyond. This has been a sterling drive from Adam Wright, who was shot off into the distance. 3.6 seconds up the road now from Dan Grocott, and Dan knows this circuit very, very well. Part of the Zesty Drink Racing stable.
Just to be clear here, what happens in these situations? The last lap board hasn't been shown.
No, yeah.
And that's an aspect for the drivers here, because if the leader is so far up the road, effectively it can extend the race by a lap for them.
It can.
And it gives people like, for example, Tim Penny here, an additional lap to have a go at Dan Grocott. Now the last lap board is shown, and here is Tim Penny having a go for second place down the inside at Conway's, and he's through, and that's a beautiful move from Penny, and I don't know if Grocott's going to have any way of an answer into hairpin 1. He doesn't. James Johnston is now on his tail in that 51 kart as they're battling away on this last lap. There's Jacob Harris as well in the background. He might just come into this one if they get a little bit leery through the latter part of this lap, down through Sime Sweep. Here though is Adam Wright. Well, the only good news about the amount of leaves he got in his car in his first heat was at least he was definitely over the weight limit. Now there's slightly better news to come his way, because he's going to round Cafe Corner and come across the line to take the win for Heat 8. 0 to hero stuff for Adam Wright there. Dan Grocott is bested by Tim Penny at the last. Tim Penny taking that move a lap ago to turn 1. Finishes second. Dan Grocott in third. James Johnson in fourth. Jacob Harris in the top 5 there. Scott Parker in 6th. Sam Middleton in 7th. Mo Hassan in 8th. Ahead of Elliot Alt and Adam Britton. To keep an eye on what that does in the Class 2 ranks, but already we've got to look ahead here at Buckmore Park for Heat 9, now coming out on track. Let's take you on through your grid then for Heat 9 of round 10 of Club 100 Heavyweights for 2024. Luke Somerville will start this one from pole position. Jonathan Wilson alongside. Luke Fletcher and Bill Taylor are on row 2. Callan Sigafus and Gerard Moore are on row 3. Row 4 is where we'll find Gerard Moore. Where we'll find Mikey Nichols and Joe Wright. Carolus Conchicas and Marcus Naris round out your top 10. Jordan Hawkins and Kurt Holmes are your 6th row of the grid. Clinton Bell and Charlie Newman are your 7th row of the grid. Then it's Rupert Rickson and Simon Fuller and Lucas Clever to round out the 17 kart grid. And already we are good for the start. No, we're not. We're going to go around again as everyone does their favourite dance move in the car. Can someone please do a supercut of everyone doing that with some rave music in the background? It would make my Christmas.
Jack Dixon, get on it.
Yeah. Bill Taylor, super heavyweights.
Yeah.
Is that a done deal, or is that still open?
It's one of those. If this was a US election, we'd be calling it, I think, but it's not mathematically done yet. As I say, Bill's been continuing to put some decent scores on the board. Mike Bodner is his closest rival for super heavyweight, but we'll update you with the points in due course.
Lovely stuff, and well dealt with, because I just threw that one at you. And we're coming round again. No, we're not. Yes, we are. Sorry, I got caught out by the engine notes rising there. So, Luke Somerville is your pole sitter, and I think is that part of what we're waiting for, because that's not the situation at the front just yet. We're waiting for a driver to have a kart change. They're only just emerging from the pit lane now. It's Kurt Holmes. Kurt Holmes, you can just see him in the background of the shot there, coming through Garda now, and then he'll come through the centre chicane. So that's what we're waiting for. We're waiting for Kurt Holmes to join the grid and line up 12th on the grid.
I've got your answer for you, mate. This is one that if it was a US election, we'd be calling Bill Taylor. Bill Taylor has got a locked-in score of 1162. Mike Bodner's Max Possible would need to win his third heat, get in the A final, win that as well, which, no disrespect to Mike, is looking unlikely because he's got a 10th and 11th from his first 2 rounds. Mike's maximum is 1:163.
Right.
So Bill Taylor has got this in his own hands. Into the tram lines, last round of the heats begins. Lights are green, 7 laps once again, and away goes Luke Somerville from pole position. Johnny Wilson on the outside. That's not going to go well. Round goes Somerville, half spin. Bill Taylor was slightly involved in that. I think Bill Taylor's got leaves stuck under his rear bumper. Callan Sigafus has come to the front of the order. Luke Fletcher's now down the inside through hairpin number 2, and it's Conchicas involved there as well, who's gone around from the middle of the pack up into the top 3, but a bit of a scrappy start there for Heat 9.
Disaster there for Luke Somerville. Pretty much the nightmare start in many ways. Unfortunately, Callan Sigafus challenging Luke Fletcher now for the lead and is through at Garda. Luke Fletcher tries to come back at him, though. That's nice. A look out for Conchicas as well, who's had a storming start as they come through Cafe Corner. It's gone the way of Luke Fletcher, and Conchicas, what a start from the 140. As I said earlier, he's got nothing to lose, really. He's not in the championship fight, but he is a very effective Club 100 racer. Seeing more on the Saturday championships than the Sundays, but here he is having a whale of the time at the front. But yeah, that for Luke Somerville, it sounds really bad, but when you have an incident like that from pole position, there is a competitive part of your mind that kind of hopes that it gets full started. You don't wish. Well, the first thing you'll think is, blimey, I'm facing the wrong way with a field of karts behind me. But yeah, it basically only impacted him once all came out in the wash, and that's a difficult one. He's got to dust himself off and fight back in this one and get what he can from this, with the hope of better things in his latter races today.
There are penalties being handed out, some of them quite substantial. Marcus Naris and Rupert Rickson have both received ABC take-out penalties. Has changed for the lead as Conchicas goes down the inside of Fletcher. Everybody's having a little bit of a wave at one another. Callan Sigafus has also had a penalty for loading, so I reckon that must be from the very start of the race, and that's been called on the number 8. So that will affect things. Sigafus down the inside of Fletcher. Fletcher, nice speed around the outside. You can do that round Garda. You can push into Garda there. It can be quite slippery down the inside line at this time of year. We've seen a lot of defences like that over the last few weeks, as we saw the cadets and juniors here 2 weeks ago. We had a round of the Experience Championship here before that, and a BUKC test day, and we've got more racing to come, of course, later on in the month and going into December for the finale of Club 100 Experience Championships. Keep up to date with all of that on the social media. Kurt Holmes on the move in this one. Am I right in saying that this is Kurt's from the rear of the C1, C2 pack start?
Yes, it will be, because he started 12th.
So he's up to 7th. Again, that wouldn't be an improvement of his championship score. To do that, he's got to get up to 2nd place. It is looking a little bit tense at the moment for Kurt Holmes, because he's put a couple of points on his tally from the start of the day, but Anwar Barul Smith on 2 wins already. This could get a little bit tight for the current number 2 plate holder in the finals. That's a nice move, though. Past Clint Bell for 5th place. Not a lot of time remaining on the clock. Kurt Holmes, just for calming it down in that A final, needs every position he can get. That was a close moment side by side with Luke Fletcher. Luke Fletcher's going to try and hold around the outside. Clinton Bell's going to be up the inside now. Through Garda will be on the outside for Senna. Both are going to run out wide, and through steps Johnny Wilson for at least one spot. Side by side through Cafe Corner, and Wilson's got the other one as well.
Lovely stuff there from Wilson. Clinton Bell now on the inside. Jordan Hawkins trying to follow through. Difficult position for Luke Fletcher on the outside. And that's Bill Taylor arriving on the scene as well in the 144. Going around the outside now of Jordan Hawkins, and he's made that stick. Lovely move there from Bill Taylor. Don't worry about the car off to the left-hand side of the screen there. That's one of the Club 100 testers staying well out of the way. And that, I think we briefly saw, was a recovering... I think we briefly saw Luke Somerville there recovering from a start he'll want to have forgotten off of pole position. Clinton Bell not too happy with the move there from Bill Taylor in Garda. And what that's going to allow, though, is he's lost all his momentum. And that's going to allow Luke Fletcher by as well.
On the watch of super heavyweights, a 9th place finish in the classification would seal the title for Bill Taylor.
Currently running 6th, so got a few buffer positions that he could lose in this. Not that he looks like he's about to lose them, frankly. He's driving well at the moment. Okay, he's got to finish 9th or better to seal that super heavyweight title. Callan Sigafus defending against Mikey Nichols. Mikey Nichols up the inside at Garda and gets the job done. The 36 now up into 2nd place. Kurt Holmes just behind them in 4th. All 3 of the Class 1 drivers in this race in your shot right now.
The second commentary curse of the day, Mr. Mitchell. He just said that Bill Taylor had a number of excess positions over that P9. He's just got a bump and pass penalty. So that's 4 gone for Bill Taylor, which at the moment would put him back down to 10th, which would put him, well, Mike Bodner hoping for ties.
Yes.
So it would still be an improvement, but I say 9th place is what he needs to do it outright. This is a key one, as down the inside steps Kurt Holmes. He was going to get that position anyway once Sigafus' penalty was applied, but the crucial thing, he's now got track position. 1 lap to go. Karolus Kachikas is on the way to a really, really strong finish and a heat win. The question is now, can Kurt Holmes catch and find a way past Mikey Nichols? Because it would give him a couple of extra points. It would narrow that gap that Anwar Barul Smith currently has of what he could step into. Remember, it's 5 points. If Anwar Barul Smith clean sweeps today, that would be the advantage for ABS over Kurt Holmes' score right now. So if you could find a way past Mikey Nichols, take another couple of points, take it out to 3, that'd be very good indeed. Kurt Holmes has got through. I just question, was that okay on track limits down through Pullman's? He's got through. Conchikas is going to take the win. A brilliant try from Karolus Conchikas, who's properly in the mix today. Kurt Holmes P2 takes another couple of points, moves his tally from 1511 to 1513, puts a bit more pressure on Anwar Barul Smith. That is a good result, and it's all looking good for Kurt Holmes. There was a contact warning at 12:06, nothing from that point on. That is a good recovery from Kurt Holmes.
Yeah, really well played from Kurt there. We're going to have to look ahead, though, to the anti-penultimate heat today in our heavyweights. It's Heat 10 coming up next. Here's your grid then for Heat 10. It will be Sam Iddles who starts this one on pole position. Dinard Harani alongside him. Matt Jones and Simon Dean are on row 2. Adam Hadfield and Nathan Kitchener are on row 3. Row 4 will be Jake Hicklin, and Tom Edwards. Adam Wright and Jack Giles round out the top 10. Tim Penny and Mike Bodner are on row number 6. Row 7 will be Alexander Lammin and Kieran Hyde-Moody. Zayu Wu and Luke Leonard on row 8. George English rounding out the 17-car grid.
So quickly running through these heats, we're ready for another one. Away we go for Heat 10 of 12. Steady start for those at the front of the field, and it is going to be the number 39 of Sam Iddles who'll lead out of hairpin 1 into hairpin 2 for the first time. See Adam Hadfield on the attack there. The 89 of Matt Jones, though, in the... oh, I like that one. I think that's a Kimi Raikkonen-era Lotus F1 suit. Lovely on a bright November day. Matt Jones up in P2 right now. Jake Hicklin there in the purple and blue helmet. is not going to be able to hold Adam Wright off there. Adam Wright, knowing again, needs a good result here. He's got a heat win earlier in the day, but at the start of the day was a P15, so a solid, I'd say, top 5, or at least that in this race should get him onto the A final grid. Such a competitive driver is Adam Wright. He won't be satisfied just being on the A final grid. He'll want to be as high up that order as possible. And Tim Penny's had another good start here, Howard. They're in the top 5. Yeah,
interesting couple of Class 1 drivers. We've seen great form from both of them so far. The bizarre wide moment with the leaves at turn 2 for Adam Wright notwithstanding. So it's going to be an interesting factor in this one. Sam Iddles leads it for now. Matt Jones in second and Adam Hadfield in third. But yeah, these two, you've got to imagine, are going to start getting stuck in to the 3 drivers ahead of them. Through the centre chicane, through Cafe Corner here, and onto the Sisley Straight for our race leaders. Sam Iddles. With Matt Jones on his tail. Iddles has not had a heat win yet, in 2024 at least. And there's a good opportunity for him here. Still good. I have to say the wind's died down a bit here at the circuit. It is now pretty calm. So a beautiful autumn day to go karting. We will, of course, have the when we have our lightweights later today, we will have the darkness coming in towards the end of the day's running, where we will get the floodlights on. If it remains like this, the drivers may have a slightly difficult call at that point when it comes to visors. You can have a tinted visor, and that's a very good thing during daylight hours if you've got the sun in your eyes, as there is Hicklin there battling away with the likes of George English and Alexander Lammin. But what you don't want to do is have a tinted visor on once it's gone dark, because that is against the rules. You need to have clear visors so that you can see where you go. Clear visors, or I believe yellow tinted visors, are acceptable in dark conditions. So that's something that the lightweights may have to worry about later on. Here is the battle over 4th place. Adam Hadfield versus Tim Penny versus Aidan Kitchener. Kitchener having a good day here in the 158, getting involved in plenty of good battles. As they come down the hill, back to our leaders. Sam Iddles versus Matt Jones. Adam Wright slowly but surely eating into that lead gap as Hadfield now comes under pressure from Penny through Garda, but manages to hold off that attack for now. You can see Tom Edwards there as well. He's starting to bring the gap in as well to the 3 karts ahead of him. Plenty still to happen in the latter half of this heat. Tim Penny sees a gap on the inside at Conway's, and he's through at Henry's Bend, the second turn, and Aidan Kitchener will follow through as well. That's what I mean from Kitchener today. He's been good at the opportunism. If a gap's opened up for him, he's going for it as well. He's following through, and there's nothing wrong with that. So the driver of the 158 finds himself up to 5th place. The driver of the 6, Tim Penny, is now up to 4th. Just having a quick look. We've not had... Here's one. I'm throwing caution to the wind today. There's been no penalties awarded. Awarded's not the right word. No penalties have been handed out yet in this race. It's a few warnings.
Timestamp that, everybody. 12:14. Adam Wright, new fastest lap of the race, 47.448. 2 minutes to go in this one. Bit wide there for Aidan Kitchener, has a shake of the head as Adam Hadfield will go down the inside for 5th place. Ticking. How long before a penalty comes in? Get your bingo cards out.
It'll be fine. Sam Iddles still leading this one. Just having a look further down. Some close battles out there. I should say Vinod Hirani, Alexander Lemon and George English, they're having a good battle on the fringes of the top 10. And, That sign's not needed anymore.
I think that's the wind.
Yeah, I think that was a demonstration that the wind has taken out a couple of signs around here. Adam Hadfield versus Aidan Kitchener. Good move, good defence by Hadfield into hairpin 1. He'll have the inside now for hairpin 2. He's got to park it on that apex. It's no good just being on the defensive line into hairpin 2. The inside apex of hairpin 2 here at Buckmore Park is very boxed off. It's almost a double apex hairpin, if you can imagine such a thing. And if you are driving defensively, you have to basically park your kart on the second apex. Going years back now in the British Universities Karting Championship, which of course runs the same fantastic CLUB100 machinery, I came out of a pit stop and realised I could do a favour for the sister team for my university by driving the widest kart in Buckmore Park. Very sorry to, I think it was the Nottingham driver whose day I made very difficult, but it was by parking it on the apex there at hairpin 2. It actually allowed the sister Birmingham kart to catch up and pass that kart. Such are the tactics of endurance racing.
We are on the last lap. Sam Edels looking for that first heat win of the year. What a great run this has been for Matt Jones. He's only had one appearance in the sprint so far this season. That was back at round 3. It's going to be Sam Edels who holds onto the win for this one. Matt Jones P2. Adam Wright has recovered to P3. I reckon that'll be good enough to get through to the A final. Tim Penny's going to be high up the order in that A final. First, second and fourth. Very good results. Adam Hadfield P5. Kitchener, Edwards, Lamin, English and Hirani. A top 10. Good run there from Vinod Hirani. First of the super heavyweights, and I think that result of P11 for Mike Bodner, that will secure the super heavyweight title for Bill Taylor. So for the second time today, we see a champion crown, not whilst they're on circuit, but because of the consistency that they've had across the course of the season. We'll see all those drivers in their respective finals later on. Going out on track now, it's heat number 11.
Here's your grid then for heat 11. Marcel Kimlevsky will start this one from pole position. The man, the myth, the legend of Jacob Harris will start alongside him. Stuart Jones and Joe Holmes are your second row of the grid. Luke Elliott and Vijay Patel are the third row. Luke Winter and Dan Grocott are your fourth row, with Yusuf Sahayono and Scott Parker rounding out the top 10. Steve Bosley and Matthew Batter are your sixth row of the grid. And then it's going to be Heinrich Watson-Miller and Lee Crowther, Chloe Daly and Jacob Sharman to round out the grid. For the penultimate heat here for the heavyweights, we'll have this and heat number 12. Then we'll be going into our finals races. Don't forget, we're doing it all again this afternoon with the lightweights as well, and you do not want to miss that lightweights, because of the situation in the championship there is something to behold. Away we go then. Kimilevsky leads them away. To Easton start from both sides of the grid, but nonetheless Stuart Jones up into second place. And actually Joe Holmes not able to capitalise there. Luke Elliott with a decent start there in the 53, challenging Jacob Harris, and he's through. So they go 3 wide into hairpin 2. Still Kimilevsky leads. Joe Holmes there side by side with Jacob Harris and is through up into, I think that's 5th place. Steve Bosley with a good start as well, actually, from 11th on the grid. He's already challenging Jacob Harris there as they sweep through Pullmans and down at Paddock. But great start from Kimilevsky in that number 26. Leads Stuart Jones, who took that heat win earlier today, as Heinrich Watson-Miller there puts a move on Scott Parker, I believe that was, up at Garden.
Yeah, really impressive run so far from Kimilevsky, another driver who stepped up from C3 and is really pushing the limits here in C2, but Stuart Jones is pushing the limits as well, gets down the inside through Conways and retakes the lead here. They're side by side for 5th place, Steve Bosley and Jacob Harris. Jacob Harris has picked up a contact warning. He got a little bit deep into hairpin 1, maybe slightly cold brakes, but didn't gain an advantage from it, so it's just a contact warning, not a penalty.
Yeah, absolutely. As they come down here. Oh, wide moment there for Luke Elliott. Is he going to see the spot? Oh, okay. I wouldn't say you gained an advantage such that you would have otherwise lost the place, but that was an easy one there for Joe Holmes up into 3rd place. Yeah,
he won't have an easier overtake than that all season. 5 minutes and 15 seconds remaining on the clock. Joe Holmes, knowing that he's got the title sewn up already, this is all about trying to take pole position for the A final. Second and first, the results so far for Joe Holmes. So if he can find a way through past Chmielewski and Stuart Jones. Stuart Jones looks quick to me today, Howard. Then he's going to put a bit of pressure on Anwar Barul-Smith, who is your points leader at this moment, having got 2 wins from 2 so far. Contact warning for the number 20 of Scott Parker. What's going on a little bit further down the order? I can tell you that Lee Crowther is up into the lead of the C3s in the 164. That's up to 12th place for Crowther. Dan Grocott got past Scott Parker for P9. So we've got 4.5 minutes of this one remaining. Lap times at the moment in the mid-47s. Stuart Jones on a 47.6 last time around. A new fastest lap of this heat. Chmielewski and Holmes chasing that down. And for the first time today, we've got a bit of a calm heat. We've not had many of those so far here at Buckmore Park.
We haven't. I'm going to use the opportunity to just call out last race. I don't usually like to name and shame on penalties, but Jack Giles, you ruined my thing. I was going to turn to Andrew and say I didn't commentate a curse it. Got an ABC takeout penalty just towards the end. But only one penalty, it still was pretty clean. Still was pretty clean. And none so far in this one, and we're halfway. So, you know, Stuart Jones leading. Chmielewski under increasing pressure from Joe Holmes here, who set the fastest lap of the race last time around. There it is confirmed for you at the top of your Alpha Live graphics there.
You talked earlier in the day, Howard, about drivers and their own battles.
Yeah.
On the last day of the season, of course, we have to give the attention to those fighting for the big championship trophies. But Marcel Chmielewski currently holding 15th place. If you go by best 21 heats, best 7 finals.
Yeah.
At the start of today, and he's not a million miles behind the likes of Glenn Orford, even Steve Bosley, drivers with a good degree of experience. This is a really, really impressive run for Marcel Chmielewski, and this kind of heat, the benefit it gives you is like if you can get into that A final, even before you've turned the corner of lap 1, you already know if you're in that mix around, you know, the second half of the top 20, that on the law of averages, you're going to be getting a good score today just by being on that A final grid.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. We haven't actually, you know what, we haven't actually taken the time in the broadcast so far just to explain that. So just if for the uninitiated, when we're talking about the drop scores, there are 10 rounds to the championship. You have 3 heats and 1 final score, which we'll talk about how the 3 final races become a single score later on. You have essentially 4 points values you get from each round, the 3 heats and your finals results. So you've got the 10 rounds, and it's basically the best 7 of 10 count towards your championship score. Or the other way to think of that is the worst 3 rounds, or the worst 3 rounds worth, I should say, get dropped. And the reason why it's rounds worth is it's not like you have one bad day and the whole round gets dropped. It is the equivalent of 3 rounds. So in other words, your worst 9 heat results and your worst 3 finals results, no matter where they fall in the championship season, will be taken away from your score.
In theory, you could have a dropped heat every one of the first 9 rounds.
Yes, you could. You could.
Unlikely, but you could.
And as Joe Holmes, that's a big move there for a second. That's too big a move. That was very deep into hairpin 1, and that's a little uncharacteristic in some ways.
This is testament to just how well. I know this has looked like quite a calm, you know, some would term boring race, but that's how good Marcel Chmielewski and Stuart Jones are driving here. Joe Holmes is having to really work hard to find a way through when normally we see Joe Holmes breeze past the competition. In these heats. They really are on top form.
Yeah, absolutely. There's not really any such thing as a boring Club 100 race. They've all got something. There's always a battle, and the story right now is Joe Holmes is clearly a bit nonplussed with what he perceives to be the conduct of Kimilevsky ahead of him.
Yeah, something happened coming over Cafe Corner. We couldn't see it from our vantage point.
Jacob Harris fighting with Steve Bosley here. This is over 5th place, and that's actually, he's just made that move on Bosley. So Harris up into 5th place. That's where he finished one of his earlier heats as well, was 5th place. Last lap board has been shown, by the way. Here's the battle for 2nd place still. You can see Kimilevsky is not happy with himself. I think that was just frustration there. Ahead of them, though, neither of these two will have an answer for Stuart Jones, who will come across the line to take his 2nd heat win of the day. Great day's racing for Stuart Jones here. Joe Holmes finishes 2nd. He's not happy with how that went, is he? Kimilevsky in 3rd, Luke Elliott in 4th, Jacob Harris in 5th. More strong points for him on the board. Steve Bosley in 6th. Dan Grocott, Yusuf Serhayono, Heinrich Watson-Miller and Scott Parker round out the top 10. Well then, we've got one more heat to go in the heavyweight agenda today. Heat 12 is coming up for you next.
Let's take you through the grid then for this last of these 12 heats. Megan Quirk starts on pole position. Alex Pritchard alongside on the front row. Paul Williams and Miguel Hall go from row 2. On the 3rd row of the grid, it'll be Adam Britton and Mo Hassan. Steve Lindley starts on row 4. Is joined by the experienced Glenn Orford. Anwar Barul-Smith, big race this for his hopes of 2nd in the championship. Starts on row 5. Is alongside Patrick Seckinger. Elliot Alt and Adam Naffer, the champion in C2 Elector on row number 6. James Johnston and Adam Napora are on row 7. Into the C3s at this point. Kevin Kendridge, Mark Steele and Will Emerson complete the runners, 17 of them in Heat 12.
We're ready for the off then. Eyes on the lights, engine notes rise. Megan Quirk leads them away in the 173. Even start from both sides of the grid though. Alex Pritchard is going to try and hang it round the outside. There's a lot of experience on this grid, I have to say. One of them is Paul Williams with it. It goes round a hairpin one. And also that's Glenn Orford going round. And I said that there was some experience on this grid. 2 of the most experienced have just gone round, and it's a false start, crucially, for those drivers. That is a false start there after the incident at hairpin 1.
Yeah, that's still in the restart zone, so we'll go again. It's opportune for us in the box, Howard, because it just gives us a little opportunity to talk about the one remaining class title that's still mathematically up for grabs, and that's of course C3. Now Rupert Rickson, we noted earlier, had an ABC takeout penalty in, I think it was Heat 9, so Rupert Rickson's results from his heats are 9th, 7th and 16th. That feels to me like that's going to be on the cusp of a B to a C final. We'll wait in due course. This is another good opportunity for Will Emerson to chip away. It still needs to be a really, really big turnaround, because we're talking about Anwar's gap and how he can get ahead of Kurt. To use that same premise for Will Emerson. Will Emerson's got to get in the A final first of all, and has got a 15-point gap, so he's got to be a strong A final result. So it's still trending towards a Rupert Rickson C3 title, but it's not done yet, and Will Emerson could do some damage here to that points lead in this race. Away we go, 5 minutes on the clock. Restart underway, and it's a good start for Megan Quirk at the front of the order. Alex Pritchard looking to the outside. Paul Williams does get through hairpin 1 this time in the grey suit. Miguel Hall's going to be wrestling down the inside there. Adam Britton will be on the outside. Anwar Barul-Smith is right in the middle of it all, and has just got to be patient right now whilst this all simmers down. Mo Hassan has got ahead of Paul Williams into P5. Lovely start by Steve Lindley. Steve Lindley started 7th in this one. He's already up to P4.
Wins picking up again here at the circuit. Move for the lead. Alex Pritchard up the inside of Megan Quirk there at Garda. And Miguel Hall immediately slotting into 3rd place. As in this race, I would have thought Mo Hassan will want to be keeping very close tabs on Miguel Hall, will he not?
Oh, yeah.
From a Class 2 perspective.
Yeah, those two fighting over 2nd place. In Class 2.
Steve Hassan through though.
Yeah, Mo Hassan not too happy about that. Side by side between Pritchard and Quirk. And here comes Miguel Hall. That's nicely read by Miguel Hall. Back up to P2. That was just one of the testers. going in, but there has been a mechanical flag for Kevin Kendridge. Now, I couldn't see anything with the kart that was wrong there. As the 67 blast came past our window, as Steve Lindley chucks it down the inside of Megan Quirk, gains one but loses one. Mo Hassan's the big gainer out of all of that, up 2 spots. Couldn't see anything wrong with the kart for Kevin in the number 67, so I just wondered that it could be something like a helmet strap maybe, something like that. That's a safety concern that's been spotted, and the 67 has been pulled in.
Well, through the tree line, as Steve Lindley continues to battle Mo Hassan, crucially, I can't see the kart. What I can say is, as Kendridge got out and spoke to the Club 100 official, there was no sort of, you know, oh gosh, my helmet strap doing up moment there. So it did look to me like, obviously he was disappointed, but as I say, it's a little bit difficult, so I'm looking through the trees.
Yep.
But it didn't look like that was a driver issue that meant he had to be pulled in.
Either way, it's put Kendridge out of this race. 2.5 minutes of it to go, so we're halfway through the time, and for 2 minutes this race has been knocked off because of the false start on the first attempt. Little thumbs up there from Pritchard to Hall, say, yep, liking this, let's keep working, let's keep that gap growing to Steve Lindley behind in 3rd place. But Miguel Hall is going to step down the inside. Can he get the move done side by side between Pritchard and Hall as they go through the S's? This is going to get tight, gentlemen, on the exit of the S's, but they give each other racing room. Still side by side, heading down Syme Sweep. Took quite a few corners, but that's lovely stuff from Miguel Hall to take the lead of this race. Lovely stuff from Pritchard as well, fair racing, but it's allowed that closing pack to gain time. Hassan down the inside of Lindley through Garda for P3. Britain's going to try and go around the outside. Anwar Barul Smith's in the mix here as well. Cutting back is Lindley, trying to get on the low side. This is like NASCAR racing instead of Club 100, and the door opens for Anwar Barul Smith up to P4. Remember, he's trying to match or beat the results of Joe Holmes across the course of these 3 rounds of heats. It's all getting a little bit argy-bargy there as Megan Quirk steps down the inside of Adam Naffer. Steve Lindley's not happy about things at all. 1 minute and 15 seconds to go. Good experience usage there by Anwar Barul Smith. He just waited for his opportunities to step through the door.
We saw all sorts of experience coming to bear there. That battle that we saw between Miguel Hall and Alex Pritchard, that takes racing respect and that takes experience. That Pritchard knows he's got to blend out that throttle if he's on the outside of Syme Sweep like that. That's a brilliant exchange between the two of them.
What this has done, though, for Anwar Barul Smith, it is costing him in the battle for P2 in the championship as Adam Naffer goes down the inside of Megan Quirk for P7. Elliot Alt's now going to get involved for another spot. Another victim of the leaves on the exit of Henry's Bend. I think that might have been Patrick Seckinger. It is. Patrick has not come through sector number 1.
And I thought I saw a driver just going off to the left of shot as we were looking at Megan Quirk going through that corner. Yeah, that's done an Adam right there.
We're not on the last lap yet.
We're not, no.
Anwar Barul Smith, P4 in this race, would drop his maximum possible score. He's going to be in the A final, but even if he wins that A final, right now he would finish on 1.512. That is 1 point short of what Kurt Holmes has already got secured. So we're seeing things being decided in heavyweights today, not really because drivers are going out there and getting the results and doing it on track. It's their rivals faltering just that little bit. That seems to be sealing things up today.
If he can take 1 place, though, he keeps it alive,
he
right?
Does. Yeah.
As Adam Britton is attacking Alex Pritchard ahead of him. This is all closed up across these top 3 here. Coming into Garda, this time is for the last time. Miguel Hall under all sorts of pressure from Alex Pritchard. Anwar Barul Smith is gaining and gaining, but it's not going to be enough. Miguel Hall will take the win in heat number 12. Alex Pritchard in second, Adam Britton in third. Crucially, Anwar Barul Smith in fourth, and by our maths, that means that Kurt Holmes has sealed the number 2 plate there for 2024, because Anwar Barul Smith cannot overhaul him now across the finals. Mo Hassan in 5th place, Steve Lindley in 6th, Adam Naffer in 7th, Elliot Alton 8th, Megan Quirk in 9th, and Glenn Orford rounded out the top 10. Will Emerson, crucially from the perspective of Class 3, only, I say only by his relative standards so far today, up to 11th place. You've got to think that's probably a big benefit for Rupert Rixon. Once again, actually, Andrew, is that a championship? Well, as you were just saying, it's about what the rivals are not getting out there rather than what the championship successfuls are getting out there.
We're into calling it territory.
Yeah.
Mathematically, it's not done. And this is, it's tough for the C3s, but the way of having them start from the back as novices and racing through does in the long run help. But 5th, 10th and 11th Will Emerson, I'm pretty sure that'll be B final territory, but it won't be A final territory unless Will then races through. But you've got to have a monumental kind of drive. He has to win an A final to overhaul Rupert Rixon's tally, which with respect, the level of driver that we've got here today is probably not going to happen. So, yes, it's not mathematically done, but it does look like Rupert Rixon has, we're calling it in the box, has the C3 championship. 1,005 points is what Rupert Rixon is currently sat on. The best that Will Emerson could theoretically score is 1,008. Remember, it's a 5-point difference between first in an A final and second.
Yeah, absolutely. Pause here then at the circuit, just whilst the grids are getting determined for the finals. We'll have a little bit of a discussion then about the format we're going into. So the drivers have raced in their 12 heats, and across those they of course had random grid positions in order to determine that. But now their points across those heats will be tallied up and used to determine where they will start in the finals. Now, we can't have all of the drivers who've contested today out on track at the same time, so we have it split across 3 finals grid: a C final, a B final and an A final. But if you have had, look at the wind, that Jimbo's going to take flight this rate as he's tending to those CLUB100 carts, making sure that they've got the chains lubricated ahead of the finals. If you've had a bad day at the office across the heats, the big thing that drivers are hoping for here will be what is officially known in the regulations as repêchage or promotion. Look at the number. That's where you don't want to end up. Right there is all the leaves there on the outside of Henry's Bend.
No trouble with track limits today.
No.
It's old school. It's like having gravel back.
It is, isn't it? It's a very colourful gravel solution. But yeah, to finish the thought, the top 2 drivers from the C final will be promoted onto the back of the B final, and the top 4 drivers from the B final will be promoted onto the back of the A final. So if you have had a bad day at the office across your heats and you're not where you would expect to be, there is the opportunity for redemption, but they're quite hotly contested golden tickets.
We are ever in debt to some of our statisticians in the CLUB100 community. Big thanks to Bryn Alban, who's been keeping an eye not just with the seniors, he's been doing it with the cadets and juniors as well, and doing a fantastic job of the penalty points, because this is the difference to previous years. And I'll be interested in the discussion in chat as to what people think about this. That this year, if you hit certain thresholds with the total number of place deductions for in-race penalties, you get almost a manual adjust of your championship score.
Yes.
That Bryn's been keeping an eye on across all the different championships, and has just noted that Rupert Rixon is 3 in-race penalty place deductions away from a 20-point championship deduction.
Wow, okay. I'm sorry, that's positions.
So positions in races. So in effect, he is 1 ABC
of any kind away,
or of any kind away from a 20-point championship deduction. Now,
or he's a jumped row at the start plus a code away kind of thing.
It's various ways we could cut the cake on that. I still think it's looking pretty good for him, because again, Will Emerson's got to turn over quite a hefty points deficit by the end of the day, but that is something that we do need to keep an eye on. Similar for super heavyweights as well. Bill Taylor's penalty in the in-race penalty in the last race meant he's picked up a 5-point championship point deduction. Again, I don't see it being a massive impactor, because it's the same scenario of Mike Bodnar would need to make it into an A final, and then high up the order of an A final to turn over the points deficit to Bill at the moment. But big thanks to Bryn for keeping us up to date with all of that. Hello to Fiona Harris, who's loving the chat about Jacob, the man, the myth, the legend, and to David Whitehouse as well. Who I didn't miss it, David. I did see the note early that, of course, we talked about this myself and Reeve Taylor a couple of weeks ago when we were here for the Cadet and Juniors. But I'm going to have a discussion with yourself now. And I know you've been a very busy man, so you might not be fully aware of this. Of new clubhouse. You were talking about the grandstand earlier.
Yes.
New clubhouse down in that direction, out to the right-hand side of our commentary position here in the John Button suite for the future. I think it's still in that kind of like pre-planning permission stage, but new shiny clubhouse down that bottom end of the circuit. We'll like that, won't we?
Yeah, we will. I'm old enough to remember talking about the building we're currently in as a new shiny clubhouse, but fine. No, it's fantastic stuff and a great reflection of Buckmore Park as a facility. They really are cutting edge, and it's not just about having shiny facilities. It's the track safety here as well at Buckmore Park. I always like to highlight that fact. You won't see tyre barriers around this Buckmore Park circuit. The track favouring the sort of Tech Pro barrier style, and I have to say, how do I put this without really incriminating myself? Having made contact with my fair share of walls around karting circuits around Britain, by far and away, this is my favourite wall to make contact with.
I'd agree. We do have the grids in for the finals. Just got a quick look through some of our big news stories. Our key super heavyweights are all in the B final. Where are our key C3s? Will Emerson is your first C3. A good way up the order in the B final, so that's good news for Will Emerson. Now, where is Rupert Rickson? Ooh, Rupert Rickson is in the middle of the grid for the C final, so that's going to be interesting.
Oh, well, yes, he had penalties, didn't he?
He did.
That's why that's happened.
And it's the usual contenders up the front for the A final. All those results are on results.alphatime.co.uk/CLUB100. Let's get ready, though. First final of the day. Heavyweight C final is next.
Let's take a look at the grid then for the C final. Remember, the top two positions will be promoted. For everyone else, it's about maximising your finals score from the day. Vinod Harani and George English start this one on the front row. Simon Dean and Simon Fuller making it all Simon second row. Paul Williams and Matthew Batter are next on row number 3. Row 4 is Jack Giles and Luke Somerville. Kevin Kendridge and Rupert Rickson round out the top 10. Jacob Sharman and Lee Crowther are on the 6th row of the grid. Row 7 is where we'll find Mark Steele and Jake Hickling. Chloe Daly and Luke Leonard are on row 8. Charlie Newman and Jay Wu are on your 9th row. And the 19-car grid is rounded out by Marcus Naris. Very, very quickly, I want to say this is where we start to see some drivers possibly racing for their last time in sprints. If you're one of those drivers, thank you so much for the support, Club 100. Enjoy your last time out there. Let's go racing. For 12 minutes it is on these heats. Away we go then. Vinod Harani in the 45, one of our super heavyweight drivers with the green number plate as they go round turns 1 and 2. Even start from both he and George English on the outside in the number 84. Looks fairly clean so far, but out through the first hairpin, are we all look? Oh, and a moment there for Simon Fuller riding up on the rear of the car ahead of him. That would have been a heart in the mouth moment as he lost steering, but crucially, as he braked for hairpin 2, his car slammed back down on the floor and he regains the steering at the crucial moment where he wants to turn in.
Keep an eye on any news stories for the number 41, Rupert Rickson, your C3 points leader. And also remember, it's the top 2 in the classification from this C final who will race on to the back of the grid for the B final. And there, if you do that, more opportunities for bigger points. There are championship points on offer here in this C final for third down. George English wedges a door open there on Vinod Hirani. Jack Giles is going to try and step down the inside as well to take P2. Paul Williams knows how to qualify through these races. That's a lovely bit of positioning from the veteran who, if he can keep his foot in. He's going to take second place away from Jack Giles.
Brilliant stuff from Paul Williams there, one of the most experienced drivers in the field here. You saw Vinod, after he'd gone over those leaves, he just couldn't get turning into hairpin one. The rear wanted to step out on him. It's because he just rode over a load of wet leaves. Paul Williams up the inside here of George English at Garden. Lovely move, but it's going to bring Jack Giles into the fight as well. This is as close as you like as they come round to finish a lap number 2 here in this 12-minute final. George English wants that lead back again. He doesn't want to be on the bubble of those promotion spots. Was that a yellow flag? I'm not quite sure what Paul Williams was acknowledging there. Maybe the yellow flag was just being brought in. They come through hairpin number 2. Rupert Rickson passed Luke Somerville on that last lap to take himself up into the top 10.
The trouble right now, though, Howard, Rupert, and this is testament to how good a season Rupert Rickson has had as the top C3. He hasn't missed a B final at least all season. So if he doesn't get through here, it's going to be a drop. It's going to be a drop score. He has already used one of his worst 3 final results with not being present at round number 8. We'll come back to that because Jack Giles is back down the inside of George English. Nothing English could have done about that. Giles was always going to hold the position, and on the inside takes P2. Spinners at hairpin 1.
Yeah, indeed, we'll double check on timing who that is, but yeah, crucial move for Giles. Takes himself up into the promotion spots. Bollard's being replaced on the inside of Simon Sweet. That's why the yellow flag is waving there at Marshall post 5.
Matthew Batter and Jacob Sharman were the spinners down at hairpin number 1. They are late through sector number 1. They've both lost 8 to 10 seconds because of that. That will be the end of their hopes of racing through to the B final. That will effectively be the end of their seasons. This is a properly good scrap at the front of the field as here comes Jack Giles again down the inside of Paul Williams for the lead. Sweetly goes through. Williams is going to fight back though, maybe off of Henry's Bend. Has got the inside line for hairpin number 1. Rupert Rickson has just set the fastest lap of the race. Has got 8.5 minutes to keep his season going. Penalty ABC takeout for Jacob Sharman in the 168. Beautiful back and forth there through 3 or 4 corners between Williams and Giles. They end up in the same order they started the lap, but George English has got an opportunity now to close back in. The gap is going down from 9/10.
Indeed it is. Not done yet. Still more time left on the clock than we have in any of the heat races we've been running. So plenty of time for the story to change here. Fastest lap of the race, if we hadn't said it already, for Rupert Rickson. He's pushing as hard as he can. Simon Dean past Simon Fuller. Simon Dean and Simon Fuller past Vinod Hirani, confirmed as well. It changes for 4th, 5th and 6th. That's the pack of 3 carts behind this top 3.
Rupert Rickson contact warning, not a penalty, but with the information that we've got in the box, he needs to be careful. There needs to be that consideration as well, that the odds of getting through to that top 2 are pretty long right now.
Yep.
But in trying to hustle and race hard, he could effectively lose 20 championship points. Jack Giles steps down the inside of Paul Williams, gets through, takes the lead. Paul Williams is now on the bubble. George English is there in 3rd place. In some ways, the worst place to be in one of these C finals because he's so close to repechaging through to the B final. He just needs to find a way past the number 24. Is Williams a bit deep through hairpin number 1? They're going to be side by side again for hairpin 2. Williams will have the inside line. George English has just got to be patient right now. He's got a lot of time to play with. 6 minutes and 40 seconds remaining, Howard.
Yeah, and crucially, Simons Dean and Fuller behind them are not catching at the moment. I think Fuller might have just passed back on Dean. They're not reeling in this gap. Yeah, Simon Fuller is up to 4th place in the back of shot there, so they're not eating into this gap at the moment. So you're absolutely right. George English just needs to stay calm. Jack Giles has gone up the road now, so he's sort of isolated Williams off. For Williams as well, he just needs to focus on getting the lines right, not giving in to the pressure. As I say, very experienced driver in Club 100 is Paul Williams, so he's been in this position many times before. It takes a lot to fluster him. But absolutely, I mean, yeah, we should stress, I suppose, we haven't actually said it yet in the broadcast, all of the results that we're saying are provisional.
Oh, yes.
And I think particularly on those, whilst we are indebted to Bryn Olban for keeping us abreast of that situation, we haven't got anything sort of official for us to reference here in the box beyond Bryn's analysis. So we must stress that that is provisional, but certainly Rupert is on the bubble with this and needs to be careful.
Yellow flags are out there for barrier replacement through Cafe Corner. Fraser Brunton, who we'll see later on in the lightweights, is on that corner for this part of the morning. Most likely be doing a swap with Elliot Alt in terms of pace kart and observer duties. 5 minutes remaining in this one. Rupert Rixon has the fastest lap of the race. He has now caught up to Vinod Hirani. And this is the thing, the difficult thing, in fact, he's got through past Vinod Hirani. Because of his strong scores earlier in the season, Rupert Rixon is effectively zero scoring right now and will continue to zero score. It'll be a drop score past Simon Dean, past Simon Fuller, past George English. He's got to get up into this battle here and then at least be P2 as down the inside George English is going to go for the lead here. Started this lap in third, now finds it in P1. Brilliant stuff from George English. Paul Williams is fighting in there as well. 3 is not going to go into 2 here for these repechage spots through to the last B final of the year. 4 minutes and 10 to play.
He's not in P1 because Jack Giles is up the road. By quite a mile.
Sorry, apologies.
What's thrown us is quite how effectively Simon Fuller has reeled these two in over the last couple of laps. And here he is going for third, having a look. He's just a little too far back there into Garda. But yeah, I got thrown then, mate, by just how quickly Simon Fuller, he took 0.8 of a second out of those two last lap. Both George English and Simon Fuller are issued with warnings, cone warning. So they've got to be careful as well as we go into, as we're inside the last third of this race. A lot of drivers out there, Andrew, on a warning, need to be careful here. They don't want to throw things away at the last. And as you say, if he can't get up the order, Rupert Rixon, this is a drop score. Yep. All he can do is produce effectively a negative score if he gets too much in the way of penalties.
It's just to be clear as well, it's still the case that Will Emerson would have to get up into the A final and then score particularly strongly in the A final to turn this points deficit over. But this is reminding me in a way of the super heavyweight title decided last year between Lee Henderson and Bill Taylor. The championship leader, for them, it is out of their control as Fuller goes down the inside of Paul Williams for P3. That's not a bad move to do in case there's a post-race change in the results for either of the top two. You know, someone coming underweight or something like that. Simon Fuller now sits in the best position to take advantage for any misfortune for either George English or Jack Giles ahead. 2.5 minutes remaining on the clock for this last C final of the year in the heavy and super heavyweights. There is a driver in second place. George English will just look to get into the rhythm now. This is the fight for 5th place on the road. Simon Dean in the British Racing green with the yellow accents there, the 35. There is the number 41 of Rupert Rixon in the black and orange, knowing that he could still be CP champion today. He's going to step down the inside. Pod to pod there between himself and Simon Dean. I think that one was okay for me. Rupert Rixon had a good amount of his kart alongside Simon Dean before the turn into the corner and had full control.
I'm inclined to agree with you there, mate. Firm but fair for my money. Mind you, it's not my money that's what's traded on this market. It's what Race Control think. But yeah, he's got the job done. Up into 5th place. Here's a good little battle in super heavyweights. Marcus Naris from a long way back there through on Vinod Hirani. I'm not sure Vinod's been particularly comfortable this race. No. With the kart under him. But we've got Jake Hicklin in there as well. Nice little super heavyweight derby here going on. Over 7th place. Fastest lap of the race again from Simon Fuller. Last time around. Closing that gap to George English. As it will presumably be the last lap board shown this time around. Although Jake Giles is a way up the road, it might not be, but surely
it
will be. So one more lap for things to change here in the C final in the heavyweights. Last lap board is shown to Jack Giles. He is leading by 4.8 seconds. Here is the battle over the last of the promotion spots from the C final onto the back of that B final grid. George English in the 84 with the bright orange helmet is currently sitting in the pound seats. Simon Fuller, though, has got tremendous pace, and look at how he's reeled that in over the last few laps.
He's pushing hard. He had a huge moment through Henry's Bend, nearly became the third driver to be claimed by the piles of leaves at the on the outskirts beyond the track limits. But Jack Giles is going to race through here. Has driven fantastically in this race. He's going to take the win in this C final. We'll see him again in the B final, and joining him will be George English over the line in second place. Good effort there by Simon Fuller.
Paul Williams in fourth, Rupert Rixon in fifth place. I have not seen any penalties, frankly I haven't seen any penalties come through.
Or just the one
for
warning.
Anybody of the sort of warnings we were talking about. So that will hold for now. That includes the warnings we saw for George English. So I expect Jack Giles and George English to be the people who will be promoted onto the back of that B final grid.
Good win there for Jack Giles. The last time he was here at Buckmore Park, he finished in, as I say, the worst spot I think you can finish in these C finals for the mental state of mind, P3. So this time he's learnt, he's progressed, moved forward, and is back into the B final, where he's been most of the season. He's even had a couple of appearances in the A final as well. So that's not beyond the realm of possibility. Again, you can race through. Remember Mo Hassan, was it last year at a Buckmore Park round, went from the C to the B to the A final. So we'll see Giles and English later on. For Simon Fuller, Paul Williams, Rupert Rixon, Simon Dean, Marcus Naris, Vinod Hirani, Jake Hicklin and Lee Crowther. This is with penalties applied. They're all in the top 10. Good points for them in terms of the round. That is the end of their seasons. Chloe Daly, P11 on debut. Luke Somerville, P12. Kevin Kendridge, P13, ahead of Luke Leonard and Matthew Batter. Charlie Newman, Mark Steele, Siehu Yu and Jacob Sharman, your 19 finishers in that one. All 19 drivers completed 15 laps who started that race, and a good bit of spice in the middle there. Particularly good run there for Marcus Naris, up from 20th on the grid to P7.
Absolutely. Just getting ready then, confirming those promotees up onto the back of that B final grid, and it is indeed that B final that'll be coming up next for you here on your Alpha Live broadcast here at Buckmore Park.
So, B final time. This is going to be a key race that could decide things for both the C3 and the Super Heavyweight titles in 2024. We're going to be talking about Bill Taylor and Mike Bodner in this race, Will Emerson as well, and of course the opportunity for 4 drivers to race on up through to the A final. And there's a couple of faces that I wasn't particularly expecting to see hanging around the B final grid, but good to see Joe Holmes and Anwar Barul Smith down there giving some encouragement and wise words, no doubt, to some of the competitors.
These two can largely chill right now, can't they? There's not as really, it's kind of all been decided at their end of the field at this point, particularly for Joe. They're seasoned competitors. They, all these drivers at the head of the field, they know each other well, and they can just enjoy the closeout of this heavyweight season.
Hello to David Whitehouse again, who's trying to get one of us in trouble. Well, Howard, on the talk about money, I hope the guy who rebadged Jaguar isn't rebadging CLUB100. I speak for myself and myself alone. No, they're not. No. Moving swiftly on, and this B final should be a contender for race. I think there's just a cart being moved out the way. That's why Joe Holmes is down there. He's not going to go out onto a B final grid with no race lid on. That would not be safe.
that is the opportunity for us to talk us through your grid if we're ready to go with that. Our promotees onto the back of this have now been confirmed. So let's see if we can take you through the grid for this B final. Aidan Kitchener and Dan Grocott are your front row. Alexander Lamin is your only Class 1 starter in this B final, so he'll definitely be hoping to get promoted, with Tom Edwards alongside him. Adam Britton and Mo Hassan make up row number 3. Jordan Hawkins and Adam Hadfield are next on row 4. Scott Parker and James Johnston round out the top 10. Matt Jones and Yusuf Sahyono are your 6th row of the grid. Row 7 is where we'll find Bill Taylor and Will Emerson. Megan Quirk and Lucas Clever make up row 8. Row 9 is where we'll find Luke Fletcher and Glenn Orford. Rounding out the top 20 will be Kieran Hyde-Moody and Mike Bodner. Patrick Sekinger and Gerard Moore are on row 11. Luke Winter and Marcel Kowalewski are on your 12th row, and your confirmed promotees, there they are. Jack Giles and George English repechaged onto the back of this grid from their successes in the C final, and we will be going round again because we've got drivers a little bit out of position. So Bill Taylor has sealed the super heavyweights, hasn't he?
He has and he hasn't, because, as I say, this is where the championship points deductions for in-race place drops are actually a little bit in play.
Yes.
But it's again the scenario that for Bodner to take the tally up towards Bill Taylor's, Mike Bodner's got to get through into the A final.
Yeah.
So we're more looking here at if Mike Bodner doesn't get through and doesn't get one of those 4 repechage spots, it's going to be super heavyweight title time for Bill Taylor. 12 minutes on the clock. Away we go. Aidan Kitchener takes us through the first turn and will lead on the exit of Henry's Bend for this first time. It's all getting a little bit rough in the middle there.
Round goes Adam Britton, and Mo Hassan is on top of him, his bumpers have ridden up on top of him. And has that been called as a false start? No, it hasn't. And I can see out the window, Andrew, Mo Hassan is absolutely furious about how that's gone down, because that is massive for him in his hunt in the championship. Yeah,
in this battle with Miguel Hall to try and take the second place trophy within C2. Mo Hassan started the day with a 9-point deficit to Miguel Hall. Miguel Hall, we know, is already through to the A final, and full course yellow has been deployed, so the race is neutralised. The race continues, the clock continues to tick on down. 11 minutes remaining,
and it's because they're having issues getting Adam Britton's kart going.
And I wonder, it's good because a lot of the the starts of the engine, the electrics are on that side of the kart.
Yeah, I mean, I assume as well that Adam's foot is all right, actually, where Mo rode up on Adam Britton's kart, because Adam Britton had already spun.
Yeah.
Where Mo Hassan's kart went over Adam, it was effectively his throttle foot was a bit exposed there. Now he's still sat in the kart, which makes me think that he's probably all right. There's nothing further being done by race control, so he's talking.
Yeah, he's getting up out the kart.
Yeah, he's getting up out. Okay, he's maybe a bit uncertain. I mean, he is talking with the officials there. It's not. It's nothing that's been. He's standing on his own 2 feet there, maybe a bit shaken up, or maybe a bigger issue is with the kart.
So you can see the damage to the Rotax Max radiator flap, but you imagine there's also parts to the left of the radiator flap, which includes the electric systems for the starter.
Yeah.
So I would speculate that that's what's happened there, that's been damaged.
Yeah,
it could be something as like one of the HT leads, and that the spark plug's been knocked out of place.
True, although that would be, it could be. That would be quite unusual, but something. And actually, he is standing on his own 2 feet. So, apologies for any Adam Britton fans who are concerned there. I think he's okay, and indeed, one of the things that's so great about this Club 100 kart is the design of the bumpers. That even if you get a kart riding up like that, Mo Hassan's kart will effectively glance over the throttle foot. It is very difficult for the, there's that slight limp there maybe for Adam Britton, but hopefully he'll be okay. Not how he would have wanted to wrap up his 2024 heavyweight sprint series though.
No, not at all. In terms of those championship permutations, Mike Bodner, this is not good news for Mike Bodner, this full course yellow, because he's in 20th place right now, and I think we are still under full course yellow, so there's going to be at least one more lap. Although I think we may be going back soon because I can see static yellows around the circuit.
Have we covered in all of that, by the way, the confusion caused by that incident? Hassan and Britton are the biggest people hit by that, but Will Emerson
as well,
is right to the back of the field. He is effectively, well, he's antepenultimately last. He's 24th out of 26, where the 26th runner has already parked up. This is basic. I mean, it was always going to take something extraordinary for Will anyway.
Yeah.
But his chances of getting on up this final, similarly to Mike Bodner, are seriously, essentially to all intents and purposes, he's out of the fight in that sense.
I'm going to give a shout out to Kieran Hyde-Moody, who's been on some really good form recently. He's had some strong results in the Club 100 experience rounds in recent times. He's currently running in 10th place. I think he's top C3.
Yeah, he is. And I do have to ask, because, you're right, Kieran Hyde-Moody's nice and high up as we're going to go to green flag this time around. Is Will Emerson under threat here for second within C3? From Kieran. Sorry to give you more homework on the spreadsheet of doom there, Andrew. As we go back to green flag running, Aidan Kitchener leads them away. Immediately, Alexander Lamin is down the inside of Jordan Hawkins at turns 1 and 2, and Scott Parker follows through as well. So they're all battling away for the promotion spots as they come through, and Adam Hadfield is in the battle as well. And round there goes the 66 of Luke Fletcher. Then he gets held up, he'll recover, but look at the pack he's having to get restarted in. This is so frenetic here in the battle over the promotion spots. What it's allowing is the top three to break away. Kitchener, Hawkins and Lamin are now able to stretch their legs, and what's left is Matt Jones there in 4th place, who's leading the battle for the last of the repechage spots as they come round to finish what is lap number 5, but it's only the second racing lap that they've had.
Penalty for Adam Hadfield, forcing driver wide. That's going to make the job of holding one of those top 4 spots at the end of this race, once penalties are applied, very difficult indeed. Did see there was a slippery surface flag out at hairpin number 1. I wonder if that was another thing as well, that there may have been radiator damage and a water leak as Dan Gokot's trying to fight his way through there. So potential water leak that's put Adam Britton out of this race.
Brilliant reading by Tom Edwards. He's managed to get himself from 7th at the start of this lap up into 4th place. So he's read those 2 hairpins beautifully to bring himself up to the promotion spot in that number 10, as Jordan Hawkins goes for the move on Matt. Was that Dan Grocott he was fighting with there through Garda? Here's Alexander Lamin, who doesn't just want the promotion into the A final, he'd like to take the win. As I said when I was reading out the grid, he's the only Class 1 driver in this field. Obviously everybody using the same machinery, and it's changed again for 4th place. Matt Jones back to the forefront, but Tom Edwards down the inside, back again at hairpin 2, and Dan Grocott in the red suit. They're almost thinking about going 3 wide into the S's here. This means a lot to these drivers. They want to do more racing here at Buckmore Park. No one wants their season to end. Here's the top 3 battling away over the lead. And they're sort of welcome to do so, frankly, because everyone's battling so much back here. Here it goes very wide there through Garda between Grocott, Hawkins and Luke Fletcher. They're all tripping over themselves a little bit out there. This is tough stuff for these drivers to navigate this. There's your top 3. It's relatively calm between those, and then there's the battle over 4th place. See Patrick Seckinger in the number 82 there battling away. And then there is that's Lucas Clever getting involved. It's come from a fair way back, I think, has Lucas, another one of our Class 3 drivers.
Will Emerson, we'll come back to that as Lamin has a little look for the lead. Will Emerson up to P16 is improving his championship score. It's down the inside for 4th place. Edwards goes past Jones. Emerson is safe from Kieran Hyde-Moody in any kind of result. For second in C3. 4.5 minutes remaining. Aidan Kitchener, Alexander Lamin, 2 drivers who've raced for a good number of years in the Club 100 senior sprints. So much so, they even raced me back in the day. Those heady days of 2016, 2017. Track limit warning for Marcel Kimilevsky. Scott Parker still there in 3rd place as well. Mike Bodno is in 24th. Bill Taylor is going against the grain today. He is out there on track, winning a championship and improving his championship score at the same time.
My goodness me.
He's up in 8th place right now as Lamin has another little look on Kitchener, but wisely using his experience to go, no, that one wasn't really on. Oh, he's got it 2 minds though there through hairpin number 1. I think what Alexander's thinking right now is if he wants the win, it's got to be like an at least 85%er.
Yes.
Because there's no point throwing yourself down the inside, getting an ABC bump and pass and being classified in 5th.
Yeah, speaking of which, we haven't had a few bump and pass penalties. Lucas Clever has picked one up. He's currently running in 15th place. Glenn Orford has picked one up as well. Oh, and that is a crucial one. Good spot, sir. Bump and pass penalty was awarded a few minutes ago for Tom Edwards, who's currently in 4th place. So that means, as good as he is absorbing all the pressure, as there's yellow flags out at Cafe Corner at the moment. Not quite seen
might
from my
be barrier
vantage point.
replacement.
It might well be. I don't think we've got a stationary cart there. It means he can't, as again a challenge for the lead here. Alexander Lamin down the inside of Aidan Kitchener. Kitchener will have the inside line for the hairpin, and Scott Parker will be loving the opportunities coming his way, and indeed
Lovely.
he seizes the opportunity on the switchback. Can he get both of them? No, not quite. He hasn't got the overspeed before the S's. Gives the signal to Lamin to say, hey, let's keep it nice and calm here. That was nicely read by Scott Parker there to see the opportunity on the switchback. And what is more, behind them, Tom Edwards' penalty is not what's mattering right now, because Matt Jones in the 89 has now got by on him for 4th place. You'll see him come into shot now. The 89 there was just in 4th place. So Tom Edwards now not in 4th place on the road, but even if he was in the top 4 on the road, because of that bump and pass penalty, he would not be promoted.
Penalty for Kieran Hyde-Moody, taking advantage by running outside of track limits. He's on course at the moment, 13th on the road. Ooh, that's going to be tight as to whether he keeps hold of the C3 win, because Lucas Clever is 2 places back. He is 3 places back, and Will Emerson a further one there in 17th. So we'll keep an eye on that for who's going to be top C3 driver here today. 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining. Aidan Kitchener's done a really good job in this race for me, Howard, of holding the line, holding the lead, keeping the race pace at a decent level as well. Is, racing for, they do get a little trophy for winning a B final. And is doing a good job at the moment of keeping hold onto it. Scott Parker still there in 2nd place, knowing that he's got bigger things perhaps to race for today, wants to get back into that A final. Has been your top C2 on occasion earlier in the season.
Yeah, absolutely. Still the battle rages for 4th place behind these drivers, by the way. You can just see it in the back of shot coming out of hairpin 2. Who's coming out on top in that battle for 4th place at the moment? I think Tom Edwards has got back into that position, but remember, he's got that penalty. But crucially, Luke Fletcher has got by. Something's happened. There's the move for 4th place. Something's happened to Matt Jones. He's dropped well down the order. He lost 6 places on the last lap. So as the last lap board is shown to our top 3, we've got a new person in 4th place putting one hand on the claim for the last of those golden tickets for the A final. I've not seen any penalties for Luke Fletcher in that number 66. So at the moment, if he can absorb this pressure and hold off those behind him for this lap, he will get the promotion spot. And we'll see, yeah, he's still in that 4th place as they come out of hairpin 2. Meanwhile, these top 3 come down through Simon's Sweep. They'll go through the left-hander at Pullman's and then into Paddock Corner. Opportunities running out for any one of them to try and gain position. Alexander Lamin goes to the inside of Garda, but thinks better of it. I don't think they're going to be able to find any further opportunities. Aidan Kitchener is going to lead them up the hill in the B final, round Cafe Corner, and takes the win in a hotly fought for B final result. Scott Parker in 2nd, Alexander Lamin in 3rd, and just at the line there, Luke Fletcher takes 4th place and bags the last of the promotion spots. Look how close it was in the mid-pack. You'll have to forgive us, folks. It's literally impossible for us to keep across all of these battles going on at once. But you can see how competitive that was in the mid-pack. Kitchener, Parker, Lamin, Fletcher provisionally are your promotees. Tom Edwards finished 5th but has a penalty to be applied. Bill Taylor completes what is, I think, now pretty much locked in as a super of heavyweights win for the championship in 6th place. Adam Hadfield in 7th. 8th was Mo Hassan. Good recovery for Mo, because goodness me, he didn't have the start that he wanted. That is an impressive recovery, but he, I think, is now compromised in his battle at the top end of the Class 2 standings in the championship. Jordan Hawkins in 9th, James Johnston rounded out your top 10. Dan Grocott was next, Kieran Hyde-Moody in 12th. Marcel Kimilevsky, good drive from him from the back of the grid up to 13th. Will Emerson in 14th, Glenn Orford 15th, then it was Yusuf Hayono, Megan Quirk in 17th, 18th was Matt Jones, Lucas Clever was next, Jack Giles rounded out the top 20, then it was Gerard Moore, Luke Winter, Mike Bodner, Patrick Secondyear, George English, and then we saw Adam Britton retiring early on with what looked like issues from for the kart. That's how they finished the B final. Just to be clear, if you want to get any of the confirmed results from today or any of the confirmed results from pretty much all of Club 100 history, results.alphatiming.co.uk. So if you've been on live.alphatiming, change that URL to results.alphatiming.co.uk. Click on Club 100, you can get all of the results there. Here at the circuit then, just a bit of a pause whilst we confirm the promotees from that B final to form up our A final grid, and these drivers will also get some reconnaissance laps as well, so we'll have a little bit of time before the green flag gets waved for the A final. So we continue to get the beautiful autumnal colours around the circuit.
If you're enjoying the coverage as well, and if you've not done so already, give that like button a press. Let's go for a likes drive. Let's try and get up to 50. We're on 36 at the minute. And if you're new as well, if you haven't pressed the subscribe button for Alpha Live, please do so as well. We are, of course, at the end of the season. But it's not going to be a long off season, I can tell you that. It's
not, and I'm going to do shameless plug time for us as well. We're not at the end of the Club 100 iRacing season.
No.
So if you want to catch that, head on over to Double Dash Motorsport Media on YouTube, subscribe there, and you'll get all of the streamed action from Club 100 iRacing Championship. The rounds coming thick and fast at the moment as we head towards Christmas, but it doesn't end at the end of the calendar year. It goes into 2025, and some fantastic racing that we've had so far in that championship as well.
And you can still get involved.
You can.
Eligibility for anyone with a Club 100 or BUKC racing history, current drivers in BPEC, and anyone who holds a Motorsport UK eSports licence, even the free one, is eligible for entry into the Club 100 iRacing Championship. Next race is in 2 Wednesdays' time, not this coming Wednesday. The next round has been delayed by a week due to changing calendars of other events that cause clashes. We'll be in the GT3s at Spa-Francorchamps, and if you like your turning left. 2 weeks after that, we've got the G3 Pro 250, our NASCAR special, which will be the last round before we go into the Christmas break. And then we come back in the new year with another 5 rounds, another 3 rounds of the MX-5 and another 2 rounds of the GT3s to take us through to early March for the completion of that 11-round championship. If you are in iRacing and you are eligible, or also if you're a parent of a cadet and junior driver, or a younger senior driver, you are eligible as well. All the details over on the DDMM YouTube channel and on the simgrid.com. Search for the Club 100 Racing Hosts page. There you can register. We've still got a couple of spots open for the rest of the season.
Let's look ahead now as the whistle blows then for our A final coming up for you here for heavyweights for round 10 here at Buckmore Park. The drivers then out for their reconnaissance laps. Why do they get reconnaissance laps? I always say this little disclaimer. As the drivers who have got to the head of the field, they've earned the right to be discerning customers about their Club 100 machines, even though Club 100 do a fantastic job of keeping them on parity with each other as a fleet of karts. The drivers do get the opportunity to shake down their karts and check that they are completely happy. Let's look at the grid then. Joe Holmes will start this one from pole position. Anwar Brule-Smith alongside him. That's always an enticing front row. Miguel Hall and Tim Penny are on row number 2. Carolis Conchicas and Alex Pritchard are your third row of the grid. Mikey Nichols and Sam Iddles are next on row 4. Clinton Bell and Kurt Holmes round out the top 10. Steve Lindley and Stuart Jones are your 6th row on the grid. 7th row is Heinrich Watson-Miller and Jonathan Wilson. Then it's an all right row 8 with Joe Wright and Adam Wright. Considering that Adam finished last in one of his heats, that just underpins how competitive he was in his other 2 heats. Jacob Harris and Luke Elliott are on row number 9. The top 20 is rounded out by Steve Bosley and Adam Nather. Row 11 is where we find Callan Sigafus and Elliot Alt. Aidan Kitchener and Scott Parker are on row 12. Alexander Lamin and Luke Fletcher are your 13th row of the grid to round up 26 karts. The latter 4 of those drivers were your promotees from the B final, and that's exactly who we expected to see: Kitchener, Parker, Lamin and Fletcher. It'll be 12 minutes on the clock. The winner of this race will score 150 points in the championship. It's the last opportunity for all these drivers to do some racing in Club 100 Senior Sprints for 2024. I am, though, going to, just before we keep talking about the situation in heavyweights, maybe you usually, I don't advise this, but maybe you're someone who tunes in just for the heavyweights because you're following a particular driver. Mr. Dixon.
What Jack was doing there,
yes.
he was looking with some degree of fear of, oh my goodness, there's a lot of social media permutations to cover for the heavyweights. Look at the fear on his face. He knows. He's going to be a busy man this afternoon, tracking all the stories in lightweights, because it's wide open.
It is. If you perhaps have only been following the heavyweights, stick around. This is going to be
special.
One heck of a championship deciding round for lightweights. With the heavyweights, they've treated us some good racing. I've no doubt we're about to have a cracking A final, but pretty much all the championship stuff, at least at the sharp end, has been determined. Lightweights, it is wide open.
And viewers from 2 weeks ago at the cadet and juniors will probably say, oh, but Andrew, you said that about all the cadet and juniors and none of them went to the end, to the last race. If lightweights does not go in some fashion to the last race, I will eat part of my DDMM jacket that's being retired after today's race.
Okay.
Because you've got 4 drivers covered by a small number of points and lots of opportunities for them to gain as well.
And I'll hold them to that.
Should just say, second place battle in the championship is back on.
True. Yes.
This is because, this is always why we say results are provisional. I think we're going round again. Thank you. That's enough time for us to get through this one. Kurt Holmes in his 3rd round of heats. This is the one where he finished 2nd on the road. Had a +4 ABC back penalty, which dropped him back to 6th. Dropped him back into the territory of that being a drop score, but it meant he lost those 2 extra points that he was scoring by finishing 2nd on the road. So he's back to 1-5-1-1 now. Anwar Barul Smith coming to the front of the order there can still get 1-5-1-2. He has to win this race to break the 1-2 dominance of the Holmes brothers for the last 2 years. Anwar has to win this race.
Well, I can't see anyone ahead of him on the grid who might have something to say about that.
No, nobody at all.
Nobody at all.
Oh, wait.
It's Joe Holmes.
And there, Kurt Holmes, you can just see warming his tyres up. A little bit further back. He's on the outside, though. He's going to have to be patient with this one.
I've got to say, if you're a driver on like rows 2, 3 and 4 here, you've got to kind of fancy your chances, because the obvious thing is that Joe is potentially going to be working so hard to hold back Anwar that it's so easy for a disruptor to sort of sneak through in this situation.
Are we going to see a reversal of the roles from 2 years ago when it was Anwar trying to hold the pack up to push Joe back into the field, and that amazing overtake round the outside from Dickie Allen? This could get a little bit interesting, folks. The championship is decided, but second place is not. To the line for the last time this year in heavyweight sprints. We're green. We're racing for 12 minutes here at Buckmore Park. Anwar Barul Smith trying to go around the outside of Joe Holmes. 3-4 wide in the mid-pack there. Joe Holmes will lead into hairpin 1. Miguel Hall's had a good start. Is up to P2. Kurt Holmes is still in the mix, is in around 10th place. Just needs to survive these opening few laps and then let the race come to him through the S's for the first time. It's a clean start, Howard, as they head down Symes.
Yeah, tough part in the pack for Adam Wright to be, by the way, the driver who came into today in third place in the championship standings. I think he's navigated it pretty well. No major incidents in the mid-pack, but it's been tough for him to make progress early doors. But as they come round to finish lap number 1, it's not seen too much change. It's seen Carlos Conchicas get by on Tim Petty for 4th place, but the top 3 is as they were. Any big movers on the first lap? Oh, big move from Anwar Brule-Smith into hairpin number 1. Adam Naffer's picked up a penalty for bump and pass, but that's not going to have any impact on championship for now, or well, at all really. He's already sealed up that class 2. Tim Petty battling away with Miguel Hall, and he's got by there. Miguel Hall now having to worry about those behind him as Alex Pritchard is doing battle behind as well with, I think that was Mikey Nichols. Someone's hit the bollards there. Hall. Miguel Hall has hit that, so that might be a penalty. It's Clifton Bell who's coming up through the order. Look at this. This is elbows out stuff in the battle of the mid part of the top 10. Clifton Bell's come to the head of that field ahead of Mikey Nichols and Kurt Holmes. So Clinton Bell, sorry, not Clifton Bell, up into 5th place. Mikey Nichols behind him, Kurt Holmes in 7th. And Jacob Harris in 8th place. He's up 2 positions there as well, up into the top 10. Anwar Brule-Smith then, what a crucial move that was to get by on Joe Holmes. Leads this race. He's doing everything he can as Adam Wright there puts a move on Jacob Harris coming down through Simon Sweet. Good work from Jacob Harris to cut back across onto the racing line as soon as he had passed to dissuade anyone from going around down the inside into Simon Sweet. Miguel Hall through on Tim Petty and up into 3rd place. There's been a penalty given to Alex Pritchard for forcing a driver wide. Off the top of my head, that's a 2-position penalty, as Kurt Holmes is down the inside of Clinton Bell for 5th place.
So, the bad news for Kurt Holmes, Anwar Brule-Smith is leading this race and right now would move his tally up to 1.512. The good news for Kurt Holmes is whereas Anwar it's win or it's 3rd place, Kurt can afford to finish 4th. 4th would improve his points tally to 1.513. 5th place would leave him still on 1.511. Remember, this is where the points are really won in these finals, when one position becomes 2 points, 3 points, 5 points, the difference in the championship. If Kurt Holmes can catch up to now. There, I was just about to say, there's another way you do this. If you need one position, Joe Holmes drops back, lets his brother through, back into 4th place. That is now a position on the road that would give Kurt Holmes the runners-up spot.
And Adam Wright must be thinking,
what's he doing?
Well, I think he'll know what's happening. But Adam Wright will be like, oh no, Joe is now going to drive the widest car in Buckmore to allow Kurt to get on up the road. It's given Tim Petty a fantastic opportunity, by the way, because what Joe did then was effectively drop all the way back from 2nd place, now down to 5th, to help his brother out, which, you know, to be clear, everyone, that's completely within the rules for him to choose to do that.
Did it safely.
Penalties for Alex Pritchard and for Adam Wright, both for a track limits advantage. So that's costly for them. Neither of those drivers are ahead of Kurt Holmes such that they would have an impact, but crucially what it does mean is that Joe Holmes isn't going to pass Kurt Holmes, and Adam Wright, even if he does pass both of the Holmes brothers, he will not be denying Kurt Holmes that 2nd place in the championship, because Adam Wright, as he goes down the inside of Joe Holmes, if he gets by on Kurt Holmes and Joe's going to come back anyway, Adam's penalty means that he wouldn't be negating Kurt Holmes' score at this time. But the Holmes brothers don't necessarily know that. And side by side through Cafe Corner between Joe Holmes and Adam Wright, 2 of the most experienced drivers in this Club 100 field. Behind them, Alex Pritchard up the inside of Clinton Bell. Clinton very much, I'm going to say it again, one of the disruptor drivers here. Just had to have a bit of fun here today. Adam Wright again battling away with Joe Holmes as they come through the S's. They're going to be side by side again through another part of the circuit where you don't conventionally go side by side. Joe Holmes is going to hang it on the inside of Simon Sweet. Adam Wright will slot into position. Clinton Bell will have a bit of a a look at getting by on Alex Pritchard. Alex Pritchard, don't forget, is also carrying a penalty. Once again, Adam Wright goes for it. Well, I don't think this has any direct implications for the championship, but it's highly entertaining between two of the best Club 100 drivers in heavyweights.
It's not changing anything, but it's further securing things for Kurt Holmes, because look at the gap now between Kurt Holmes and Adam Wright. It's 2.2 seconds. Gandalf the White Rose of number one, we're going to be calling Joe Holmes today, because he's repaying his brother here, who's a big part of his championship title hopes the last couple of years. And they do help each other along the way. They missed out on the endurance title yesterday, but right now, despite Anwar Barul-Smith being 3 seconds up the road, and a credit to Anwar as well. I did wonder, would Anwar then drop back, try and tighten it up again? Would we get a bit of an Abu Dhabi situation from Hamilton and Rosberg a few years ago? No, he wants to win this race. Pritchard's up the inside of Joe Holmes now.
I don't want to take away from the compliment you've just paid Anwar, but I'm not sure he was given the choice.
No.
To be fair, Joe must have,
so far back.
He'd backed off so much that Anwar couldn't have done that if he'd wanted to. Effectively, that tactic was taken away from him, and Joe would have looked back and spotted that Kurt was in that position. There are points around this circuit where you can chance a look back and sort of work out what the situation is, and that was very heads-up driving from Joe in that sense. I have to say, fantastic battles going on the fringes of the top 10. Callan Sigafus, Jonathan Wilson and Elliot Alt getting by on Jacob Harris a lap ago. Adam Naffer's in that battle as well, albeit he's carrying a penalty. This is Clinton Bell versus Mikey Nichols.
Good battle going on between Elliot Alt and Jonathan Wilson as well for what potentially could be a spot on the C2 podium. Jonathan Wilson, another driver this year, Howard, who whilst I've been away on my travels, I've been keeping an eye on many of the results, and Jonathan Wilson has properly impressed me this season, stepping up from the C3 ranks in previous years. Has really made a breakthrough in 2024.
Yeah. He may not be doing enough to seal second in the championship, but Anwar is doing everything he can do, and I do just want to reflect on the gap that he has opened up. 4 second gap over this A final field. Yeah, okay. You might say, but Joe Holmes deliberately backed off. Yeah, but you may recall that the likes of Miguel Hall and Tim Penny were running right with Anwar, and Anwar now has a gap of some 4 seconds. So he is on merit opening up an impressive gap here, and he is, regardless of how it shakes out in championship terms, he is finishing this 2024 season with a very impressive drive at the moment, is Mr. Barul-Smith. Here is the battle still going on between that was between Mikey Nichols and Clinton Bell. That's the battle over 8th place, and I think that's swapped round this lap. No, it's swapping now. They're side by side. There is Mikey Nichols versus Bell, and then here's Adam Naffer, who's got to the head of that battle that I was talking about, which features Callan Sigafus, Elliot Alt, Jonathan Wilson, Jacob Harris. They're all in that pack from about 10th place down. Still battling away here over 8th place are Nichols and Bell.
And you've got to say, this weekend, Anwar's been in. What's going on here between Joe Holmes and Alex Pritchard?
Yeah.
Anwar has been in a very focused state of mind. He took a double win yesterday in the SP60 heavyweights division. Already had the title sealed before yesterday's racing. He's looking at doing nearly a clean sweep of every single heavyweights race that he's been in this weekend. Just that 4th place in the heat earlier, the 3rd round of heats, the only one that he's not won or is currently leading. And he's given it his all. This is classic Anwar Barul-Smith. Won earlier in the season at Lid. So it'll be a welcome return to the top step of the podium if you can see out the last 2 minutes of this race. And having watched Anwar for many years, I think to him, winning this race like this in this dominant fashion is probably going to be more satisfying for him than trying to do anything of getting second place in the championship.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. You know, at the end of the day, he's an out-and-out racer. He won't... you know, every success is special, but he's been there, done that, and got the T-shirt in terms of winning titles. Yes, he will have come into today dearly wanting second place, as there is a move from Kurt Holmes on Tim Penny, which
further improves the situation.
Absolutely took the words out of my mouth, because I'd stalled. But yeah, Kurt Holmes sealing the deal even more so there with that move. It won't play on his mind at all, I don't think, for Anwar. He'll go, okay, didn't get a second, within 5 minutes.
It'll be on to next year.
We saw them at the start of the B finals. Adam Wright is up the inside of Tim Penny now as well. Bearing in mind, Adam Wright still has a penalty to be applied at the end of this race. He was chill when we were seeing him interacting with the drivers on that B final grid. You know, these drivers, they're passionate about this. They want the success, but if it falls short at this late stage, they know that sometimes that's how the cookie crumbles on this.
38 seconds to go. I don't think last lap got called there.
No,
so
again, that underlines how far ahead Burrell Smith is.
So there will be one more after this. It'll be a 15-lap final. How about Miguel Hall today as well? Miguel Hall, it's not quite going to be enough, I think, to overhaul the points with Adam Naffer.
Yeah, I mean, your heart goes out to people like Mo Hassan, who had a disaster for himself there in the B final, as the last lap board is shown. And he did a great recovery drive, but even had he got up into the A final, himself and other people challenging Miguel Hall for second, Hall has just shown them all a fresh pair of heels anyway here, and I think, you know, he would have sealed up that second place either way, and that's not to take away from any of his challenges. He's just had a stellar day at the races. Kurt Holmes then in third place, Adam Wright and Tim Penny on his tail, but they could both get by him, bear in mind, and he would still seal second place in the championship because Adam Wright has a penalty. Anwar Burrell Smith, though, is coming out of the centre chicane now. He's coming up the hill as we're watching this battle here. Anwar Burrell Smith comes through Cafe Corner. He takes the win for round 10 to finish off the season in style. We expect Miguel Hall, there he is, what a day's racing he's had. Comes across the line in second. Kurt Holmes hangs on for third, and in so doing confirms that he will retain the number 2 plate. It's a Holmes 1-2 in Club 100 heavyweight sprints in the senior championship, and there they are celebrating that fact. And Kurt knows what a favour Joe just did him there is that as well. A great teamwork from the two of them there. To finish off some of the order there, Adam Wright in fourth, but with penalty to be applied post-race. Tim Penny in fifth, sixth for Joe Holmes, Alex Pritchard in seventh, eighth for Mikey Nichols, Clinton Bell in ninth, and the top 10 rounded out by your Class 2 champion, already determined coming in today, Mr. Adam Naffer.
Very good stuff there, and from Kurt as well. Yeah, that crucial point of the race, getting fourth place with Joe dropping back, but he still carried on, he still pushed on. In the end, does it with 3 points to spare. Should stress again that these results are provisional, of course, and the final scores for this year, pending that there's no changes with these, will be Joe Holmes. That will be a drop, his 6th place on the road, which will become 5th once Adam Wright's penalties have been applied. 1,534 points from the best 21 heats. And the best 7 finals. He will win the championship in the end by 19 points from Kurt Holmes. Kurt 3 points ahead of Anwar Burrell Smith. Adam Wright in the end will be in 4th place. Alex Pritchard already had 5th place sewn up. Adam Naffer, as mentioned, is your C2 champion, and I'm sure we'll be moving up to a C1 plate for 2025. In super heavyweight, Bill Taylor has reclaimed the title that he lost to Lee Henderson 12 months ago. He is once again your reigning Club 100 super heavyweight sprints champion, and Rupert Rickson, our calculations, has taken the C3 title.
Congratulations to all those drivers. Always love this moment. It's a sort of end of term feeling in the pit lane at this point. And yeah, hopefully drivers have all enjoyed themselves for one last round, and I'll reflect on it again. For some drivers, this will be their last time we see them in sprints. That can be because they're trying out a different format next year, and there are some exciting new options for drivers going into next year in Club 100. But it might mean that we won't see them on streams or on broadcasts for a while. For some drivers, for various reasons, they might be taking a pause and going off and doing something else for the time being. If there are any drivers leaving us, thank you very much, as I say, and I hope you all enjoyed your last time out there. Don't go anywhere, though, because we've got the paddock walks for you next in this lunch break here at the circuit, and then we'll be back with racing action. Is it 2:30 that we'll probably be back with the racing action for the lightweights? And as we've been saying, it's going to be an absolute corker for the lightweights with the championship wide open, so be certain to stay with us here on your Alpha Live broadcast. We're down here at the paddock then, here at Buckmore Park. Continuity-wise, it's the very start of the day for us, and the drivers are currently out on track doing their practice session ahead of today's racing. For yourselves, when you're watching this, it'll be during your lunch break, so an interesting exercise in comparing and contrasting what the drivers tell us versus what you will have seen. It's Buckmore Park. I tell you what, Andrew.
It's weird. It's November, it's not Baltic, and it's not rain. It's very windy, but it's... Well, I looked at the weather forecast this morning, like, right, how many layers do I need on? It's like 16 degrees.
Yeah, it's
very weird.
And for those of you who maybe aren't, if you're not in the UK's been being barraged by Storm Bert.
Bert's been battering us.
Yeah. And but it is blustery, Andrew.
Yeah.
It is blustery. Now, this circuit does sort of sit in a natural crater.
There we go.
But there are bits of the circuit, like down here, where, you know, there is going to be a bit of a gust going across the driver's path as they're braking into Garda and things like that. It can be a factor in the karts.
I think particularly as you're going down Simon Sweep, it's not the worst circuit for crosswinds. It's not like somewhere like a Shannington where you really can get pushed along by the wind. But yeah, it might be a little bit tricky for the drivers. Let's head on in, because we've not got a lot of time before we've got to head back up and get this show on the road. So all looking good for this afternoon. I think we are quite happy that it's not sopping wet, because normally if it's
Yes.
not really cold as it was earlier in the week, it's raining a consummate amount, and it's doing neither. But as this is your last one, mate, I'm gonna ask you to do the honours, and I think I'll try maybe Mr. Tom Edwards here.
Indeed, yeah. Thank you, I'm so good at the interviews on paddock walks. Tom, you all right?
Yes. How are you?
I'm all right, sir. So here we are, round 10.
Yes.
Buckmore Park. I don't think we've spoken to you in a paddock walk. So tell us about your 2024 season and how it's gone.
Well, it's my first season in Class 2. So in reality, I'm nowhere in that championship. I'm not even in the top 10. But I've done most rounds of the experience advanced, and I've done, I think, 9 of the 10 rounds in the sprint. Best result was a heat win here in round 1. Other than that, it's been a mixed bag, really. Shannington, I did okay at Shannington, and I think I've made 4 of 9 A finals, which I'm quite happy with. And then same again for next year. That's the plan.
So the heat win here earlier in the year. Does Buckers serve you well as a circuit? Do you hope for something equivalent today?
I'm not gonna put that out there, because I'm just setting myself up to fail. I think it suits a lot of people, because we do everybody does quite a few laps around here, you know, the same as Wilton Mill. Whether it serves me well, I'm not sure. I'm okay, you know.
And do you want it to stay like this, or did you want the rain to turn up?
I tend to do okay when it's greasy rather than wet. But in all honesty, I prefer dry. Yeah.
Me too. And I'm not sure. Buckmore Park doesn't usually do just a bit greasy. It's usually either.
Yeah.
It's either or.
It's either soaking wet. So beginning of this year, round 1, it started off dry, and my heat win came just as the weather was changing, and it qualified me for the A final, and it was pitch black and absolutely lashing down with rain. I couldn't see anything. So yeah, I prefer it to be dry.
Good stuff. You have a good day's racing. Cheers for talking to us.
Cheers.
That was Tom Edwards. Andrew, do you have someone over there?
I was going to have a little chat with Callan Sigafus, if that's all right. Callan, good to see you, mate. It's well since we've seen you, at least on a broadcast round of CLUB100.
It has. I think it was Ella Park last year. So, yeah, I've only been doing a few rounds this year. Buckmore at the start, Clay. I was meant to do Lid, but couldn't make it for other reasons. And, yeah, making cameos this year.
Have you missed it?
Yes, I have. But, yeah, it's quite nice to make the odd appearance and enjoy it rather than having an eye on the championship.
And on a day like today, when you have got drivers out there thinking of the points and the maths, and it's a driver's circuit as well, you know, tricky conditions today, but it could be worse. All a good platform for a good day's racing?
I hope so. I need to look at the points so I can stay out of certain people's way. I'm not here to make any drama for someone else. Yeah, hopefully have good races, good heats, and ideally get to the A final and get in the mix. But again, it's not my championship, so ideally stay out of people's way.
From the perspective of those fighting for championships, you were in that spot last year in one of the classes high up the order. What from your experience do they need to be doing today?
Stay out of trouble. It's a bit of a nightmare if you have the odd heat that puts you back in the A final or the B final. And yeah, if you can stay out of trouble, keep your head down and get the points early on, then should be clear as clear day ahead.
Few format changes for next year at CLUB100 as a whole. What do you make of them? Are you planning to do some racing again next year?
I haven't looked at them, so I can't comment. Next year I won't be racing. Maybe the year after, but yeah, I haven't actually looked. So you can inform me what the new rules are.
I mean, I'm biased, so I'd say do the northern rounds.
Oh, I'm gutted. I saw that Lid's not on the format next year. So yeah, Lid, Buckmore, those are my closer tracks. But I've never driven around PF or anything like that. So the Northern Championship could be an option at some point.
Could do. Good to see you, mate, and take care of yourself. We'll see you Howard's goal.
Hello, I'm here with Carolis, who you were saying to me off camera, haven't done much of the sprints.
No, just the second one this year. I've done the Wilton, which was all right. Yeah, I was racing Super GT quite a bit, and I think all the heats there, they were very enjoyable, yeah.
And usually, if you've done the racing on the Saturdays, I'm well bedded in for the Sunday, but it's nothing like what it was here yesterday.
No, it was very much, very wet yesterday. Today it looks quite dry there, so yeah, should be fun.
How did yesterday go for you?
It was all right. I span out a couple times, but I think everyone did. Top 10. Had a pace. Probably could have been a bit higher, but it's all good. It was fun. It was definitely fun, you know. Yeah.
Good stuff. And any particular hopes for today, or just enjoying yourself?
Yeah, enjoy myself, and then yeah, hopefully the A final. Yeah, that's the plan at least. We'll see how it goes.
This man is potential disruptor for our championship hopefuls. He's got nothing to lose.
I've got nothing to lose. That's right. Yeah, just here to have fun. Yeah, exactly, mate. Yeah.
Brilliant stuff. Cheers for talking to us. Have a good day's racing, man. Andrew.
I'm going to do my thing of going and poking a driver and making them talk to me. Let's have a chat with one of our lightweights, Ben Pickard, if you don't mind stepping in. Ben, yep. Big day. Watching the heavyweights at the moment. You're obviously running, as we're watching this, in the lightweights in a few moments' time after the lunch break. What are you picking up from this session, and how the track's driving?
Well, it looks a little bit wet starting out, so hopefully by the time we've got out there, these heavy boys will dry it up for us a bit, so we've got a bit more grip. So everyone looks to be understeering a little bit going into this bottom end, so hopefully I'm just going to be able to keep things clean.
It's been a good season for you in C3. Is it above your expectations, below expectations versus what you had at the start of the year?
I mean, coming into the season, I was on the reserve list for every round, so to be honest with you, being able to do the full season was more than I expected, and being in contention for the championship, it's definitely well above and beyond what I was expecting, so I'm just happy to bring it home in the podium spots.
Very good. Next year, what are your plans?
So I'm sticking in senior sprints, and I'm also doing the new Northern Championship because I'm from up in Halifax, so yeah, it's going to be an interesting season. Definitely a bit on the bank account, rinsing it but it's all worth it.
It is worth it. Of those northern rounds for the new championship, obviously cadets and juniors have raced a little bit up north this year. Which circuits are you looking forward to on that calendar?
PFI is always a good one. Rower as well. Hopefully the weather stays nice and dry for us, but knowing Cumbria it probably won't, but it's a beautiful track up there. It's definitely one of the best.
No, it is. Good talking to you, Ben, and best of luck for today. And yes, up the north, and I think Ben's absolutely right there. Obviously, we had the cadets and juniors up at Rower a few months ago. It wasn't a broadcast round. I'm really intrigued to see how on those new circuits for the seniors, Warden Law on there as well. We've seen Warden Law in action for the BUKC in recent years as well. I'm intrigued to see how those circuits race for our seniors.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for me that's the most that expansion of the championships in that way, that's the most interesting factor at the moment for me with what we're looking forward to in 2025. It's definitely going to be interesting. I kind of want to shove a microphone on these drivers, but they're also watching Hawkeye, or they're watching like a hawk, the crest of the hill.
Yeah.
Because if they're doing a handover with a cart, a lot of drivers will share the carts in practice sessions and swap them. They get very little notice of a cart coming in. This is a sort of occupational hazard when you're endurance racing here. Obviously, once practice session is done, the drivers will be hoping very much that, frankly, the pit lane doesn't factor into their day at all, because it'll mean a penalty or a mechanical if they do. So, but that's why all these drivers are stood along here. They're ready to pounce when they see their counterpart come over the crest of the hill there.
We should mention as well, endurance. Congratulations to Titan Motorsport on their victory yesterday, not just in the race but also the championship, very close one. And we should mention, if we've not mentioned already, because this is the first time we've done one of these senior streams since the FIA Motorsport Games.
Yes.
The work of Jack O'Neill, Andy O'Neill and Rihanna Percox taking a bronze medal in the team endurance, not in CLUB100 machinery, in some other machinery, but the expertise that those three drivers had in arrive and drive machinery, getting them to a bronze medal in the FIA Motorsport Games.
Absolutely, and what better vindication, I suppose, do you want that CLUB100 really is a fantastic series to produce this kind of competitive talent within karting. That's a fantastic reflection on the series.
As in the strength of that race as well, you had the Belgians taking the gold, who, in my opinion, when it comes to arrive and drive endurance racing, we've seen this with our friends up at Teesside in the British 24-hour and other races such as that. They're the strongest at that kind of game in the world. And the team that got a silver medal had LMP3 drivers in it, so that just showed testament to the strength of the drivers that we have here in CLUB100.
Should we see if we can get
We've had
one?
a chat with Callan.
We've chatted to Callan, right,
already.
yeah.
I wanted to see if we could have a chat. I think Johnny Fletcher's just come in off circuit. We've been pontificating a lot about how the track has been driving this morning. Let's hear from Luke Fletcher, apologies. Let's have a little word and see if that's all right. Luke, have you got a minute? Have you been out on track, or are you just looking ready to go out on track?
Been out on track, yeah.
How's it feeling?
A little bit slippy, drying in areas. First corner's very slippy into the entrance. Everywhere else is pretty good. Down the hill here is very slippy as well. It's getting the right line, but overall I think it'll dry pretty quick.
The heavy gusts of wind affecting
Couldn't
things
feel
at all?
them. No, couldn't feel them. Not big enough to feel them.
Good answer. Obviously, as we're watching this during the lunch break, we'll know how you've got on. What are the hopes for today, the last round of the season?
Yeah, keep it clean. Progress up there. Hopefully, make a couple of grid positions. B final, hopefully A, but we'll see how it goes.
Season as a whole, happy with it?
Yeah, I've only done a couple of sprint rounds. Going to do the full season next year. Been in the experience, so yeah, just looking forward to that.
And for anyone looking at CLUB100, you've come in the last couple of years, what would be your recommendations for getting into this world?
I would say definitely start at the experience rounds. That gives you a good idea of what you're going to be up against, and then come into this. Personally, I like the format on this, but yeah, stay in the experience for a start.
Good stuff. Thanks for your time, Luke. Really good words. I say entries for the CLUB100 experience. It's just about a 6-round, 7-round championship across the course of the year for the seniors. That's a really good answer, really good way of getting started.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm conscious I've probably only got a couple of minutes left. Do you think how much do you think Steve will allow me to? Steve, how you doing, sir? How's the track? You just come off it, right?
All right. I mean, turn one's a little bit slippery going in, but apart from that, coming out's okay. Hairpin one's fine. Hairpin two, but just coming out hairpin two is a little bit slippery coming out, and then all the way through the S's down the hill's okay. Just gets a little bit slippery around here. Apart from that, it's all right. Flat out, really.
Is the wind the factor whilst you're out there?
I didn't really notice the wind too much. It was more to do with just the damp parts, and then I didn't really notice it. It seems all right. Yeah.
Most people come into the last round with their eye on something particular in the championship. What's your situation coming into today?
Yeah, I'm pretty much stationary this year. I'm 13th this year, so a little bit down on the last two seasons. A little bit disappointing overall, but still, it's a good finish overall, really. But so yeah, I think I'll probably end up there. Let's have a really good result. I might nip 12th. But yeah, still a good year, really. So not bad. Yeah, for an old one.
Brilliant stuff. You enjoy one last round today, and have a good one.
Yeah, I will do. I'm really looking forward to today, so thank you. Cheers.
Good stuff. Cheers, man.
We've got 10 minutes to go in this session, so I think we're probably going to have to wrap things up for part one there. Thank you for watching. Keep it locked. We've got part two of our paddock shows coming up. We'll be having a bit more of a chat with the lightweights, and of course we've got all the lightweights racing this afternoon. That big title decider, 4 drivers, all with a very, very good chance. I wouldn't even say there's an outside chance for any of those 4 drivers this afternoon in lightweights. It should be pretty tasty.
Absolutely. Looking forward to it, mate. Let's go and crown. No, continuity-wise, let's go and crown some champions in lightweights. But we've got to enjoy the heavyweights first.
Welcome back, everybody. Part 2 of today's paddock walk. We're now sort of back with time. We're a lot closer to actual real time.
Yes, I've had the continuity explained to me after the world's most professional outro from the last paddock walk section.
Lightweights drivers briefing going on at the moment, which I think is just going to give us enough opportunity to have a chat with a few more of our heavyweights before they disappear, Howard. I don't know who we want to grab.
I mean, did we want to talk? They're sort of having a celebratory drink, but did we want to catch?
They're having a relax at the end of the season. We shouldn't gloss over the fact that Joe Holmes is now a 7-time top tier.
It's incredible, isn't it?
Club 100 Sprints champion, and a little bit of orchestration. I'll let you do the honours.
Absolutely. Sorry, Joe. We're
Sponsored by Budweiser.
not sponsored for legal reasons. They're briefing the lightweights, Joe, so perfect opportunity to grab a chat with yourself. 7-time champion, man. Well done.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't easy. It was kind of wrapped up before. Kurt could have won it with a clean sweep, but he didn't manage to do it. It's hard. There's quick drivers here today, so it was nice to go into the final stress-free, shall we say.
And some heads-up driving from you in the A final to help Kurt out. It means a lot to you guys to retain the 1 and the 2 plates into 2025.
I mean, I always think about it like this. You know, it's hard to win a final. You know, not a lot of people have won A finals in Club 100. You don't just come in and do it. And we're a family where I've won finals, Kurt's won finals. So to wrap up a 1-2 in a competitive championship, I think is pretty nuts, to be quite honest. So, but yeah, I mean, Kurt either needed to finish 4th or I had to beat Anwar left me for dead. And I just thought, right, let's help Kurt out. So I'm happy with the 1-2. I would have liked to have won the final. I love a streamed final so I can watch it back, but I don't. Me watching it back to finish 5th. Do you know my statistic for starting on pole and finishing 5th is about 90%? I'm going to stop putting it on pole. It don't work. It does not work.
There you go, an unorthodox secret to success there, folks. And you were just telling us off camera, lightweights is looking tasty. You'll be sticking around to see that.
I won't be sticking around because I've got a long drive back to Leeds. However, I will be watching your live stream. Yeah, it's 4 of them are involved. I'd love to see Dante win it. The man in form was McWilliam. If he can keep his nose clean, I think I'd stick a 20 on him to win. We'll see.
Interesting stuff. We better go and talk to some of them. Cheers, Joe. Congratulations. Have a good drive back.
Thank you very much.
News from drivers who are heading. I'm going to actually very quickly grab Clint. Do you enjoy that, Clint?
Yeah, it was all right. It's like a boxing match. Literally one of those heats. I thought Mike Tyson's come out of retirement again. But yeah, it was good.
Planning to do some more?
Not a chance. I'm too old for that. Sprints, nah. Endurance maybe, but nah, I'm too old for sprints. They all bullied me.
Good stuff. Thanks for having us again here at Buckmore. Clint does a fantastic job with Phil and the whole team here at Buckmore Park. Always a pleasure to come here. Right, let's get into our lightweights because we haven't got long. You're going to head for have a chat with Greg Smith.
A man who I've been meaning to talk to for the last couple of rounds. Greg Smith, bit of an end of the era for you today, isn't it, with regards to sprints coming into the final round?
It is, yeah. So this weekend is my final SP16 sprints weekend before switching to experienced middleweight and SP40 next year. So yeah, it's a little bit sad to be leaving the sprints, but and SP60, but because prices have skyrocketed so much, and so yeah, it's a little bit sad for me to go in, but I think it's also the right decision because I just prefer the longer seat time. So I just prefer that one.
I think the one thing to reflect on me is how far you've come over the years in this sprints format. The coming up through Class 3 and all the way up to being such a competitive driver, as I've no doubt we'll see today. When you reflect on your time in sprints, is what kind of things are standing out for you?
Yeah, well, it's definitely the highlights to me in the sprints will forever me becoming the original and first ever Class 3 champion. So I know that legacy for Class 3 will carry on in my honour. So it will carry on, and of course getting podiums for Rye House and Ella Park earlier this year for Class 2 will forever be another highlight that I will take on board. So, but yeah, an SP60, I've been having a really good time at that as well. But yeah, so yeah, it's all good fun. But yeah, we're going to move on to next year and see what we can do in the middleweight experience. So it's really exciting. So I can't wait to see how it goes, and yeah, we'll see what happens.
Brilliant stuff. We've got to take in some of the drivers' thoughts, but cheers, man. All the best.
Cheers.
Catch you around. Cheers.
here with a very special person in this paddock this weekend. Not one of our championship contenders, but Rihanna Percox. I'm going to say it again. Bronze medalist at the FIA Motorsport Games, part of a 3-part Club 100 team. Has it sunk in yet?
Yeah, no, it was a great experience. So yeah, it was awesome.
And the pride to do that, you did the first karting medal of the games at Valencia, about a month ago. How big was that to kind of get things going for the team?
No, yeah, great. And I know the Titan guys did well yesterday, so I congratulate them for winning it just. And yeah, things are going better for me as well, racing-wise, so hopefully today I can have one good final result.
And with things so tight as well in the championship, obviously you've been involved in BUKC finals, many of these sprint finals before. There's a real tension in the air, I feel. Is this the kind of day where you can strike through and get a best result of the year?
I'm hoping to cause some drama. Now we'll see. It's good to not kind of be in a championship hunt because I can just go for it. And yeah, good luck to those as well that are going for it.
Good stuff. Thanks for your time, Rihanna, and well done once again. I wanted to get that in because it was such a big moment out in Valencia.
Certainly.
To get that first medal. And I say 2 years ago, Jack, Andy and Rihanna, they were so close. They were in a really good shot for gold, and they were in a good shot for a gold as well. And it's for all of us here, the Club 100 community, it was such a big result.
Yeah.
To see them get that medal and part of a really successful game. Right, let's get into it. We're going to have some very, very quick chats. Grab a chat with Harrison Kirkham. Harrison,
how do you right?
Big day.
Yeah, big day. It's very tight. Just got to go out there and do what we can, really.
Is there any strategy that you can play, or is it just all out and see what happens?
All out, go for it, send it, and see what happens at the end of the day.
And your season as a whole, stepping up from C2 to C1, what's the biggest thing that you've learned?
Just how tough it is. I mean, C2, although there's many good drivers, you're trying to fight with the C2s and sort of leave the C1s to it. But now stepping up to C1, you can't shy away from it, and you got to fight the big boys. So here we are.
And you've got some wild cards in play. Fraser's back. Yeah. Rory O'Regan's here today as well. Could they help or hinder?
Hinder, 100%. All a little team, isn't they? Although there's also Yusuf who's joined in last minute as well, so he's another one to contend with. But yeah, just got to go out there and do what we can.
Best of luck, mate.
Thanks.
Go smash it. And one of our 4 championship contenders, I think Howard's a little bit further back. I think he's around in the same region as Andrew McWilliam.
Can we have a quick word, Andrew?
Yeah.
How are you feeling coming into today, man? Big day, potentially.
Yeah, obviously there's a bit more pressure, but I'm just going to try and treat it like any other race, just try and go out and win.
Absolutely. Buckmore Park has gone well for you in the past. Don't get knocked over by your competitors. But yeah, Buckmore Park, circuit that works for you. Do you like it?
Yeah, it's good. I had a good pace here yesterday, but obviously it was wet, so we'll see how it goes in the dry today.
All the best, man. Have a good end, no matter the outcome. Have fun. Andrew McWilliam there, our championship contender. Andrew?
Have a chat with one of our wild cards and a champion himself, our junior lightweight champion 2 weeks ago, Rory.
Yeah.
Back in. You're going to cause some chaos today, aren't you?
Yeah, looking to mix up a bit. It's my home track, so see what we can do.
How satisfying was it finishing the season? Second place, was in the championship this year, but a really, really strong run here 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, it wasn't what I hoped for second, but it was good to get the win. Final round and get a double win.
And you've won in one of these seniors as well. How is it different between racing these guys and racing against the juniors?
I'd say it's mainly the format, but also the aggression. These guys are a lot more. They want to win a lot more, I'd say, compared to the juniors. Yeah.
Bit more calculated.
Yeah.
Good luck, mate. Have a good run out there. I can't see Dante or Ed Bars around.
No, I don't think Dante or Sam Lovelace. I don't think I've seen them on this grid. They'll possibly be going out in the latter half of the practice.
Indeed. Another interesting part, so we had a chat with Rory there, is that you've got quite a few. When we talk about wild cards, we mean people who are very quick, but aren't, have only done 1 round, 2 rounds, maybe not even any rounds at all. Quite a few juniors, probably looking to 2025.
Yep.
Stepping up and having a go. Like, it's the same license for them that they can run here in the seniors. That's another factor today. They're quick. Haven't necessarily got the experience of what racing at the front of the seniors is like, but again, they could be really big disruptors today. Like Thomas Northcott, who just thought go out there.
Yeah, Absolutely, and we get this effect. We've always had an effect like this towards the end of the season, drivers getting an eye in on the next year, but since we've had the Juniors Championship, or as it was first called, the Young Drivers Championship, that's just accentuated that effect that we see. So definitely, mate, there's some disruptors, and obviously, speaking neutrally, bodes well for a good 2025 as well. Always good to see who the next competition will be.
It does indeed. I was having a chat with, we'll take a little bit of a wander back over the side. I was having a chat with an esteemed individual in the British karting community last night about, give it a couple more years, I reckon the move of the karting pathway through the ranks of CLUB100 we shouldn't forget about the BIKC as well, as we'll add down this way. It's really going to start coming into effect, I think, now for future years, moving through the ladder at CLUB100 have got, and we've already seen quite a few drivers go into like junior road tax and things like that. Do you want to have a chat with Jack Woodward if that's okay? Because end of the season, another driver who's done very well this year, but racing in seniors, having a go. Good to see you again, Jack. Good results a few weeks ago here for the Experience. For those not aware of the CLUB100 Experience Championship, what's it been like to race in?
It's been really, really good. I was really last minute to enter it, but yeah, it's perfect. It's just perfect as a first stepping stone into CLUB100 senior racing. Maybe really good for moving up from the juniors before coming and doing this one. But yeah, it's been really, really enjoyable and really good for me, obviously. So,
hopes for today?
Win Class 3. And finish well in the B final would be really nice.
Good stuff. We'll wish you the best of luck. Thanks for your time. I just saw Ed Bars chase him. Ed, of course, is the man who's been here before, has won this title before, a few years ago.
Ed, it's tasty coming into today, isn't it?
It is a little bit, yeah. It's, after Shenny, I didn't think it was going to be so close. I thought I had a bit of a bad round, so I didn't think I was going to be up there. But yeah, it's going to be a spicy day, I think.
You've been here before, of course, many a time, and seen success. Some of your rivals for the championship haven't had that. Does that give you an advantage, you feel, psychologically?
Potentially, yeah. I'm coming in today and it's a bit more, it's going to be fun. It's not that kind of the nerves I'd have, I think, of a previous championship fight. So, yeah, looking forward to it, I think.
Good stuff. Well, have a good racing, or did you have another one to come in, mate? We're gonna brilliant stuff. All the best, Ed. Have a good day's racing.
For everything, we're gonna have a quick chat with Dante Dillon, who's the fourth of our title contenders. Third 2 years ago, second last year. He's just sorting out something on his sheathing. Dante, a quick moment of your time. Big day today, blustery, fair bit of grip in places out there. It's not the kind of conditions we were expecting at this time of year.
I was really hoping it'd be wet because the team endurance yesterday was wet and I was really comfortable. But now it's dry, so anything can happen. Just trying to keep my mind off everything, really, just stay in my own zone and hopefully can put a result out the bag.
We saw quite a few strange events in the heavyweights, if drivers running out wide, not necessarily because of wet parts of the circuit, but because of all the leaves and detritus that you've got out there. Is that a worry?
Not particularly. I think it would have cleared up a little bit by now. I think what more to look out for is the games that are going to be played today. There's going to be a lot of games being played. A lot of drivers know each other and they'll be helping each other out. So yeah, that's what's to look out for. That's what to worry about. But just stay focus on my own thing, and hopefully we can leave here smiling.
We've never had a four-way battle at the end of the season like this, or at least in the modern era of CLUB100. It's been quite a while since round 9 at Shennington as well. How have you been preparing for this race today?
Mostly kind of just keeping my mind off it, because if the more I think about it, it will just stress me out for no reason. It's nothing to think about till on the day, and it's the most important thing, really. Just arrive today, do what I normally do, drive as well as I can. That's the aim.
Good stuff, mate. Have a good run. I know he'll give his all. Let's have a dive in. Mo, Difficult day.
Very, very difficult indeed. Yeah, it was just unfortunate. The B final was looking promising, if I'm honest. Once we got going again after the unfortunate accident, man, I felt really good. And I was like, oh, I could have easily won this, but it was just not meant to be, I guess.
Most importantly, you okay? It looked like a bit of a nervy one, and not nice to see a kart ride up like that.
No, honestly, yeah, like, I was okay anyways. It wasn't me. I basically, my kart jumped over Adam Britton's kart, so for me, I was just worried about him. And the moment I saw him sort of like okay-ish, that's when I was like, okay, you know what, I'll continue racing. And then I spoke to him after the race, and he's doing okay. So that was honestly the most important part about today for me. So yeah.
Good stuff. Well said. Just want to bring Douglas in. Douglas is another one of what I would call a disruptor today. You can give these boys like Dante and Ed a bit of a run for the money today.
Hopefully, yeah. I think I'm in a few heats with some of the championship boys as well. So I think I'm starting a little bit ahead. So hopefully I can disrupt a bit. But at the end of the day, if I'm in the A final and I'm somewhere near the front, I'm not hugely wanting to get in the way. Yeah. I'd like to let the boys just fight and cause like a massive scene on the live stream.
Apologies if I forgot everyone's senior years. Were you at qualifiers last week?
I was, yeah. I felt really quick, but I just didn't have the pace in the race, to be honest. I fell back a little bit, but we're firmly into Prem, so looking forward to the year ahead.
Can you believe that JV said to me on Friday night it was the best qualifiers he's ever seen?
Did he actually?
Yeah.
Our day was interesting, but I could probably believe that if the weekend was better. Yeah, it was dry, so there's probably less penalties than there would have been if it was wet.
Good stuff. Best of luck, mate. Looking at the time, I think we should probably wrap it up there.
Probably should.
Your last paddock walk, for at least for now, of these CLUB100s.
It is indeed, mate. Always good fun. Always good to get the drivers. I love that about motorsport, that you can just go and talk to the competitors moments before they're going out, or sometimes the whistle's being blown and you have to hop out the way. But yeah, we're in for a cracking end to this CLUB100 season. So yeah, let's go racing.
Can't call this one. This really could go any which way in the C1 battle, and we'll be keeping an eye on C2 and C3 as well. Let's get into it. It's the last round of this year's CLUB100 Senior Lightweights Championship.
Well, welcome back to Live Pictures, everybody, here on your Alpha Live broadcast for round 10 of the 2024 CLUB100 Senior Sprints Championships. And I couldn't agree with Andrew in the past more. It is absolutely fantastic how open it is coming into this final round. For our lightweights now, we are going into for the rest of this broadcast. My name's Howard Mitchell, and I have the present tense Andrew Mather alongside me here in the comms box.
No, really excited for this one, Howard. We've been doing these championship finales for many a year, and I do not remember one set up quite like this.
Yeah.
We've had close BUKC finals. We've had 2-3 teams going into it, but by across the course of the day, it falls down to 2 and all the rest of it. We've got four drivers, all with very good chances. There's not even your outsider who needs a bit of an act of the racing gods to happen to realistically win it.
Nope.
Take your 2010 Formula One World Championship and just make it basically same number of points across Webber, Alonso, Vettel and Hamilton. That's what I mean. Yep. This is all going to be about going out and winning it. There's no going to be, I need a 4th or a 5th or something like this. You have got to go and win this race, win this round, and you will be champion.
Yep, it is that simple. It really is that simple. Let's take you through. If you're joining us for the lightweights, where have you been? You missed the heavyweights. You can go back and enjoy them later on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. But let's just talk a little bit about the format. We're getting ready now to go into the first of 12 heats. Those will be 7-minute heats. Unless a full start is called, in which case time does get taken off the clock. This is all to do with setting up yourself for the best grid positions for the finals later on this afternoon. Actually, strike that. It's not all about that. There are championship points on offer as well across the heats. 25 points for a heat win, 23 for second, 21 for third, and then it goes down in increments of 1 point. Each driver will feature in 3 out of those 12 heats. Indeed, each driver will feature in 1 out of every bank of 4 heats. So you can effectively think of these 12 heats as 3 rotations of 4. By the time we get to the end of heat number 4, every single driver in the field will have competed 1 race, and so on and so forth. The drivers' grid positions across those heats are randomly generated, but they're randomly generated in such a way that all drivers have the same average starting position across their heats to keep it fair. The small caveat to that is that our novice Class 3 drivers who are here gaining experience, ready to step up hopefully to the higher classes, they have their own sub-grid, if you will, at the back of the grid, still randomly allocated within it, so that they still all have the same random grid position. But that's just to stop any novice drivers who are here for the first time having the rather daunting prospect of starting on pole position. So that's why we do that. And then, yeah, drivers will be racing to try and maximise their championship points and to get the best position on the grid. There's 3 classes for you here in lightweights: the Class 3 novices, the Class 2s, and the one that is oh so tasty coming into this one, the Class 1, the premier class at the top of the championship. And as Andrew says, a 4-way battle for that coming into today. Class 2, Andrew, is a done deal as far as we're aware mathematically.
Yeah, mathematically, provisionally, of course, because same as this morning, we do have the new rule this year of thresholds for in-place penalty demotions can trigger overall championship points losses, and I know there's going to be people in the background aiding us with that situation. But if you just put those to one side for a moment, Miles Reitman has got C2 secured. He has a guaranteed from his racing 1,367 points already locked in after round 9 at Shennington. His closest rival in C2 is Lewis Marchant, whose max possible, if he clean sweeped today, won each of his heats and an A final, it's 1,360. C3 is a lot tighter than we saw in heavyweights. Ben Pickard is your current championship leader based on best 21 heats and 7 finals. That's how we like to do things here in the box, just to keep it a little bit easier for our minds. I know that's a little bit different to what is currently shown on Alpha Timing. But right here, now today, Ben Pickard has a secured 897. Could go up to 1,012 with a perfect clean sweep. Phil Holmes we're going to keep an eye on in that battle as well. And he's currently on 869 guaranteed. So something like a really strong run into a B final for Holmes, and unfortunate results for Pickard could mathematically see that one swing today. But let's get into it. Let's go through the reconnaissance laps as well. The drivers heading out on circuit for Heat 1 in this last round of the Lightweight Sprints Championship. So the drivers out on circuit now. Let's get into the points of C1 then. So, going by best 21 heats and best 7 finals, currently the points stand like this. Ed Bars has a locked in 1,468. To improve his heat scores, he needs 2nd place in heats or higher. Dante Dillon has 1,467 points. He needs 4th place or higher to further improve his championship tally. Harrison Kirkham has 1,465 points guaranteed. 3rd place or higher in any of his heats will improve his score. Andrew McWilliam is the really curious one going into today. He's the furthest back on best 21 and best 7, 1,460, but is the driver in form, and results 5th place or higher would further improve his score. There's various ways we can look at this, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just going to highlight this one. Let's go by max possible scores. If our 4 drivers clean sweeped today, these are the scores they would finish on. They, of course, all can't clean sweep today, but this is what we mean by it's all about winning the races. If Bars clean sweeps, 1,500. If Dillon clean sweeps, 1,500. If Kirkham clean sweeps, 1,499. Remember, the points difference between first and second in an A final is 5 points, which would come into effect. Andrew McWilliam on a max score for a clean sweep is 1,501. Effectively, there are 2 points in this championship battle heading into today's round, with 225 possible points for drivers on the table.
It is absolutely incredible how tight that is. I mean, yeah, you and I have commentated on many a season of this, many a season of various forms of Club 100 competition, and as you were saying at the top of this section, Andrew, it's never been quite like this coming into the finals.
I was just to say thank you to Bryn, who's keeping us updated on this. The penalty point situation before we get going today. McWilliam and Kirkham are 3 position penalty points away from a deduction, which per our understanding would be 5 championship points. Dante is 4 positions away, so basically those 3 drivers are all 1 ABC bump and pass away from a 5-point deduction in championship points. Ed would, I'm quoting Bryn here, would have to mess everything up today to get away with any reductions.
We should probably do the grid for this first heat, because I don't think we've rattled through that one yet as the drivers are forming up. So let's just take you through the grid for this first heat. Harrison Kirkham will start this one on pole position. Andrew Ravage alongside Callum Martin and Tommy Lee on row 2. Fraser Brunton and George Lawler on row 3. Row 4 is Philip Babilal and Zach Parkhouse. Yusuf Bin Sahel and James Whittaker next. Jake Chapman and Rory O'Regan are next. Then it's Owen Chamber, Thomas Northcott, Chris Woodger, Max Davison and James Browning and Thomas Stott as we get going. And it's a good start from Harrison Kirkham, leading them through turns 1 and 2. All clean so far, but it's this first braking point where it could get a bit frenetic, and there was a big snap there on the steering for Yusuf Bin Sahel, as I think he or someone next to him had a big lock up on the brakes there, but they are all pointing the right way. 5 wide, even 6 wide on the exit there of hairpin 2. Thankfully, they all sort themselves out by the time they get to the S's. That was a frenetic moment there in the mid-pack there for George Lawler, I could see. I think he's lost out a few positions off the start here, but it is a good start for Harrison Kirkham. Exactly what he needs in his pursuit of this championship, and he is the only one of the 4 in this first heat. We should make that clear. So as they come across the line at the end of lap 1, it's Kirkham, Callum Martin, Jake Chapman, Philip Babilal and Rory O'Regan. We should say, Andrew, whilst you were saying obviously it's mathematically impossible for anybody to refer all 4 of them to clean sweep, because there can only be one winner, folks. It is possible because of the way that they feature. They don't all feature in the same heat. You can have a large portion of this stay very close over the heats, because it is possible theoretically for like 2 of them to clean sweep it on paper.
Yeah, we could have a situation where 2 of those 4 are on 3 wins apiece before we get to the A final. I mean, we would love that to happen, because it would mean it would all come down to the A final, but we'll keep abreast of that situation in due course. End of lap 2. Harrison Kirkham leads, has had a cone warning though. That's the get out of jail free card. A couple of years ago that would have been a 1-place penalty, so Harrison Kirkham is walking a bit of a tightrope, and straight away we're going to say the D word, ladies and gentlemen. Viewers from BUKC comms over the year will know what's coming here. Disruptors are on the scene. Jake Chapman is one of the drivers stepping up to seniors. There are quite a few drivers who are having their first run in seniors, but are very quick, very experienced at this circuit, have raced through the junior championship. Jake Chapman is up to 2nd place. Now, he does have a penalty already. He's got an ABC bump and pass, so if he was to get past Kirkham would still be in a net lead, but this is the first problem for one of the big 4. A driver who's not part of the championship battle has got absolutely nothing to lose in terms of championship battle. Just want to go out there and win the thing all over the back of, in this case, Harrison Kirkham.
Yeah, and this is something we were talking about on the paddock walk with these drivers coming up from cadets and juniors. Well, they won't be coming up from cadets, they'll be coming up directly from juniors, but it is definitely a challenge here for these drivers. Wide moment for Philip Babilal a lap ago at this part of the lap. Allowed Rory O'Regan through, but he's staying with them is Babilal.
And another disruptor for today who's in tremendous form, Rory O'Regan, champion here at Buckmore Park, second in the Junior Lightweight Club 100 Championship, which finished here a couple of weeks ago. And if you weren't with us for that broadcast, as Chapman's going to go down the inside of Kirkham, this is for P1 on the road. Remember, Chapman does have a penalty, so it's still Kirkham in a net lead at the moment. But that is going to catch the attention of Harrison Kirkham. He's played that very wisely. He's not tried to fight it too hard. There'll be a lot of communication from the sidelines where spectators can to say to their drivers, you're all right, you're fine, you don't need to fight this, they have a penalty, things of that description. But just to go back to a couple of weeks ago, Rory O'Regan dominated here at Buckmore Park for the last round of the Junior Lightweight Championship and has already won 2 of the senior rounds. He won last time out at Shennington. He also won at Landau. He really has taken this by storm as Kirkham moves back down the inside to retake the lead on the road. 2 minutes and 45 seconds to play.
Indeed, I do just want to make one key point. You mentioned people around the circuit possibly signaling to their drivers. If he doesn't know, he's going to go all in, and that's where the risk is. That is where the risk is, because if he makes a mistake or begets a penalty by the way in which he goes about doing that, that's more costly than obviously if he's sat behind. And the challenge, by the way, is even if you have got, you know, a friend, an ally on the outside of the track, this is not an easy circuit to signal to drivers on.
No.
We know this particularly from our days endurance racing in Club 100 here, and you see it as well with the BUKC, that there's not many places you can easily have a vantage point where the driver is going to see you. Because it's so frantic, corner after corner here, there's really not that much. The classic place is either as you're coming over the crest of the hill, coming down to the pit lane, although personally as a driver, I always really struggle to spot that.
Yep.
The best place is probably on the run up to Garda.
Or up through Cafe.
Or up through Cafe, yes. My preference is always Garda because there's just that slight moment for breath in the braking zone. But even then, what it does mean as well is that's not the work of a moment either to get up to Garda. So if your friend's down in the paddock, they can't just sprint to Garda. You know, it's signalling is a challenge around this circuit. So in this instance, I would personally say it's highly unlikely that Kirkham is aware of that penalty for Chapman, and it's not because, you know, he hasn't done his homework and revised all the numbers. A, Jake is here as a disruptor. He won't have learnt the number 279. And B, Jake got that penalty when he was further back. So it's all entirely possible that it was never even on the board, the penalty board, as they crossed the line, at any point where Kirkham crossed the line.
Very, very good point. 1 minute to go in this first heat. It could be first blood to Harrison Kirkham. Should note we've got Fraser Brunton in this race as well. Last year's champion, hasn't done a full season in the lightweight sprints. Took a double win yesterday in the SP60 as James Whittaker goes down the inside of Babalal for P4. Brunton at the moment marooned a little bit, down in P7. Final lap then. Harrison Kirkham has got to defend. Remember, it's 25 points for a heat win, 23 for second place. Kirkham can improve his score with a third or a fourth place, but with it so tight, he needs the win here. He needs to hold on. He needs to make that Birrell ART Rotax chassis as wide as possible, and whilst he does, Rory O'Regan's going to come back into play here. Rory O'Regan is trying to make it 3 seniors wins on the trot if you go by round numbers. In fact, Kirkham's done that very well. He's thrown Chapman straight into the clutches of Rory O'Regan, and that is going to be the move that's won Kirkham this race. Kirkham is going to take 25 points. He's going to improve his championship tally up to 1470. First strike to the number 5. O'Regan P2, Chapman, Whittaker and Brunton in the top 5. Babalal, Martin, a late entry from Yusuf bin Sahel, P8. Tommy Lee, P9. Thomas Northcott, P10. Good start, Howard, for Harrison Kirkham.
Yep, couldn't ask for more than that from him at this stage. Long way to go yet, though. Let's look ahead to heat number 2 of 12 coming up next. Drivers out then for their reconnaissance laps ahead of Heat 2. So we'll have a bit of a break. It's only for this first rotation of heats that the drivers get these laps to bed themselves in. Most of the drivers will have done the practice session beforehand. but that's not a mandatory practice session, so these laps are to ensure that all drivers are bedded in before they're racing in anger.
So Harrison Kirkham has converted his front of the grid start. Remember, every driver has a front, a middle and a back across their 3 heats. It does give Harrison Kirkham the live points lead. Goes up to 1,470 with that race win. And we say he gets 25 points. What we really should consider it as he gets the maximum delta. He knocks another one of his results from earlier on in the year out of his tally. So good work there by Harrison Kirkham. That is as good as he could have done, and he'll be happy with that. So who are we going to be focusing on in this next race? It's going to be the turn of the driver who's just lost the live points lead to Harrison Kirkham, Ed Bars. Tricky one this for Ed in a way, Howard, because it's his middle of the grid start. So he's got to go for it. But it's also that one, I think some drivers quite like having their back of the grid start first, because that's the one where you go, well, pressure-wise, nothing much to lose. This is one that, you wouldn't expect to win from a 12th or a 13th. But a 7th for Ed Bars just dangles that carrot a little bit.
It does. It's always an interesting one, isn't it? Because do you want the rearward start first so that you can bed yourself into the day gradually? Yeah. Or do you want the front of the grid start so that you get a good result on the board nice and early? It's always that conflict of the psychology of it.
I think the one you definitely don't want is what Ed's got here, which is in the middle of the grid, and that's what we're talking about, the tricky bit. We should also note we've got Ben Pickard in this next race.
We do.
The C3s, as noted already in this morning session, they start at the back as novices, like you would in novice plate racing in owner kart, in Honda Cadet, in other cadet categories, in Micromax such as that. You start at the back. There's still a front, middle, and back sequence though within the C3 novices. So for Ben Pickard, this is his front of the C3 pack race. Let's take you through the grid. Interesting one this. That has another one of the disruptors on the front. It's got Justin Draper and Douglas Smith on the front row, Murtaza Hassan and Christian Powell-Taylor on row 2, Caleb West and Jeremy Deeks row 3, Ed Bars there starts on row 4 alongside Chris Ball, Lewis Marchant and Johnny Fletcher on row 5, Alfie Hale, Zach Watson row 6, Hayden Lowe and Danny Hale on row 7, Michael Reeder and Ben Pickard, your current C3 points leader, on row 8, Clifton Malcolm and Benjamin Tompkinson Gray complete the 18 runners for this heat 2, the first for this set of drivers.
Just on a whim, just because earlier we were saying it is technically possible that multiple drivers could clean sweep. Just to be clear, because we've had one of our championship protagonists, one of our championship players in the first heat, one of them in this heat.
Yeah.
The next heat doesn't have any of the top 4 in the championship. The remaining 2 drivers will be in heat 4, but it does technically mean we could get to the end of the first rotation of first heat and 3 of the drivers could have got the best score. So this is going to be this remains tantalising even on the way it's been set up. I promise we haven't fixed it that way. That's genuinely how
very lucky.
Yes, genuinely how the random grids came out. It's fantastic stuff. Has someone gone for a kart change?
Yeah,
yes, they have.
I think it's Lewis Marchant.
Is indeed, who is our... he's fairly high up in the Class 2 standings, isn't he? Second place in Class 2, so he's in a battle with the likes of Dave Cottrell, for example.
And also fighting for a top 10 plate. Because like you would in a British Kart Championship, for drivers staying in their respective class, if you finish in the top 10 at the end of the championship, you hold the right to run that number, and only you hold the right to run that number in 2025. Think we are good to go. We've had a change of pace kart driver, of course, and we're ready to go. Fraser Brunton's, of course, racing this afternoon, who's doing the duties this morning in the heavyweights. What's going to happen in this one? What can Ed Bars do from the 4th row of the grid? 7 minutes are underway, and it's a good start for those on the pole side of the grid. Draper will lead into turn 1. Murtaza Hassan's going to try and wedge the door open as Douglas Smith runs out very, very wide. There's a spinner in the background. It might have been Lewis Marchant. Ed Bars has got through everything that's happened there through the first 3 corners and is up to P2, but he's going to have to fight here with Murtaza Hassan. He needs to be careful that he doesn't run wide. That's fine. Straddled the line. We did see a penalty this morning for Murtaza's brother Mo, in the heavyweights, but that was fine from Ed Bars. He was straddling the line, not over it. That will stand. That is a very good start for Ed Bars. That's a lot of the risk of starting in the middle of the pack. The bandit area, as some people might call it, but not here in this one for Ed Bars. He's gained 5 places and now can set about trying to close down Justin Draper. Lewis Marchant was not the driver involved.
No,
apologies.
it wasn't. It was the 83 of Johnny Fletcher. I've just verified that one out the window. Absolutely no chance that a full start was going to be called, by the way. He was actually righted to face the right way.
Yeah.
He's at the back of the pack, but he's actually already started making up positions again. So nobody has fallen off the back of the main pack as a result of that incident. It's just shuffled the order up.
It has indeed. So lap 2 of this one, Justin Draper has the lead. Ed Bars, who has won this championship before, has had to be very patient to have another opportunity to do so. Second place wouldn't be bad. He does improve his score with the second place, would go back to, or go up to the same live score as Harrison Kirkham. It would be a tie on 1,470. But again, the 2 extra points for the race lead would be a big, big help to Ed Bars. And right now he's got those 2 points. Lovely move down the inside into Conway's Howard. Bars, your new leader.
Yeah, lovely move there. Calm and controlled at this stage of the race. Still a long way to go in this one, but yeah, that was beautifully done by Ed Bars. His fellow Class 1 runner in this race, Christopher Powell-Taylor, not having such a good time of it, not least because he's the only driver to have been given a penalty so far for forcing a driver wide off the start. So off the top of my head, there'll be 2 positions docked to wherever he finishes, and he's only just, and I don't say just lightly because we've got some very competitive Class 3 drivers, but he's only just got to the head. Ahead of the Class 3 drivers in this race. So Powell-Taylor not having the drive he'd have wanted to. Ben Pickard, your highest place of those Class 3 runners, but he'll be wanting to. It's not just about being at the top of the Class 3. All the classes are scored together overall as one. So every single position counts for Ben Pickard in his pursuit of the Class 3 championship. It's not just like, oh, keep being the highest place of the Class 3s. It's no, how high are you outright up the field to get as many points as possible?
Absolutely, and it's not a bad run for Ben Pickard at the moment. You'll just see in the black suit the blue suit with the black and silver helmet with the design on the side. 13th place would be a net gain of 4 points. So just keeping the scores ticking over there for Ben Pickard. There on your screens is Alfie Hale, having a good run at the moment in 6th place. Back towards the front of the order. Here's your battle for 2nd place. Bars has gone. This is a really, really good start for Ed Bars. I think was a little bit disappointed with things at Shennington the last time we had a broadcast round. Wasn't quite in full form, but that's all history. He's got the points on the board as Murtaza Hassan goes down the inside. Nothing Draper could really do about that. Gestures there from Murtaza to say, come on, let's go. Got to work together to chase Ed Bars down. The trouble is, 3 and a bit minutes to go. That lead is probably going to be about 1.5, maybe 2 seconds now.
That was a particularly nice overtaking to hairpin to. Perfect control on the brakes to just sort of slide in at the apex and do the block pass. That was nice stuff there from Hassan. Further moves up the order. Christopher Powell-Taylor starting to come alive now in this one. Up into the top 10 is the driver, the number 36, but he's still fighting against that penalty. This is Marchant versus West. This is the battle over 4th place. And who's Marchant in that number 31? Driving well so far. And then behind them is Michael Reeder and Zach Watson. And is trying to remember now. Is Watson an example of another disruptor driver coming? I'm trying to remember.
Yeah, very much so. Yeah. Another junior driver stepping up and having a dabble in the seniors before likely move it full time into the seniors category for 2025. He's had a bit of a difficult season in the juniors. A lot of bad luck along the way for Zach Watson, but we know that on his day has got some very, very good speed as Caleb West tries to wrestle an opening there through Henry's Bend, and that doesn't quite work on that occasion. He's going to try the switchback on Lewis Marchant. Good defence there from Lewis Marchant.
Yeah.
The pinch defence, as I like to call it.
Yes.
Left enough space for Caleb West to go down the inside and commit, but know that if he ran on, if he understood he was going to cause contact and be in a bit of bother, limited the exit speed for Caleb West off of the corner. That was nicely done by Lewis Marchant, who we saw in really good form, took a second place in one of his heats at Shennington. This is a very different circuit, of course, to the flat airfield straights and big braking zones of Shennington, but he's showing that the racecraft brain there in the number 31 is definitely on song.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you say, that pinch overtake, you give the driver, as I've said already in the broadcast, it's a boxy double apex hairpin here at hairpin 2. There's one apex and there's the other. You can sort of just pinch your competitor such that they will make the second apex,
yep.
But to do so will just compromise their exit speed so much that they effectively back out of it. It's a very...
it's an unsettling curb on the inside.
It is. It's a very savvy way of defending there if you're already compromised going into the corner. Look at how this is closed up, though. There is Zach Watson up the inside of Michael Reeder. Reeder with the fastest lap of the race at the moment. That hasn't been enough to stave off Watson. The last lap board has been shown to Ed Bars, who sets another fastest lap of the race. He's been setting consecutive fastest laps this race, a 46.871. He is on a mission. This is fantastic stuff. If you look at this from a neutral perspective, this bodes so well for the remainder of today's racing. All of our championship contenders are bringing their A game. Look at this as well, between Lewis Marchand and Caleb West, side by side through the S's. Zach Watson trying to buy in now on Caleb West. They briefly go 3 wide through Syme Sweet. Caleb West has to back out of it, and that goes the way of Lewis Marchand as the checkered flag is being waved at the line as Ed Bars rounds Cafe Corner to cross the line. Here he is. He's done what he needs to do now. So Kirkham throws down his gauntlet. Ed Bars throws down his. Game on. Mortaza Hassan in second, Justin Draper in third. Lewis Marchand holds on for fourth place ahead of Zach Watson, Michael Reeder and Caleb West. Johnny Fletcher in eighth. Good recovery considering he had that moment at the start. And then it was Chris Ball. We have not got much time to reflect on it though, folks. We've got to look ahead already to heat number 3 out on circuit now. Drivers then out for their reconnaissance laps for Heat 3. Let's take you through the grid for how they will line up in a few moments' time. Sam Pike starts this one on pole position, Leo French alongside. Rihanna Percox and Ben Sanders start on row 2 with Sam Lovelace and Oliver Johnson on row 3. Matthew Clark and Andy Orford are your 4th row of the grid. Yayan Thomas and Jack Steele round out your top 10. Miles Reitman, who has already wrapped up that C2 pending any major penalties and points deductions. We must stress that one. And Josh Wood, they make up row number 6. Row 7 is Max Chapman and Dan Seeger. Bradley Pike and Phil Holmes are your 8th row of the grid. Thomas Holland and Barry Lakes round out your 18 kart grid.
So Ed Bars has retaken the lead in the live points, goes to 1,472 guaranteed. Is still on course for a max of 1,500. It is so close today, mate. Something's just occurred to me whilst we've been switching over from Heat 2 to Heat 3. We're going to have to keep an eye on fastest laps today.
Good point.
Because if there are ties in the heat results, it's the fastest lap for each driver across the course of their 3 heats that's then your tiebreaker for the grid. Now, to be clear, that is not going to be points affecting. There aren't points for an intermediate classification or anything like that, like we'd have in British Champs or other series, but just for setting the grid. We know it's one of those circuits. It happens a lot. I know a lot of people don't like it, but it's just the nature of things. Mm-hmm. This is one of those circuits where if I'm one of these top drivers, and I'm definitely not, would I rather start second or third on a day like today? Give me third every time.
Yes, because you can hug the inside of Conway's and through Henry's Bend.
Yep, all the way to hairpin 1.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that could be very, very key. I don't think, assuming that all of these drivers are going to bring their A game that we're talking about, of the big 4, none of them are going to be wanting to start on the outside of rows later on today, assuming, of course, they get to the A final. That's one of the reasons I think Ed Bars was pushing so hard at the end of that race, even though he had a comfortable lead.
Yeah, and I keep on talking about this 3-way clean sweep that could happen. It could happen. You literally could have the first 3 positions on the A final grid determined by fastest lap. across those three. I've got to say, by the way, shout out to the driver who isn't mathematically in the hunt for the win.
Yep.
But surely he's looking forward to a good day in this one. Sam Lovelace.
Yeah.
5th in the standings coming into today. I don't really think he's under any particular threat, is he? So he can just sort of have fun today. And obviously, if any of the top 4 have a really bad day, I think he does stand potentially to deprive them of a position or two.
He can get 4th if Andrew McWilliam doesn't score well today.
Right.
But you're absolutely right. He's guaranteed at least a 5th place. So this grid, Sam Pike, let's have a look at it for Heat 3. Sam Pike and Leo French will be on your front row. Rihanna Percox, we had a chat to earlier, bronze medalist from the FIA Motorsport Games, is on row 2 alongside Ben Sanders. Sam Lovelace is there on row 3 alongside Oliver Johnson. We are going to go round again for another lap here. Matthew Clark and Andy Orford will be on row number 4. Ewan Thomas and Jack Steele will be on row 5. Miles Reitman and Josh Wood will be on row 6. Max Chapman and Dan Seeger, the last of the C1, C2 brigade, will be on row 7. Bradley Pike and Phil Holmes are in this one. We'll keep an eye on Phil Holmes and see if he can better the score of Ben Pickard from one race ago. Thomas Holland and Barry Lakes complete the 18-strong field.
I think we are good this time for a go. Those drivers have been sat in the pack. Time to hype yourself up, get yourself ready for the instinctive driving that's needed off of a race start. Pace car pulls to one side, eyes on the lights, engine notes rise. Sam Pike leads them away. Strong start, relatively even start indeed from both sides of the grid. Rihanna Percox and Leo French side by side through turns 1 and 2, but Percox hangs on to second place there through hairpin number 1. Sam Lovelace battling away now, getting stuck in. The number 12 there of Matthew Clark with a good start, but having to go out wide there and losing out a little bit. Looks like Oliver Johnson there coming through on his inside as they headed into the S's. But good start for Sam Pike so far. He leads them through Pullmans and into paddock. So it's Pike, Percox. It's not anymore. Percox to the inside at Garda. And I think that move stuck. Yes, it did. Rihanna Percox to the head of the field as they come up towards Cafe Corner for the first time in racing anger. Percox leads. Sam Pike in second. Sam Lovelace in third.
Good move there from Rihanna Percox. He was in good spirits earlier when we spoke to her during the paddock show.
Switch for second, sorry, Andrew.
Switch for second as Sam Lovelace comes up the order. I think Ben Sanders is in there as well in the bright red suit. He's had a really good 2024. He's gone under the radar a little bit in terms of his development, but did a good amount of racing in the BUKC earlier in the calendar year for Derby University. He's very much their team leader.
Floodlights are on. That means the next set of drivers out there need to make sure they've got a clear visor on their helmets. We are going to be racing into the darkness here at Buckmore Park. Sam Lovelace now having a look for the lead of this race. Don't forget your red number plated drivers are your class 1 runners. Your black number plates denote class 2 or 3. And if you have got a spare screen or device available, you can supplement your viewing experience by heading to live.alphatime.co.uk. As 3 wide there between Sam Pike, Ben Sanders and Oliver Johnson. They will sort themselves out just about by the S's, but some of them have really got held up there. That was not a good series of corners for the 117 of Ben Sanders. Rihanna Percox, though, doing a good job at the moment of positioning her car in such a way to dissuade Sam Lovelace from throwing a move. Leo French up to third place, though. We saw Sam Pike getting caught in that battle behind, so it's now all change amongst the mid part of that top 10. Oliver Johnson up to 4th, Matthew Clark in 5th, Miles Reitman in 5th with the fastest lap of the race, but that is Reitman going by on Clark. I think we just saw there hairpin 1. Oliver Johnson has got a penalty, that is for gaining an advantage by track limits, or by violating track limits.
4 minutes of this one to go. Percox and Lovelace, been in this position many times before. Good drive so far from Leo French. I think aim for Leo French today, get in the A final. Been running a part-time schedule in senior sprints this year. Has made an A final, made one not that long ago at the round 2 that wasn't the second meeting of the year, just to confuse you all. That was the postponed one at Wilton Mill.
Difficult Club 100 pub quiz fact of
Yes.
the future. Sam Lovelace goes to the inside of Rihanna Percox at hairpin 1. And now Leo French gets stuck in as well. And Oliver Johnson is on the scene as well. Johnson alongside French there, and he's got up into second place. And Miles Reitman has gone through on Percox as well. So costly few corners there for Rihanna Percox. It's just so close in this field at the moment that if your rhythm gets upset, you'll get several drivers having a go at your position. Miles Reitman up the inside there on Oliver Johnson, on Leo French. All change once again then at the end of lap 5. Sam Lovelace, Oliver Johnson, Miles Reitman, Leo French and Rihanna Percox now the order of the top 5.
Very good stuff from Miles Reitman. He's not had to put in too many banzai moves in this race, but he's quietly getting on with his craft here, picking up positions here and there, is turning into a very efficient racer, has already, of course, won the C2 championship, pending any penalty deductions, but I think even with this kind of performance he's going to be extending his lead. He's going to be giving himself even more of a buffer over something unexpected. He's going to slip it down the inside of Oliver Johnson. Lovely move through Garden. Will have a little bit of work to do through the centre chicane, but job done. Reitman up to P2 now. He's had a good number of wins so far this season in the heats, and is another driver who could really be a nuisance, I think, to our big four. This is a very good opportunity for all of these drivers in this race, with none of those championship protagonists at play in this one. It's kind of similar to what we saw in the heavyweights from Tim Penny and Miguel Hall. You know, not necessarily expected or have short odds of being at the very front of the field at the start of the day, but you know, with a good bit of form and some good results, they can really mix themselves up in there.
Yeah, absolutely. You see it so often as that move from far back there for Rihanna Percox on Leo French. Great move, but I don't think she can make it stick. She can't, and it might open the door for Matthew Clark up the hill and through Cafe Corner. Meanwhile, challenging for the lead here, Miles Reitman on Sam Lovelace. Points leader and champion-elect in Class 2. Having a go here for the lead of the race. 3 wide technically with Oliver Johnson on the outside. He's going to go for the switchback through the latter part of hairpin 2. He's made that work for him so well so far this race, and he's going to make it work for him again past Miles Reitman and up into second place. Johnson is judging these moves really quite. I mean, don't get me wrong, he's got a penalty for gaining an advantage by track limit, and he's accrued a contact warning as well, so he's not doing it with a completely clear copybook, but nonetheless he is judging a lot of these fights really nicely.
Yeah, he knows this circuit well. It's actually his first appearance in Club 100 Sprint since the very start of the season back here at Buckmore Park in February. He's now going to have a go at Sam Lovelace for the race lead. We are on to the last lap of this third heat. All of these drivers wanted to get themselves on the scoreboard nice and early. Fastest laps in this race are not as quick as we saw in Heat 1 or Heat 2. Oliver Johnson has now picked up a cone warning, not a penalty. That's for clipping some of the bollards. Not Colin the cones today, it's Barry the bollards out there for the drivers. Lovelace is going to need to cover things off here into Garda. Perfectly done down the middle of the road. It's just got to get on the loud pedal now through the centre chicane, up the hill, and will take a race win. He had one at Shennington. It was his third heat there after a difficult day. That's a much better start to his day here at Buckmore Park. Sam Lovelace will be on 25 points at the end of round 1. Oliver Johnson P2 23. Miles Reitman third in that one, further extends his C2 lead.
Brilliant stuff, lovely and close at the end of that one as well. Coming up next is heat number 4. Drivers out then for their reconnaissance laps for Heat 4. This is the last time we'll see this in the heats. At the end of this, all drivers will have competed in one heat. Let's take you through this grid then. Christian Lehner starts this one on pole position with Adam Sheargold alongside Sam Morris and Steph Theodoru make up row number 2, with row 3 occupied by William Henn and Charlie Summers. Row 4 is where we find Greg Smith and Joshua Sangster. Andrew McWilliam and Dave Cottrell round out the top 10. Toby White and Joe Craddock are on row number 6. Then it's Luke Phillips and Dante Dillon on row 7. And then we're into our Class 3 runners for this. Ricky Goodwin and Glenn Williamson, Jack Woodward and Keith Segal. Rounding out the 18-kart grid that we've got here. And wondering on championship contender watch in Class 2, we've got 2 of them in here, so they can't all win a heat in the first rotation. We have Andrew McWilliam starting with his mid-pack grid slot of the heats, and Dante Dillon, well, this is the one where he's got to work hard to get up the field, starting 14th. This will be his lowliest grid slot of the heats. So, how far can he get on up the order?
The musings of my brain.
Yes.
I think Dante will quite like having another one of the big 4 in this race a little bit ahead of him.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Because if Andrew McWilliam will be looking to go forward, a part of the Moses effect might be to the beneficiary of someone like Dante. If he can get on the back of the number 50's rear bumper and follow him through a little bit, that would ease things a little bit for Dante.
I'll just contribute something to the, would you rather start with your highest grid slot at the start or your lowliest grid slot at the start?
Oh, yes.
Just one factor that I would certainly be considering. I would rather have my start towards the back in the better daylight conditions, because whilst this circuit is perfectly well floodlit,
yeah. No, yeah.
When you're driving in the dark, just the slightest misjudgment, the slightest sort of reflection of the light differently, just can make you misjudge that move in such a way that suddenly you've misjudged your braking point and you've generated a bump and pass penalty. It's maybe that's a little bit of downward spiral thinking from me there, slippery slope thinking, but I would always rather have to make up a lot of positions in the light rather than the dark.
Agreed. No, absolutely. So I think we're going to go around again. Yeah, the grid's not quite formed up yet. But this is going to be an interesting one. Remember, if you're just joining us, the live points at the moment, Ed Barr's on 1472, won his first heat. Harrison Kirkham, 1470, also won his first heat. Dante Dillon yet to run his first heat. There he is, number 2, 1467. Andrew McWilliam on a 1460 live score at the moment. And just another quick reminder as well, what positions do those drivers need to get some more points on the board, even if it's just 1 point. For Dante, it's 4th place. For Andrew McWilliam, it's 5th place, but that's kind of going to go out the window a little bit, because having seen their 2 championship rivals already get a win on the board, they need to both do likewise, but both being in this race, they can't both do it. Eyes on the lights. This is going to be an interesting one to wrap up the first round. Here we go then, 7 minutes underway for Heat 4 at Buckmore Park. Pretty clean starts through the first couple of corners. It is going to be Christian Lehner at the front through hairpin number 1. Dante Dillon to the outside will be the inside 4, hairpin number 2. And bit of a moment there, and problems for Greg Smith and for Charlie Summers. Think both Dante Dillon and Andrew McWilliam managed to dodge all of that and have gained positions. Contact warning for Steph Theodoru in the early stages of this one. McWilliam has started nicely, is up to P3. Dante Dillon kicked himself there as Barry the Bollard goes flying. That's Dante Dillon up to 5th place.
Having started 14th, that is a ridiculously good start for Dante. Read that really well.
Nearly a change for the lead. William Henn had a look down the inside of Christian Lehner into turn 1. He's going to cover off any kind of move from Andrew McWilliam as Dante Dillon's down the inside of Sam Morris, takes P4 and sets about trying to close in on his championship rival, who's now up to P2. Andrew McWilliam, the driver in form. Very good scoring last time out at Shennington of second, first, and then second again in the A final.
Class 2 watch, Dave Cottrell, track limits advantage penalty. That won't be good for him in his pursuit of second place in Class 2 today. And heart goes out to Greg Smith. Today's his last day racing in the sprints for the foreseeable future. Mechanical flag, so he'll be having to take to the pit lane for this heat, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's his exhaust. His exhaust took a hit at the hairpin too as McWilliam goes down the inside and takes the lead of his first heat. He is the driver who's got the biggest amount of points in this first race, this first round of heats to gain. Remember, we were talking about him, 8 points back on 1.460, but a nice race win here would chuck a 6th place out the window. That would go into the drops. He would go all the way up to 1.467. He would be 5 points behind Ed Bars. Repeat showing of the mechanical flag for Greg Smith. His race is going to be over. That is going to be a safety concern because the exhaust is loose off the back of the 69. Dante Dillon there in 4th place. We'll be likely to look at this. Lena and Hen having a bit of a fight because that's going to offer him the opportunity to close in. Down the inside is Hen. Nice move there up to P2.
Yeah, this is going to be an opportunity for Dillon. There he is down the inside there on Lena. And he just has to set his sights on William Hen. Sorry, I'm getting very excited over the prospect of this because basically all of our top 4, as it currently stands, if Dillon pulls off this next move, all of our championship contenders will have optimised it as much as they can across the first rotation of heats.
They will have indeed. Penalty for Jack Woodward, the champion-elect in the novice lightweights category of the Club 100 experience. He got into that position here a few weeks ago at Buckmore Park. They've still got a round to go to finish their championship, which again will be back here at Buckmore Park in just over a week's time. Key move, Dante Dillon down the inside, takes 2nd place away from William Hen. That's another 2 points. 25 points for a win, 23 for 2nd, 21 for 3rd. It means the live points now look like this. Bars 1.472, Dillon 1.471, Kirkham 1.470, McWilliam 1.467.
And here's the next question. What kind of pace does Dante have relative to McWilliam? Now that he's in clean air, McWilliam's gap was out to just over 2 seconds. It's now, it's 1.8 seconds, sorry, is the gap now. So this could be interesting. Steph Theodorou here, coming up onto the back of Dave Cottrell. Cottrell already with a penalty. In fact, there have been a few other penalties. I don't think we've mentioned. A bump and pass penalty has been issued to Jack Woodward in the 2.76, and so too Ricky Goodwin has received a bump and pass penalty. These are 4 position deductions come the end of the race, no matter where those drivers finish.
I think the bigger problem for Dante at the moment is he needs some help from behind. That's where he needs the pace. 46.7 last time around for Andrew McWilliam, 46.8 for Dillon and Hen, which isn't bad. But I think that's the thing. Dante would need someone with a little bit more pace just to work with him, and 2 engines better than 1 effect to close in that gap. But at the same time, this is not, we've got to remember, this is Dante's from the back run. It's a net gain of 12 positions within this heat. This is pretty good in realistic and pragmatic terms. I think this is about as good as he could have hoped for, and he will have the flip around and the advantage later on in the afternoon over his rivals. 1 minute and 30 seconds to go, so we should have 2 more laps. Ooh, William Hen has a little look there. Thinks better of it. ABC times 2 for Jack Woodward now. Steph Theodorou having a tricky race in a way. Howard started 4th, has now slipped down to 6th.
Yeah, they're struggling to make inroads into the top 5 of the deal, although he is still very much here with Lena and Cottrell. There are a few penalties to come into play ahead of him, so that's an aspect there. But yeah, We'll be hoping for a good day's racing from here on in.
I've got to say, for William Henn, this is a really good start as well. We're talking about individuals' targets for the last round of the season. How about this one for William Henn? Hasn't been in an A final so far this season.
Really?
Nope.
Okay.
Started out in the C's. Is another driver who's had a tremendous development across the course of the season. Has been a regular in B finals. Hasn't done a full season as well, we should point out.
True.
But hasn't been in an A final so far this year. So nice third place to kick off. That's not bad.
I'm genuinely surprised by that one. Nice little move there from Steph Theodorou and Dave Cottrell. Actually change the order for him because Cottrell had the penalty, but a good move nonetheless. It is the last lap though, and coming up the hill here, isn't this just fantastic for the prospects for the championship? Andrew McWilliam takes the win. Dante Dillon finishes second place. William Henn with a brilliant run to third. Christian Lehner in fourth. Fifth for Steph Theodorou. Dave Cottrell in sixth. Then it was Joshua Sangster, Adam Sheargold, and Joe Craddock got the better of Sam Morris just at the end there for 9th and 10th respectively. You could not have asked for more from our 4 championship contenders. 3 of them have taken a win, and Dante Dillon finishes second. It is still as close as you like as we look ahead to the second rotation of heats with heat number 5. No reconnaissance laps now as we're in the second bank of heats, so let's go straight into your grid. Michael Reeder will start this one on pole position, Miles Reitman alongside him. Danny Hale and Jack Steele are the second row of the grid. Hayden Lowe and Sam Lovelace are row number 3. Then it's Murtaza Hassan and Sam Pike, Tommy Lee and Douglas Smith to round out your top 10. Then it's Andy Orford and James Whittaker on row number 6. Oliver Johnson and Ed Bars are on row 7. Chris Ball and Barry Lakes are row 8. And Max Davison rounds out the 9 row, but 17 cart grid.
There we go. Fastest lap watch. Technically, Andrew McWilliam has the lead of the event at the moment. He had the faster lap of those race winners earlier on in round 1. Let's get round 2 underway. What are we going to have here? Good start for Michael Reeder on the inside. Miles Reitman not too happy about things on the inside. Has been forced wide a little bit and lost 2 or 3 positions, all making their way through the first hairpin. In terms of championship protagonists, look out for Ed Bars. This is his from the back start.
And I'd say he's taking it cautiously as well. Andrew, I was watching him like a hawk through those first few corners. It's not going to be the Dante Dillon style that we saw in the last heat. But I think he just got the sense of the pack ahead of him. He's like, I'm just going to play into this one gradually, actually, for the first few corners, because it did get a little bit, well, it always does get quite close and elbows out. But, yeah, he thought better of going for any dive bomb moves for the moment. At the end of lap 1, though, at the front of the field, Michael Reeder has retained his pole position. Miles Reitman, though, did not have the best start there, dropping down a fair few positions. There was him just getting a position back off of Danny Hale. Meanwhile, here is Tommy Lee up the inside of Hayden Lowe at hairpin 2. That's for second place. Tommy Lee down to second, so it's Reeder, Lee, Lowe, Reitman and Hale, the live top 5. Your timing tower on the left-hand side will update when they next cross the start-finish line.
A bit of an update as well on, because of course we've had a round of heats. There's Sam Pike down the inside there of Danny Hale. What do our protagonists need to further improve their scores? Ed's is unchanged. It's still second place or higher. Third, fourth, fifth, etc., would all be drops. For Harrison, Kirkham, P3. I think that's still the same as it was earlier on. The ones that have changed slightly are Dante and Andrew McWilliam, both now in a situation where fourth or higher would improve their tallies. Fifth, sixth, seventh, etc., once again would be drops.
And now you can see Ed Barr starting to make the moves. He's by there on Murtaza Hassan. I think that means he's up to 7th place now. Just playing this one a little more gradually. To be honest with you, when I was saying, Dante Dillon made up X number of places on the first lap, important to remember, everyone kind of got tripped over themselves at hairpin 2 on that first lap, and he managed to navigate that brilliantly, but that gave him a lot of assistance there on the first lap as Sam Lovelace is battling away with Sam Pike, and there was a little bit of pod-to-pod contact there. Meanwhile, the battle for the lead and the battle for second place. Miles Reitman up the inside of Hayden Lowe at Conway's in turn 1, that is, and Michael Reeder still defending against Tommy Lee over the lead of this race, although as that just changed ahead of them, I just saw there's the 42 now ahead of the 96. I think it is, yes it is, Tommy Lee up into the lead of this race. Lee, Reeder, Reitman, Lowe, the top 4 now. Here is Sam Lovelace as well, who I think has just opposed Danny Hale, so leads that pack of karts. Yes, he does now, battling over 5th place. So that's quite a long train of Lovelace, Hale, Sam Pike, Andy Orford, and Ed Bars is coming up onto the back of that train.
Tommy Lee has not had a heats win so far this season. He's had some seconds and some thirds, and another driver who moved up from C3 over the off-season. He's continued to grow. He's got a great opportunity here to take a best result of the season so far. Ed Bars is in P9. I see the point of the cautious approach. The concern I have now, P9 would drop his max possible score down below the other 3, and it would put him a little bit further down the grid. Just would like to see a little bit more in terms of progression from Ed now. Here's the driver who's got one of the highest totals of those 4 heading into today, but it is so close out there, and the form is strong with the other 3 as well. That could quickly change. He's got 3 minutes to, if he can get up into around P5, that'd be good in the rounder picture of these 3 rounds of heats.
Absolutely. Battle over second place. Miles Reitman has reeled in Michael Reeder now. Reeder in the 96. Miles Reitman in the 15. As we say, aside from getting penalties and such that he might risk getting a points deduction in the championship, Reitman has essentially sealed up that class 2, so he can just enjoy himself. There is a move for 7th place. Ed Bars through on Danny Hale just ahead of the S's. Had good drive off the hairpin. Danny Hale now has Andy Orford on his tail to worry about. Wide moment in the background there. I think, was that James Whitaker I saw taking to the off-road, I think there.
Big few laps now for Ed Bars. Has got up to P7 on the road. Again, that would be a dropped score at this stage of the season. 2 minutes remaining on the clock. New fastest lap of the race from Sam Lovelace. This is the fight between Andy Orford and Danny Hale for P8, and that will be Orford's. Oh, nicely slipped down the inside there from Murtaza Hassan.
Second time we've seen that from Hassan today with a cheeky move on hairpin 2. Worth bearing in mind, Danny Hale unfortunately has 2, count them 2, ABC bump and pass penalties to be applied at the end of the race. So that's going to be 8 positions. So unfortunately, as much as he might be enjoying the battling out there, in terms of a good result, this is a bit of a write-off for him in this particular heat.
Yeah, it is indeed. Round 2 complete. Lap number 7 then. Tommy Lee leads by 1.2 seconds. This is a fantastic run for Tommy Lee. Michael Reeder there in second place, doing his best to hold off Miles Reitman. Sam Lovelace is having a look to the outside of Hayden Lowe. Hayden Lowe's gone a little bit under the radar in this race, Howard, there in the bright yellow helmet. And all of these drivers looking to just get these points in. It's a relatively calm run to the finish. Hayden Lowe, best result so far this season, had a second place and a third here and there. Again, another driver who, kind of what we saw with William Henn in the previous race. Possible A final today with results similar to this?
Yeah, I'd say so. Last lap board will be shown this time around to Tommy Lee. Here is a battle though, 2 battles going on here. Battle over second place and a battle over 4th. Miles Reitman hounding the back of Michael Reeder, and Sam Lovelace would like to get an extra position off of Hayden Lowe. But once again, Lowe positions his kart well into hairpin 1. And likewise, Michael Reeder is doing a good job. And there is the move from Lovelace down the inside at hairpin 2, and he's finally got the job done. And likewise behind them, Ed Bars has got past Sam Pike as well. So Ed Bars now up to 6th place with that move.
Doesn't gain him any championship points, but it does gain him potential points in the round once we tally everything up after 3 rounds of these heats. Tommy Lee, out of the final couple of corners, is going to take his first win of the season in a heat in lightweight sprints. Very nice drive from Tommy Lee. Michael Reeder P2, Miles Reitman P3. That is more points for Reitman further cementing his position as C2 champion-elect. Sam Lovelace 4th, Hayden Lowe 5th, Ed Barr 6th. The good side of it, that was his from the back of the grid drive. You wouldn't necessarily expect a points gain in one of those anyway, but the bad side of it is he's now going to be open to a bit of attack from his championship rivals.
Absolutely. Heat 6 coming up next here at Buckmore Park. Let's take you straight into the grid then for this 6th heat that will take us to the halfway stage of the heat races for lightweights. Chris Woodger starts this one on pole position, Toby Wykes alongside, Thomas Northcott and Dave Cottrell are on row 2, Owen Camber and William Henn on row number 3. Row 4 is where we find Callum Martin and Christian Lehner, Ben Sanders and Andrew Rabbage round out the top 10, Joshua Sangster and Johnny Fletcher are your 6th row of the grid. Then it's Charlie Summers and Philip Babulal, Zach Parkhouse and Jack Woodward are your 8th row of the grid. And then it's Ben Pickard and Phil Holmes, 2 drivers who are ones to watch from a Class 3 perspective on the last row of that grid.
Yeah, first and second in the C3 title fight go 1v1 in this particular heat. No championship protagonists in this one, so we can put the abacus down for the next 10 minutes or so. Who's going to take advantage, though, of a great opportunity to get another 25 points for the round? We're away and racing. Chris Woodger in the blue and white helmet will lead into turn 1. Everybody else fighting behind. Dave Cottrell has been thrown out of the pack there.
Yeah. That's a costly moment there for someone who's fighting at the sharp end of the Class 2 Championship, trying to get second place in those standings. Down the inside there, that looked like Toby Wykes fighting back against Dave. Oh, as there is the move through the S's from Thomas Northcott. He's through past Chris Woodger, but Chris Woodger coming back. Now Chris Woodger, he's got to be careful there. For my money, he was on the very limits, if not over, on track limits there into Pullman's. I get that he was caught a little bit off guard from Thomas Northcott. It's a moot point anyway because he hasn't gone for a move. But a little bit of care needed there, I think, from Woodger. But what an aggressive start. What a fighting start from Thomas Northcott right off at the start there, from starting 3rd on the grid. Chris Woodger in 2nd, yeah, I thought so. A cone penalty for Thomas Northcott. Callum Martin, the only driver to have been given a penalty at the end of that lap. That's for forcing a driver wide. And I imagine that might be something to do with Dave Cottrell, who is right at the back of the pack in what was his highest grid start position across the heats.
Yeah, very good start for Northcott. Had a bit of an up and down season on his transition into the seniors. Chris Woodger's going to... Oh no, it's Northcott just runs a bit deep, and that offered the opportunity for Woodger to get through. Thankfully, Northcott kept it on a level of control. I think he just caught a wet patch there. There are still some of them around the circuit. Oh, now this is big news. Mechanical flag is out for your C3 Championship leader. And I wonder, is there water on the track? Because
Woodger,
everybody is struggling.
Yeah, Woodger goes wide. There's some reason they're struggling for grip out there. I can't see any evidence of rain, but is the mechanical, is your point,
Radiator.
Yeah.
Might be doing 2 and 2 and getting 5.
And he's stopped in the pit entry.
Yeah.
He's not even made it into the pit lane. There he is on the right-hand side of your shot. So, yeah, has that put some water down as Thomas Northcott goes wide around the bollard in this battle for the lead, this crazy battle for the lead. It goes 3 wide through guard, and Toby Wykes, Chris Woodger and Thomas Northcott, they're still side by side, coming out of the centre chicane, coming up towards Cafe Corner. They're still side by side, coming out of Cafe Corner. And Chris Woodger will have the inside line for turns 1 and 2, but Northcott will not let this go. He hangs it round the outside. Wykes and Sanders behind him as well. And finally, Chris Woodger completes the execution of a move which took more than half a lap to seal.
That is brave. That is really, really brave from all of these drivers. They may be a little bit confuzzled as to what's going on because they won't be seeing raindrops on their visors, but they definitely will be thinking, hang on a minute, where's all the grip gone? And they're still hanging it out there and keeping things under control. The sector times are coming back now. The other key thing with this for C3, Pickard out of this race. Phil Holmes is up in P9. It's a really good run for Phil Holmes. Both of them are up in the top 10. Could this be a changing of the tide in the novice category? 3.5 minutes remaining in this race. Woodger now looks to have this one under a level of control, looking to leave the rest of them behind. Toby Wykes has a little look down the inside. William Henn's there again, currently in P4. Contact warning for the 117 of Ben Sanders there in the red and orange helmet at the back of this group. Really fascinating situation as, that's getting a little bit rough between Johnny Fletcher and Zach Parkhouse.
Yeah. They all both managed to keep it all facing the right way though. And now again another move from William Henn here on Toby Wykes for third place into Garda. Henn is having a fantastic day's racing so far. There comes the second pack, currently led by Johnny Fletcher. That's battle for 7th place down is this pack we're looking at right now. Just look at it all, it's 3 wide. It's 3 wide or even 4 wide as they head through turns 1 and 2. By and large, fantastic racing room and respect being given here. Phil Holmes is right in the midst of it, is the significance here from I suppose a championship perspective.
Because he's in a scoring position. 9th at the moment would elevate him up to 877.
Have we called all of these penalties
No, I don't think we have.
Track limits advantage penalty for Thomas Northcott. I wonder if that was as one of the bollards has been hit there. I wonder if that was an instance of him going around the bollard and keeping his foot planted. But Northcott cannot win this race now.
More penalty news. Phil Holmes, advantage by track limits. So that is going to affect scores a little bit. Down the inside, the number 83 of Johnny Fletcher on Jack Woodward. That is for P7.
And if you're wondering, by the way, the track limit rules are really clear, particularly around here on Buckmore Park. It's the tennis rule. Is one of your tyres inside that white line that denotes the edge of the track? Cool, you were in track limits. If not, and generally that includes curbs as well, by the way. If all 4 wheels are on the curb, then all 4 wheels are over the white line, and thus it's a track limit violation. So long as you're straddling the white line, you're fine. But anything more than that, and you are track limits and gain an advantage.
The race for the lead isn't done here. Northcott, Henn, Wykes as a trio have worked really well this last couple of laps to give themselves this opportunity. Get down the inside of Chris Woodger and take the race lead. Brilliantly done by Thomas Northcott there.
Crucially, not net lead.
Not net lead, no, that's a good point.
But it doesn't. This is the thing, when someone's got a penalty that means they can't win, they're still physically there in the battle.
Yep.
As William Henn's down the inside of Chris Woodger now. Now that is a net change for the lead as well. William Henn to the head of the field. Toby Wykes and Ben Sanders right on the tail. This is brilliant stuff here at Buckmore Park. 6 more heats and 3 more finals to go after this as well. My voice is... we'll be all right. We'll be all right.
Power through. We're on the final lap of this one. Thomas Northcott has the lead on the road, but has penalties. William Henn could be on for a best result of the season so far, or equal the result that he got back at Lyd. I think more crucially, he's going to be on for his best score after 2 rounds of heats, because whilst he did take that heat win at Lyd, 13th and a 15th in the other 2 races left him in the middle of the B final. Into the last couple of corners, Northcott will have it on the road, but those penalties will promote the number 64 of William Henn to P1. That penalty for track limits may change things as well for Chris Woodger. Northcott, Henn, and look how much it means. Over the line for William Henn, has set himself up for a really, really good day. This is a crucial group over the line. Phil Holmes, P10. But remember, has a track limits advantage penalty, so that will drop down a bit to 12th, but there was a lot of penalties in that one, so we'll see how that all shakes out. Either way, it is a net gain of a few points, maybe even 5 or 6 points for Phil Holmes on Ben Pickard. The C3 title picture is closing as we get through the afternoon.
Heat 7 coming up for you next here at Buckmore Park. Let's go straight into the grid then for this one. Dante Dillon will be your pole sitter for this 7th heat, and he'll have Zach Watson alongside him. Luke Phillips and Alfie Hale are next. Joe Craddock and Fraser Brunton are row number 3. Sam Morris and Harrison Kirkham are row number 4. Then it's Christopher Powell-Taylor and Adam Sheargold, Lewis Marchand and Yayan Thomas, George Lawler and Greg Smith, Thomas Holland and Bradley Pike, Ricky Goodwin and Glenn Williamson. And then Keith Segal will round out the 19-kart grid as we head into the second half of the heat and the second half of the second rotation of the heats. So for all these drivers, this is their second heat race. 2 of our championship contenders in this one. Dante Dillon, who, of all the opportunities, he kind of has to convert this one to a win.
Absolutely. Because
he's on pole position. And then Harrison Kirkham, who's got his mid-pack start. Look out for the driver of the number 5.
This is going to be a tense one. Really, really tense one. You've got Fraser Brunton out there as well, who could mix things up in a very, very quick. Zach Watson in the 282. We're green lights and racing. Away we go. Perfect start for Dante Dillon. Now, there's a problem, I think, there for Zach Watson. Maybe he wasn't quite expecting the green, but Dante Dillon will snatch that one and say thank you very much. He can get into his rhythm immediately whilst everybody else scraps for the other positions. Fraser Brunton and Harrison Kirkham going side by side. Wide there for Zach Watson out of hairpin number 2. Lewis Marchand having a bit of a hop over the curb. So straight away for Harrison Kirkham. Oh, this is a little bit of a problematic start. Has not made too much progress in this first half lap.
Yeah, no, not been able to do too much. In fact, if anything, his fellow Class 1 driver, Christopher Powell-Taylor, has been able to make a little bit more progress up the order as they stream up the hill for the first time. I have to say, by the way, as things are getting a bit darker out there now, one thing that has died down is the wind here at the circuit. There's not quite as much blustering and leaves going around as Harrison Kirkham is down the inside of Sam Morris there in the 34 car. That's for 7th place. And the 61 of Fraser Brunton trying to follow through as well. Further up the order there, Alfie Hale challenging Joe Craddock as they come down the hill. And Joe Craddock manages to hang on to that, and that's going to open up the opportunity for Christopher Powell-Taylor to get by an Alfie Hale. He doesn't take it, and that actually opens the door for Harrison Kirkham. Meanwhile, for second place there, that was Luke Phillips and Zach Watson doing battle, because Dante Dillon, he's away, he's breaking away well here at the head of the field. The gap is already up to 2 seconds. He's basically pulling a second a lap on the field behind him, and that's before they even started battling as much as they have. Zach Watson and Luke Phillips having a little bit of an exchange on that last lap. What it has done is it's allowed Craddock, Hale, Kirkham, Powell-Taylor and Brunton all to close up onto the back of them. So it's Dante Dillon out front, and then it's basically a 7-kart battle over second place. In fact, strike, that's basically everyone else, because George Lawler, Lewis Marchand would have been a bit of a beneficiary. We saw for the difficult second heat for Dave Cottrell earlier on as well. So he'll be looking to maximise points, as that's Fraser Brunton by on Christopher Powell-Taylor. That's for 7th place. There's your battle for second place. There's your battle for 3rd place. Luke Phillips now under pressure from Joe Craddock. Craddock will have the inside line here. Look at Harrison Kirkham. He's positioning himself ready for if Craddock has a successful attack, he's ready to follow through, which he duly does. Side by side now between... so Luke Phillips will fight back in the 65. Gets a little bit tight for Kirkham now, but he keeps his foot in it. And just about... that was on the borderline of track limit advantage. He's got to be careful here.
I think he was okay. I think he was just with his left-hand wheels the right side of the line, and he had to do that. And has now got to move down the inside, trying to take 3rd place. Remember, 3rd place is the position that Harrison Kirkham needs to further improve his score. 3 minutes and 45 to go. He's pointing at the screen. I think he's pointing at the clock to say, come on, we've got to get on with this. Look at this battle. Big slide for the 34 of Sam Morris. Did very well to hold on to that one. This is all around 6th place down with Phillips, Powell-Taylor, Marchand, Hale, Lawler, Morris, Thomas, Sheargold, sliding, drifting Greg Smith in the middle of it all as well. Track limit warning for Harrison Kirkham. I think that was for elsewhere on the track. That wasn't for coming out of hairpin number 2. Otherwise, it would have been an advantage by track limits. Just a warning for now for wandering off the racing surface. So what does that do in championship scores? Well, it means at the moment that unless something remarkable happens, Dante Dillon will take the life points lead. and it will be a good lead. He will go up to 1.477, 5 points over Bars. It would be 6 points as things stand over Kirkham. It would be 10 points over McWilliam. It would not be done. It was still in that range where the difference between first and second in an A final could decide who is champion this year. But this right now, off the back of that P2 in his first round of heats, it is advantage. I wouldn't say it's swinging towards Dante Dillon, but it's definitely advantage to last year's runner-up.
Absolutely. Look there from Adam Sheargold, potential on Lewis Marchant, tries to open the door. George Lawler and Ian Thomas, I think that is, close by with them as well. Contact warning for Alfie Hale. I think he's already accrued a few penalties in this race, has Hale. Actually, no, sorry, apologies. Strike that, that's not true. He had a costly lap a few laps ago where he lost 4 places. That's where I got that from in my brain. I'm going to say it, folks. No penalties so far.
Oh, no. I say another problem that Harrison Kirkham's got at the moment. Fraser Brunton's just set the fastest lap of the race and is only 4 tenths, less than 4 tenths behind. Side by side for 5th. Christopher Powell-Taylor through past Joe Craddock for that spot. Good to see Chris moving his way up the order. Is that another track limit warning for Harrison? No, I don't think it is.
No, I don't think so.
Oh, no, he is. He's on 2.
He's on 2. Yeah. Yep, you're absolutely right. Oh, drive off into the leaves.
I think that was Luke Phillips in the number 65. The red suit and the Zamp helmet.
Yeah.
So that's, well, not the first driver to go wide. We didn't quite catch it on camera earlier in the paddock show. And we'll come back to this anecdote because Brunton is all over the back of Kirkham here for 3rd place, running up the hill. Last lap board is out now. Dante Dillon's lead is 1.7 seconds. No one is setting faster lap times at this stage than what we've already seen. Remember, Brunton found a hole down the inside and has got through into 3rd place. It's going to cost Harrison Kirkham a championship point, which could be crucial on a day like today. Kirkham's going to do everything he can to try and get back through. Don't think he was particularly happy about that one. He sticks his nose down the inside into Symes' sweep. That is a really, really brave one. Christopher Powell-Taylor is still there as well. He could mop up anything that comes his way. And in fact, Powell-Taylor's going to go down the inside for 4th place and knock Kirkham down a spot. Dante Dillon takes a big, big heat win and the live points lead. Watson P2, but on that final lap, Harrison Kirkham drops from 3rd to 5th, puts him back to 1470. That is a drop score in the heat for Harrison Kirkham. He's not going to be pleased about that one.
I don't quite know how Fraser Brunton found the space there, frankly. That was millimetres away from getting wedged, frankly, against the apex curb there. But find a space he did. Full points for effort. And it's Heat 8 coming up for you next here on your Alpha Live broadcast. Here's your grid then for Heat 8, bringing to an end the second rotation. All drivers will have contested in 2 races by the end of this. Dan Seeger and Rory O'Regan make it an all Class 1 front row. Max Chapman and Jake Chapman make it all Chapman second row. Josh Wood and Caleb West are on row 3, and it's on row 4 we find Rihanna Percox and Justin Draper. Steph Theodoru and Leo French round out your top 10. Then it's Yusuf Bin Sahel and Andrew McWilliam on row 6. Row 7 is Jeremy Deeks and Matthew Clark. Then we get into our Class 3 runners in this one. Benjamin Tompkinson Gray, Thomas Stott, James Browning and Clifton Malcolm round out the 18 kart grid. I'm sorry to just throw random ones at you, mate. Justin Draper, he's towards the business end of Class 2, isn't he?
Yes, he is. He's 4th of those in C2. Does have a mathematical chance of getting up to P3. We'll keep an eye on him.
Okay. Well done again for me throwing that one at you. Green lights, engine notes rise. Dan Seeger with a Dante Dillon-esque getaway there. Very strong start off of pole position as they stream through turns 1 and 2. Difficult for Justin Draper actually there. Hung out to dry at the exit of turn 2, and he's on the outside of hairpin 1 as well, as that was Steph Theodoru trying to make progress there in the mid-pack in the number 9 as we're going 2 wide, even 3 wide into the S's. Thankfully, they all sort themselves out. And they go from 3 wide to just a mere 2 wide. Just the Noah's Ark formation heading towards Simon Sweep. What could go wrong? Thankfully, nothing did. Dan Seeger leads this one still. Roy O'Regan following through in second place.
So, thoughts as we're coming to the end of this second round of heats. I'm going to say the biggest results, the difference maker, isn't actually one of the race wins. At the moment, it's Dante's second from 12th, 14th, whatever it was on the grid.
Because he converted his lowliest grid spot into the most powerful finish.
Correct.
So far,
in terms of points. So Rory O'Regan takes the lead of the race away from Dan Seeger. I've just been watching the body language. Of course, we've seen both Ed Bars and Andrew McWilliam have, in this round, there from the back starts. Ed was very cautious.
Yes.
Didn't quite get up the order to make an effect. Andrew McWilliams tried to do it the other way, be aggressive on the opening lap, but it's not worked.
Yes.
Mamoon down in 11th place. So it just shows how quickly this sprint's title picture can change. That's a nice move. That's Rihanna Percox down the inside of Steph Theodoru for 5th place. Max Chapman getting in amongst it, down the inside of Dan Seeger for P2. Josh Wood on the outside there in the number 47. Needs to be careful because he's out wide there. Doesn't gain advantage, so that'll be fine. Let Most get a track limit warning for his troubles there. 5 minutes to go. Nighttime conditions here at Buckmore Park.
I always have to remember we have tinted windows on the comps position.
That's a good point.
Because I always look out the window and go, blimey, it's dark. The cameras make it look really light. And no, the cameras are real.
It's kind of a mix in the middle.
Yes, it is actually. The cameras do make it look a little bit brighter. Our windows make it significantly darker. so I have no idea what the visibility is like. But there we go.
Andrew McWilliams still down in P11 at the moment.
Struggling to make the inroads that he needs to. And he's trying to get past Matthew Clark, who, for the record, just set the fastest lap of the race. So he's not exactly, a slow competitor to try and make your way past. Anna Percox here, running in 5th place, or excuse me, in 4th place, because she's now ahead of Josh Wood. Steph Theodoru now having a go at Josh Wood as they come through Garda and makes that move stick. So that is Percox up to 4th, Theodoru up to 5th. Going through Cafe Corner to finish another lap. Coming back at Theodoru now is Josh Wood. I have to say, I really quite like the way that Josh Wood is battling here, but there's a bit of pod-to-pod contact there, and that's because Jake Chapman arrives on the scene, and he's brought Yusuf Bin Sahel along for the party as well, who reads that really nicely to get immediately past Theodoru. It's getting very tight between Theodoru and Matthew Clark in the number 12 on the exit of hairpin 2, but they all sort themselves out. Matthew Clark is left to merely deal with the fact that one of the key championship players in the form of Andrew McWilliam and Caleb West West has got by on McWilliam. No, it's all changed again. McWilliam is ahead of West. As Yusuf Bin Sahel puts a move in on Josh Wood. Please don't ask me what the order is. Let's wait for the timing to come through at the end of the lap.
3 minutes of this one to go. Contact warning for Steph Theodoru. And again, Josh Wood goes down the inside of Yusuf Bin Sahel. Steph Theodoru is going to read that nicely and get both of them by the time they're exiting hairpin number 1. Matthew Clark there with almost the Francois Sever-like helmet. Well, as soon as he's gaining one position, he's lost it again. Back to Yusuf Bin Sahel. Andrew McWilliam now part of this group. Andrew McWilliam's got to be so careful here, because it's this kind of situation where it can be very easy to pick up an ABC bump and pass penalty.
And was it he who was it just 3 positions away, we think, from an outright penalties across the season?
Indeed. Basically, Ed Bars is the only driver of the 4 protagonists not in that situation.
Okay. Steph Theodoru versus Yusuf Bin Sahel through turns 1 and 2. And there is Matthew Clark, getting involved once again. Cutting further forward, that is Rihanna Percox. That is Rihanna Percox through on Dan Seeger for 3rd place. She's having a really good run here at Buckmore Park so far today. Up into 3rd place. Andrew McWilliam to 9th place. Less than 2 minutes to go. I think this is going to be a significant moment in the story of McWilliams' attempt to take this championship here today. Here he is on the tail of Matthew Clark. He has got by Yusuf bin Sahel, so there is another position there for Clark, up to 8th place. But what was it he needed to finish? P4, was it, for it to count?
Yeah, P4 improves his championship score by 1 single point. 5th or lower is going to be a dropped score.
And what that means is he's effectively, when we were saying at the very top of this part of the broadcast, what the maximum possible is, he's basically just declining, he's reducing that outright maximum possible, because basically if he was to clean sweep it from here, well, there's one last result. There's one less result now where he hasn't won the race and thus added to that clean sweep.
It's still very close on the max possible scores. At the moment, as Dan Seeger looks down the inside of Max Chapman there for 3rd place, you're still in that realm of all 4 of them will be covered by less than the difference between 1st and 2nd in the A final. It's still in this position where it's win or it's not nothing, but something else, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th for each of them. As here's Andrew McWilliam now looking to the outside. Steph Theodore looking defensive. Bit of a meeting of the minds there with Matthew Clark, and Yusuf bin Sahel's going to take advantage of that. He's got to get down the inside here as Andrew McWilliam. He had to go for that move, and he's got it done, because whilst he won't be scoring any additional points here, got to think about it in the context of grid positions for that A final. Still with a round of heats to go. We're on the final lap. Rory O'Regan, I knew he would, is going to mix things up here. It's going to be a thorn in the side of those between Dante Dillon and the rest of the championship protagonists, because Rory O'Regan is on form. Can't win the title, but could win the round. He wins that heat, keeps himself very much in play. Rihanna Percox P2, great drive from Max Chapman to P3. Dan Seeger and Jake Chapman in the top 5. Steph Theodore 6th, Andrew McWilliam P7.
All drivers have just one more heat race to go before those all-important finals. Heat number 9 is coming up next. Let's look at your grid then for heat number 9 for round 10 of Club 100 lightweight senior sprints for 2024. Chris Ball starts this one on pole position. Yayan Thomas alongside him. Charlie Summers and Joshua Sangster on row 2. Hayden Lowe and Danny Hale are your 3rd row of the grid. Row 4 is where we find Dante Dillon and Jack Steele. Zach Watson and Christopher Powell-Taylor round out the top 10. Then it's Andrew Rabbage and Fraser Brunton on row 6. Callum Martin and Sam Pike are next, and then we're into our Class 3 ranks with Jack Woodward and Ben Pickard, Bradley Pike and Keith Scal rounding out the 18 kart grid.
So this is the potentially tricky one for Dante Dillon, starting from the middle of the pack. Ben Pickard in this one as well needs to bounce back after a disappointing 2nd round. Into the tram lines. Green light again, 7 minutes underway. Good start for those on the inside column. Chris Ball will lead through the first couple of corners. Charlie Summers has had a bit of an indifferent day, and it's another good start for Dante Dillon. How's he done that?
What?
How has Dante Dillon weaved his way through and is already up to P2? That is another mega start from Dante Dillon.
I'd have to watch that back. How did he get from 7th to 2nd by hairpin 1? That's massive, and that is the significant point. You were saying he's going for the lead already here on Chris Ball, and he's done it. That could be, as you were saying, Andrew, the biggest thing of these first 2 rotations, or the first 2 rotations of heats that we had, is that Dante converted his lowliest grid slot into such a strong finishing position by finishing 2nd. It's not just about, that's the significance. It's not just that, yes, we saw all of our championship contenders maximising their points across the first bank of heats, but Dante was the only one from memory who had his lower grid slot in that first bank of heats. And now with his middle one, he's looking good. He's converted his pole position, his highest position well, and his conversion rate is the best of the 4 so far in these heats.
At the start of this round of heats, Dillon held the live score lead on 1:4.77. It was 5 points over Ed Bars. a further 2 over Harrison Kirkham, and a further 3 over Andrew McWilliam.
Just to be clear, by the way, Danny Hale and Joshua Sangster, both drivers who unfortunately had a difficult start to this race. They're both at the back of the pack. I've not seen any warnings or penalties to explain that. So one has to deduce some kind of unforced error there, as that's Zach Watson going down the inside of Charlie Summers. The 33 of Callum Martin battling away as well. Dante Dillon leads, Chris Ball in second, Hayden Lowe still in third. And I think that's Zach Watson up to fourth there. Hayden Lowe again, Andrew. Let's not let him fall under the radar. He's having a really good day's racing here at the moment. He's the driver of the number 66.
Oh yeah, he's looking really comfortable. Has been in the B final previously this season, but not always in the B final. He's had a couple of near misses. Third last time out of the C final at Shennington, but he would be blowing that record out of the water with these kind of results. Could be on his way straight into the A final. The other crucial thing for Dante Dillon at this point, as I say, he had a 5-point live score lead at the end of round 2. If this race was to finish like this, with another race win for Dante, add another 5 to that, points in the bank. Yes, the max possible scores are still pretty close, but that's assuming that the other 3 go and get big scores in their remaining heats. If they don't, you start to talk about this A final as Hayden Lowe's going to look down the inside of Chris Ball for second place. It's turn 1. We start to potentially talk about Dante not needing to win the A final, and that could be massive into the context and the story of how that A final plays out.
Yeah, we did just miss a fantastic opportunity, by the way, briefly. It was Sam Pike versus Bradley Pike through Garda. Jack Steele's now come in between them in that battle over 11th, 12th and 13th. So Jack Steele's kind of ruined that, but don't tell them, Pike. They're fine.
There we go. I knew it was going to come out at some point today. Oh!
Fantastic bollard hit, even though that's going to get at least a warning, if not a penalty. But that was a big hit from Hayden Lowe into... so I probably shouldn't describe a bollard hit as fantastic. That was hit by Hayden Lowe straight into the path of Christopher Powell-Taylor. They've all got away with that. That's surely going to be some form of cone warning, I'd have thought there.
I was going to say, there's quite a few NFL kickers who'd be proud with that one. Field goal, good, 3 points. 2 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Dante Dillon has taken this event by the scruff of the neck. That's Christopher Powell-Taylor down the inside of Hayden Lowe, moving back up into the top 5. And contact warning for Bradley Pike out there. Yellow flags out down at Marshall Post 6. Don't worry about the cart off the driver's left. That was a tester.
It was. I think that's what the bollard gets a little bit of TLC, frankly, to bring it back into action. 2 minutes left on the clock then. Challenge then here for third place. That's Charlie Summers firing a move down the inside of Chris Ball, and Christopher Powell-Taylor, who's coming alive a bit more in this heat, I have to say. Now all over the back of Chris Ball. And that is Fraser Brunton, who's been slowly but surely working his way up through the field here. From his lowest grid spot of the day, I think it was for Fraser. I spotted correctly on the grid. Yeah, he started 12th. Yes, I think that was his lowest position on the grid so far today.
Just keeping an eye on Ben Pickard as well. Has just had a cone warning. He's currently in 13th place, which would add a couple of points to his tally. The concern is that, Fraser very wide there out of Cafe. He's going to be down the inside now of Chris Ball.
He's got to concede that if he gained an advantage. I didn't see the start of that, but that didn't look too reassuring on the old avoiding the attention of race control front.
Right underneath race control
yes.
as well. Phil Holmes has got a great opportunity here with his next races. There's a yellow flag out for cone replacement down through time sweep, because I think Ben Pickard's going to be in the C final here and not necessarily towards the front of the C final grid. If Phil Holmes can get into the B final, then you're starting to talk about a potential 20-25 point swing across the last few races. We'll keep on top of that situation as it develops. 30 seconds to go. We're on the final lap, but Charlie Summers has just put in the fastest lap of the race.
And just to, as Fraser Brunton goes down the inside of Christopher Powell-Taylor, do just want to clarify to give everyone the faith into this. Track limit warning has just been given to Fraser Brunton. Correct call there. But nonetheless, Brunton's having a good last day's racing, as that looked like a hairy moment for Andrew Rabbage. We cut away from that, but hopefully everyone got through that okay through the S's then, because that to me looked like a tightening gap wedge for Andrew Rabbage as they head towards the S's.
Yeah, don't like to see that. But Dante Dillon likes to see this. Another race win. Another 5 championship points to his tally. Second, first and first through his 3 heats. That very much could be pole position for the A final. We'll wait and see what everybody else can do. Zach Watson, brilliant drive there to P2. That's more like it from Zach. That's what we know he can do. Brilliant drive. Charlie Summers P3, Fraser Brunton and Christopher Powell-Taylor complete the top 5.
All of those karts that we saw hurtling towards the S's did finish. I just want to make clear there wasn't a big incident there on the final lap. But yeah. Heat 10 is next up here at Buckmore Park. Let's take you through the grid then for sprint heat number 10. Zach Parkhouse will start this one on pole position. Andrew McWilliam has his highest grid position across the heats in second place. Oliver Johnson and Andy Orford are next on row number 2. Then there's Jeremy Deeks and Owen Camber on row number 3. Thomas Northcutt and Dan Seeger are your 4th row of the grid. Jake Chapman and Toby Wykes round out your top 10. Then it's Tommy Lee and Douglas Smith on row 6. Row 7 will be Caleb West and Murtaza Hassan. Harrison Kirkham with his hardest grid slot to convert into a good result there, starting in 15th place. And then we get our Class 3 drivers, Glenn Williamson, Thomas Stott and James Browning to round out an 18-kart grid.
Not a massive fan of this phase in sport, but I am going to use it on this occasion. This is a must-win race for Andrew McWilliam. Has to take this opportunity from the front row of the grid just to keep the pressure on Dante Dillon. Dante Dillon is now done for his heats and has moved his tally to 1,482. He's only dropped 2 possible points in the championship across those 3 races, so he's in the lead on the live scores and has the highest max possible as well of our 4 championship contenders. If Andrew McWilliam can win this race, he's still within 2 points of the max possible for Dante Dillon. He's still in that range where if he can get the win in the A final, he will beat Dante Dillon's score irrespective of what Dante can do. What is going to happen in this one? We'll be keeping an eye on Harrison Kirkham as well across the course of the next 7 minutes. Light has gone green and a bit of a tardy start there from the second row of the grid has allowed Andrew McWilliam to get into second place. Not quite sure what was going on there with Oliver Johnson and Jeremy Deeks, but that's a real stroke of luck for Andrew McWilliam because he's not had to face the usual trial by start from P2 as Tommy Lee gets a little bit airborne on the front axle. Decent start for Harrison Kirkham. Harrison Kirkham needs the kind of drive that we saw from Dante Dillon in the first round of heats as McWilliam goes down the inside for the race lead. Great move, great decision there from McWilliam. Oliver Johnson has rebounded after that slightly tardy start and has got up to P2 ahead of Zach Parkhouse. Andrew McWilliam has got to hit this lap hard for me. He's got to go now, get away from the rest of the field. Got to remember about those fastest laps as well. He still holds the fastest lap of all the championship protagonists so far today. It's probably not going to come into play as a tiebreaker between them because Dante Dillon has got a second, first and first. To be clear, Andrew McWilliam cannot beat that. He cannot start higher on the grid than Dante Dillon after these 3 heats, mainly because of that 7th place from the previous round of heats. That looked like a cone clip. Couldn't quite make out in the gloom who was the cause of the bollard being moved. But that'll be replaced by track workers in due course. 5 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Good lap from McWilliam. 47.3. Gained around 3/10 over Oliver Johnson. Zach Parkhouse is there in 3rd. Harrison Kirkham is up to 5th. This is a really, really good run from Harrison Kirkham. This is what he needs to keep himself in play. He's got time on his side as well and a bit of space ahead of him. 1.2 seconds is the deficit to Jeremy Deeks. The other useful thing at the moment, I think, for Harrison Kirkham is yellow flags out at Marshall Post 6. That is paddock for the replacement of the bollard. Kirkham can get on with things now. Remember, he needs to get up to third place to start putting some more points on the board. 4 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Caleb West has just got past Thomas Northcott for 7th place. Dan Seeger, who's lost one of his number board pins. That's in past Tommy Lee for P11. That's not a problem because the bottom one is still acting as the catch for Dan Seeger. But if you do things like they do on Instagram at the time, tilt your head to one side. Honestly, that is a number 6 and not a number 9. 4 minutes of this one to go. Kirkham has caught up to the back of Deeks. In fact, he's done more than that. He's got through past Zach Parkhouse. So is Kirkham into third? Yes, he is. So Kirkham up to P3. In terms of championship, that's an additional point. It keeps his max tally, i.e. if he goes and wins the A final, reasonably high. But if he can find a way past Ollie Johnson, again, he would keep it in that 5-point range, that difference between first and second place in an A final. And it is going to come down to this A final as, Kirkham looks down the inside. That is a mega brave move, still side by side through Palmer's. Has got to get it stopped into paddock. Brilliant stuff from Harrison Kirkham. This is him wrestling his championship bid back into life. Looked on the back foot in the second round of heats. He's probably had a little bit of a word with himself and gone, right, really need to pull out a big drive now. Driver who took the round win back at Rissington earlier on in the year has now got up to second place. That moves him to 14.73, moves him back ahead of Ed Bars. And William would also be on 14.73 as things stand, but would have the slight advantage of having a bit more space to run into in terms of the drop scores across the course of the season so far. There's the number 56 of Jeremy Deeks, having another decent race, having a fight there with Caleb West, who's currently your fastest driver on circuit. 2.25 minutes to go. Howard back with me in the box. Next lap is huge, and I tell you what, Harrison Kirkham's just thrown in a 46.7. He took 4-5 tenths out of Andrew McWilliams' lead on that lap alone. This next one, Howard, is a big one for both McWilliam and Kirkham, I feel.
Absolutely. It'll be a crucial moment in the story of the day. And as we said earlier, it is as much about the grid spots. What you don't want if you are in one of the top 4 and you're still mathematically in it come that A final, you don't want someone else in amongst all of that.
Regan or someone like that.
Yeah, exactly. And the truth is, those disruptors are out there.
Yeah.
Very much so. So, yeah, you don't want a Rory O'Regan or a Sam Lovelace there. You want to be in the hunt there. You don't want to have to worry about other people. So it's as much about that contact warning, cone warning, for Harrison Kirkham. Cone warning there. And we've mentioned how these drivers do not want to be getting penalties. Another fastest lap from Harrison Kirkham. Game on here. The gap is down to 0.6 of a second.
And that is the fastest lap of any of our championship protagonists so far today. 46.428 for Harrison Kirkham.
Yeah,
here we go.
He's got a track limit warning as well, Andrew. If
he
converts a track limit and a cone into actual penalties, that's 3 positions.
Yeah.
And was that enough for him? We'd have to check. But it's, this is tight margins that he is playing with here to bring the lead battle back to him. But bring it back to him he has. Last lap board is going to be shown this time. Who's going to win this heat? Preview of things to come in the A final. Andrew McWilliam versus Harrison Kirkham. Kirkham has done a stellar job to pull this in, but McWilliam now is going to go ultra defensive, you'd have to assume. He's on the inside here for hairpin 2. He can park it on the later apex. He doesn't park it that much, actually. Kirkham's going to have an overspeed. Side by side through the S's of Buckmore Park for the lead of this race. Still side by side, but McWilliams is a nose in front as they come through Symes. He's got to be careful on the Pullman's track limits though, as they come through Paddock Corner and up towards Garda. It's going to be from a long way back for Kirkham. It was from a long way back. How are they going to emerge here?
Still side by side.
Up the hill towards Cafe Corner. Also a difficult corner to go side by side. It's Kirkham who's ahead. No, it's not. It's McWilliam who's ahead of the line. McWilliam just by 85 thousandths of a second ahead of Kirkham. Oliver Johnson in third, Zach Parkhouse in fourth, Jake Chapman in fifth. Wow. How was that all declared good and above board? There's no limit, there's no warnings coming through from race control. That could be a pivotal moment there for Andrew McWilliam.
And Harrison Kirkham, and Dante Dillon and Ed Bars.
Yes.
We've got to move on though. Heat 11 is next.
Let's take you through the grid then for the penultimate heat of the day here at Buckmore Park. Greg Smith will start this one on pole position in his last ever, or last for now, heat race in the sprints. Johnny Fletcher alongside him. Ed Bars has his highest grid slot start from third with Lewis Marchant alongside. George Lawler and Joe Craddock are row number 3. Row 4 is Luke Phillips and Michael Reeder. Dave Cottrell and Rory O'Regan round out the top 10. Then it's Steph Theodoru and Leo French. Sam Lovelace and Rihanna Perkotts make up row 7. Christian Lane and Clifton Malcolm are row 8. Row 9 of this 18-car grid is Thomas Holland and Barry Lenks.
So Dante Dillon has the live points lead, 1.482. Both Kirkham and McWilliam on 1.473. Big opportunity for Ed Bars to get back on track. We're underway for 7 minutes. Greg Smith will lead in the early stages into the first hairpin. Ed Bars has lost a position and has lost another one as well as Luke Phillips has got down the inside. Tough start for Ed Bars there in the number 4. Steph Theodori around the outside, looking to gain positions in all of there. It's a good start as well, I think, for George Lawler in the number 74. Yes, it is. So Lawler up to P2. Greg Smith, though, your early leader.
Well, Lawler trying to go one better here. He's going to have the inside line into Garda, and he gets the job done there. As meanwhile, Ed Bars is trying to go through as well was that Johnny Fletcher? He was putting a pass in on there as they come up to finish the first lap. So it's going to be George Lawler, Greg Smith, Ed Bars, and Luke Phillips it was, who Ed Bars was putting the move on there. So good start from Luke Phillips as well. Good starts as well from Steph Theodoru and Sam Lovelace as well, who right now is side by side. That's going to be a difficult position for him to recover from. Yeah, he manages to elbow his way some room there as he's side by side with Steph Theodoru and the number 10 of Joe Craddock as well on the exit of hairpin 2. Greg Smith then in second place, but under pressure from Ed Bars. Up the inside goes Ed Bars, and he's through and up into second place. And for Ed Bars, that was probably quite critical there because George Lawler was beginning to stretch his legs at the front of the field. Ed Bars needs to keep in touch with him if he's going to take an important win in his bid for the championship. Greg Smith now side by side with Luke Phillips over third place. Oh, but there is Rory O'Regan arriving on the scene and gets both of them effectively in one corner. Still side by side between Greg Smith and Luke Phillips. Luke Phillips coming out on top in that particular battle as they come through Pullmans. And now is that Marchant on the outside? Yes, it is in the number 31. Lewis Marchant having a look at Greg Smith, but he can't make anything of it. And if anything, Sam Lovelace in the number 3 there is having more of a nibble to try and get by on Johnny Fletcher for 7th place there, but they all stay as they were. George Lawler leads, Ed Bars in second. Then it's Rory O'Regan, Luke Phillips, and this is Lewis Marchant now up the inside of Greg Smith, and Sam Lovelace is going to follow through as well. The 3 of Lovelace past the 69 of Greg Smith, and Johnny Fletcher has gone through there. Difficult situation there for Greg Smith. He just hung out to dry a bit on the outside, and once that had happened, there was nothing he could really do. He's recovering though. He's not allowed Steph Theodoru and Michael Reeder through, so he's now managed to stop that flow of drivers going by and will be able to get back into his rhythm hopefully. Sam Lovelace eyeing up a move now on Lewis Marchant up the inside at Garda. Not particularly resisted there by Lewis Marchant. I think he knows the bigger picture here of, well, Sam Lovelace isn't one of our top 4 going for the championship, but he's in the top 5 and he's going for it, and one of those rapid Class 1 drivers that in certain situations you do well to let by and try and hang on to as they go up the order.
It's not the biggest circuit for slipstream effect. It's all Rory O'Regan's gone down the inside of Ed Bars. Now, what does Ed Bars do about this? Does he fight it, or does he go, oh, well, maybe if we follow the youngster who won here a couple of weeks ago in the juniors, it could be the best opportunity to catch up to George Lawler. What it has done, it's just knocked Ed Bars back another couple of points. And again, the big difference would be those 2 points would put it one side of within 5 points of Dante Dillon. The other side, it'd be 6 points away from Dante Dillon.
It's fine margins, but it was always going to be. That was always the key thing. What's the gap like? So George Lawler leads by 1.7 seconds. Good little gap that he's got for himself, it has to be said. Sam Lovelace there has got by on Luke Phillips. That's a move for 4th place. Steph Theodora and Rihanna Percox, also Class 1 drivers. They were coming from further back, but they are making steady progress. But as we've said so many times, because we come to Buckmore Park so often, it's not the easiest thing to just go, I'll just go up through the Class 2 drivers. And particularly because we're at Buckmore Park at the end of the season. How much have we already spoken today about drivers who have developed so much across the season? So it is probably the round where it's one of the hardest tasks to get on up the order if you're a Class 1 driver.
And again, whilst there are lots of opportunities to overtake around this circuit, you can have a great scrap around this place, but you can lose time very easily as well.
Yeah.
There's a quick sight of Luke Phillips and Lewis Marchant fighting over 5th place, about 1.4 seconds ahead of Johnny Fletcher. George Lawler, who's doing a fantastic job here, is holding off a driver with a lot of plaudits round this Buckmore Park circuit. Pace is 47.6 last time around. 47.0 for Rory O'Regan, who has to be careful though. He's just picked up a track limits warning. So that last lap was a big one from Rory. Sam Lovelace has gone faster than anybody at the moment on the 46.7. Crucially
though, you were asking the question of would Ed Bars do well to hang behind the person who won in the juniors a few weeks ago. Rory O'Regan currently stretching the gap away from Ed Bars. So Bars, if anything, wants to just try and stay in touch with him, hope he closes that gap to George Lawler, and then if a battle ensues, he can pounce on that opportunity. But Sam Lovelace, as you say, putting good pace in there. He's coming up onto the back of Ed Bars. Here is your top 4. George Lawler, Rory O'Regan, and he has brought that gap down and then some this lap, hasn't he? So this is going to be game on to the last lap. There's Ed Bars in the number 4, and then there is Sam Lovelace coming on to the last lap then of this penultimate heat of the day. George Lawler has controlled this one brilliantly so far, but the gap is down to under 4/10 now to Rory O'Regan, whose pace is something else at the moment. Into hairpin 2. And there is from a long way back. There's the look from O'Regan. He's not shy, is he? Side by side coming into the S's, and is still side by side, and he just pinches a little bit on the exit there, O'Regan, to seal the deal. And that is through for Rory O'Regan on George Lawler. Now, where is Ed Bars? Can he capitalise on this? I think he's too far back to put in a move, and if anything, Lawler's trying to look for a way back past O'Regan, but I don't think there's anything on that particular front. Coming up the hill then, and round Cafe Corner, Rory O'Regan is going to take the win in heat number 11. George Lawler, still a really strong points finish there for him in 2nd place. Ed Bars in 3rd, which that's not enough to add to his championship score. So that is, in real terms, it's not a loss of points, but it is potential that has been unrealised.
And he slipped from being in the lead on the live points down to 4th across the course of those 3 rounds. It will stand. We'll verify this during the break, of course. Dante Dillon on 14.82. Harrison, Kirkham and Andrew McWilliam on 14.73. Ed Bars on 14.72.
One more heat to go here at Buckmore Park before those finals. We'll go straight into the grid then for this last heat of the season in senior sprints. Matthew Clark starts this one on pole position. James Whittaker alongside Philip Babilal and Yusuf Bin Sahel are row 2. Joshua Wood and Max Chapman are row 3. Row 4 is where we find Chris Woodger and Alfie Hale. Miles Reitman and Ben Sanders round at the top 10. Adam Sheargold and William Henn, who's been having a great day, is on row 6. Sam Morrison, Justin Draper next. Then it's Phil Holmes, Benjamin Tompkinson Gray, Max Davison and Ricky Goodwin to round out the 18 kart grid. And away we go for 7 minutes of racing. Matthew Clark leading them away from pole position. Good start from Babilal in third as well. Good start for the pole side of the grid, actually, because Josh Wood is up into third as well as they come into hairpin number 1. None of our key players in the championship battle are in this one. But what that means, by the way, is that these drivers have an increased probability of getting stuck in and scoring good points and disrupting the top 4 on the grid for that A final.
And particularly if your name is Miles Reitman. Yeah. Yes, started in the middle of the grid for this one, but this is a great opportunity, having got 2/3 already today. Josh Wood down the inside, trying to take second place away there from Philip Babilal in the number 11, and has just about got it done. Good work there from Josh Wood. Yusuf Bin Sahel looking to pounce as well. He's been doing a whole array of racing in 2024. Has Yusuf Bin Sahel as a moment there for Wood, allows Babilal back through.
Lock up on the brakes for Matthew Clark as well. That wasn't the best hairpin one from his Bin Sahel into the fight, who's battling away there with Babilal. Oh, sorry, it's bringing Bin Sahel into the fight, perhaps I should say. As they come down the hill, Matthew Clark, Bin Sahel up into second place now. Good opportunity actually for Yusuf Bin Sahel to score some solid points there. Max Chapman there, having to have a wide moment around the bollard to avoid some form of drama, staying on the main racetrack. Felt he needed to take to the tarmac there. Penalty given to Benjamin Tompkinson Gray. If you see that on your live timing, it says BF. Now that doesn't mean black flag. No. BF stands for braking formation, and that's off the start. When we're looking at the racetrack, you can see the tram lines that lead up to the start line. The drivers have to remain in those tram lines until they've crossed the start-finish line. So that penalty will be for Tompkinson Gray not abiding by that. Move for the lead. Yusuf Bin Sahel down the inside at paddock on Matthew Clark, and the number 8 moves up to the lead of this race as they come through the centre chicane. It's still close as you like though, isn't it? Look at this lovely string of cars, like a game of Snake on your phone. This one, they're just not separating in this race. Matthew Clark now under pressure from Philip Babilal. And there is Josh Wood having a look at James Whittaker just behind them. How's that one going to play out? It is Josh Wood ahead as they exit hairpin 2, ahead of James Whittaker now. And Miles Reitman is on the scene. As Andrew was saying, he could be a driver who really could get in amongst our top championship protagonists in that A final. Streaming through Garda goes the field. It's always something a little bit special about racing into the dark, I find. Into the Sisley Straight to begin another lap. Yusuf Bin Sahel sets his personal best lap, but it's not really opened the gap at all. In fact, the gap's actually closed. Matthew Clark was a little bit faster on that lap. As down the inside of Philip Babilal now for third place goes Josh Wood, and that's brilliantly done by Wood. He saw that Babilal was having a little bit of a look at Clark. He didn't commit to it, and therefore Wood went, right, let's have a go into hairpin 2, and he made that work. And now down the inside of Babilal, that's coming in a bit hot though, goes James Whittaker, and that's allowing Miles Reitman to get both of them there towards Garda, and now Chapman's arrived on the scene. That's a costly moment for Babilal. That's brilliantly read by Miles Reitman, who goes from 6th up to 4th is that. So brilliant lap there from Miles Reitman, a driver who, with at least one hand on that C2 trophy. Mathematically, as we understand it, the only way that he's going to lose out in Class 2 is if he were to get so many penalties accrued that he gets his points docked, which as it currently stands is not looking likely. He's got no warnings in this race. 2.5 minutes left on the clock. Fastest lap of the race now with Yusuf bin Sahel. That was the last time around. So he has now opened up the gap to about 0.8 of a second. He'll be hoping that in so doing he basically leaves these drivers battling over second to battle over second and lose further time to him just to confirm him as the race winner. Further down the order, Ben Sanders has gotten up past Philip Babulal now for 8th place. Justin Draper as well got past Phil Holmes. Phil Holmes down to 13th place. Got to keep an eye on those Class 3 standings as we head towards these finals. Josh Wood, though, through on Matthew Clark. Matthew Clark not too happy with that, but once again, brilliantly read situation from Miles Reitman to also capitalise on that situation, and that takes Reitman up to 3rd.
Yeah, it's what he's done all day.
Yeah.
As Miles Reitman, he's been patient, he's been wise, he's been very key with his just placement of the kart on the road. Again, there, saw the gap down the inside. He's kept the level of risk low today as Miles Reitman. It's been really, really shrewd racing, using all of his experience. Long time racing, done a lot of owner racing as well as Miles Reitman, and has raced the BUKC as well. It's up to P2 now. Have been looking at it. He has got some deductions coming in. He's already got 5 penalty points deductions on his championship score. But again, he's especially today, the extra points that he's put on through these 3 rounds of heats have effectively negated that 5-point drop.
Yeah, absolutely. Side-by-side battle going on there. I think that was between Chapman and Whittaker, I think, going down through Simon Sweep. James Whittaker has been given a penalty for bump and pass, and just in terms of those Class 3 standings as well, Phil Holmes has lost 2 positions on the last lap and has been given a cone penalty. So he's in 15th place right now. He'd be classified in 16th with that cone penalty. Not the best showing in this heat in particular from Phil Holmes. That might be something that we keep an eye on in terms of Class 3. Move here on Matthew Clark by James Whittaker. And behind him, Max Chapman and Adam Sheargold battling away as well. A lot of these drivers are disruptors coming in for this round. Last lap board, though, has been out. We are on the last lap, and Yusuf bin Sahel, although Miles Reitman has just set the fastest lap of the race, it won't be enough to close the gap. Yusuf bin Sahel will cross the line to take the win for the final heat race of 2024 in our Lightweight Sprints Championship. Miles Reitman finishes 2nd. 3rd will be Josh Wood. James Whittaker in 4th, but has a penalty to be applied. Matthew Clark in 5th. Then there's Adam Sheargold, Ben Sanders, Max Chapman in 8th, Justin Draper in 9th. Philip Babulal rounded out the top 10. Chris Woodger down in 12th place. Struggled to make hay, did the Class 1 runner there. It'll be interesting to see where he lines up on the finals grids. And speaking of which, there will now be a brief moment of calm whilst all of the grids are worked out for the respective finals. And that was our heat racing. So that's the end of our 7-minute heats. Now we'll be looking ahead to the 12-minute finals. 3 of them. So all the drivers across the heats will have been accruing championship points, but also be trying to maximise their position on these grids. We can't have all of the drivers on track all at once, so we split them across 3 grids. We'll start with the C final. We'll then have the B and then the A. The winner of the A final gets 150 points. Second place in an A final gets 145. Third gets 142. Fourth gets 140. Fifth gets 138. And then sixth gets 136, excuse me. And then off the top of my head, it then goes down in increments of 1 point, I believe, all the way down through. And that's all the way down through the A's, the B's, and the C's. So if you don't get a promotion spot, if you don't get a repechage, it's still all about how high you can finish to maximise your score. Promotion, Howard. Repechage, Howard. What was that again? If you haven't had the best day in the office in the heats and you're not on the grid that you would expect to be, there is the opportunity, excuse me, of redemption through the repechage system. The top 2 from the C final will be added to the back of the B final. The top 4 from the B final will be added to through the back of the A final. Just to make clear, by the way, if you're in one of those repechage spots, what that means is you effectively don't have a score for the first race you've done. So if you won the C final, you aren't given some points for winning that C final. You then effectively don't have a final score yet. Your final score will be determined by where you finish in that B final. So you don't score double, but you do get to race double. It's the most cost-effective way to go racing, is to get all the repechages.
It's the northern way.
It is. It's also really difficult to race on up through both repechages. It has been done, but from what we've seen, nobody who's fighting for the championship needs to worry about such things. They will be comfortably on the A final grid, and in that sense, we have got still a fantastic finish here for you. Don't go anywhere, because we are still completely clueless as to who is going to take this championship. Well, I mean,
we know it's going to be one of four.
Well, that's true. We've narrowed down most of the world's population. I'll grant you that.
Thanks to Brunel, and I've been using his spreadsheet of many penalties, trying to make sure that we're on top of the situation there. So as things stand, our 4 protagonists, none of them have points deductions from place drops in play. Still have 3 of them within an ABC BAP of that becoming the case, and it would be 5 points. But right now, Kirkham did get a cone penalty in the last race. Yeah, so that's changed things a little bit on the championship points, which we'll come to in a moment. So Kirkham's in the worst position. He's on 13. Right, 15 place deductions across the course of the season results in a 5-point penalty drop.
So track limit penalty,
advantage,
or skipping jumping a row at the start.
Yeah.
He might not have that problem because there may be no rows to jump if he's on the front.
Well, no. But, so if he's starting on the outside of row 1 and jumps the leader, we saw that quite a few times in juniors here 2 weeks ago.
Very true.
McWilliam 12, Dylan 11. So they're all a 4-place drop for an ABC bump and pass. Within getting a 5-point deduction. Ed Bars is a saint. He's only had 1 place deduction across the whole season, and that's still the case. So Ed would have to do many bad things. In fact, Ed can't get a points deduction because by the time in one race, 1A final, he'd get to 15, he'd been black flagged anyway.
True.
So,
that's true.
So Ed Bars, in a strange way, literally can't get any points penalties, but still needs to keep it clean. So that's the situation there. In terms of live points, as I mentioned, Harrison Kirkham did get a cone penalty that dropped him from 2nd to 3rd in his last race. That means the live scores are now, thus, we should stress, ladies and gentlemen, these are provisional scores. Dante Dillon, by our calculations, 1-4-8-2. His lead is 9 points on the live scores, ahead of Andrew McWilliam on 1-4-7-3, who's 1 point ahead of Ed Bars on 1-4-7-2, 1 point ahead of Harrison Kirkham on 1-4-7-1. Now, the key thing here is when we start looking at the drops. And I'm going to start with Andrew McWilliam. Go through the course of his season, he had a B final at GYG. Gone. Forget about it. Long in the history books. He had a 13th place at Clay Pigeon, also gone. His next droppable result is his 11th in the final at Rissington.
Right.
That is why, if you can then compare it to Dante's drops, he's not actually won a final so far this year, curiously. 25th at Clay Pigeon, gone. 16th at GYG is also gone. And then you look at the other results that he's had. 2nd, 4th, 4th, 2nd, 7th at Lid, 4th, 6th. So Dante is racing against his 7th at Lid.
Yes.
Andrew McWilliam is racing against his 11th at Rissington.
Yes.
That is why, if we look at the max possible scores, Dante Dillon on 1-4 could get 1-4-9-8. Andrew McWilliam could get as high as 1-4-9-6. It's still that situation that if Andrew McWilliam could race through, win the A final, he will win the championship, even if Dante finishes 2nd.
Yeah. And just to be clear, Kirkham and Bars are still in it.
Kirkham and Bars are still in it, but I've
just taken a sneaky look at the provisional A final grid. There are some disruptors in him.
I thought there would be.
We might save that for you viewers on the broadcast, just to keep things nice and exciting. But rest assured, it's not just a straight fight between the top 4 there. There are a few people who, as predicted, have sort of got involved. So that is going to be...
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll save that one.
We will
or
save
you can
that
spoil
one.
it for yourselves on results.alphatimer.co.uk/CLUB100. Yeah, no, just to go back to the Ed Bars and Harrison Kirkham situations, they are very much still in play. Very, very much still in play. The trouble they've got now, I think first job is for both of them, they've got to go out and win the A final.
Yeah.
The trouble they've then got regards to the championship is Dante can then come if it's either Ed or Harrison to win the A final. Dante and I think possibly Andrew as well could finish in second place
and
still take it.
Yeah.
No, don't count on me for Andrew McWilliam.
Don't worry. Everything Andrew's saying is provisional.
For Ed and Harrison, if they win the A final, either of them win the A final, if you're in Dante's shoes, that's great news.
Yeah.
Because it's not Andrew McWilliam. You can finish second and still be champion.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh,
I've still got a C final and a B final to talk about first.
We have indeed. In fact, they're just getting ready to go out onto track now. And I'm just looking down this.
Both of our top 2 in C3 are in this race.
Yes, they are, and they're not a million miles apart either. In fact, shall we? Let's go for it. Shall we look at the? Let's go into it. Let's go into our C final for round 10. Let's take a look at the grid then. They're just getting ready in pit lane, but they won't have any reconnaissance laps. They'll go straight into formation. So Greg Smith starts this on pole position. He will definitely be hoping to get one of the 2 promotion spots. He would dearly love to be in that B final on his last sprint outing before he tries out some different Club 100 formats next year. Joshua Sangster alongside him as well, be hoping for that. Andrew Rabbage and Andy Orford. Then we get into our highest placed Class 3 qualifier on this grid in the form of Glenn Williamson, and then it's Benjamin Tompkinson Gray. Then it'll be Luke Phillips and Jeremy Deeks. Sam Morris and Alfie Hale round out your top 10 on row 5. Then it's Max Davison and Phil Holmes there starting in 12th place. Row 7 then will be Douglas Smith and Jack Woodward. And then Ben Pickard, who came into today as your points leader in Class 3, starts then 15th with Barry Lakes alongside him. Jack Steele and Bradley Pike are on row 9. We then go further because it's a bigger grid now that we're into the finals. Thomas Stott and Keith Segal round up the top 20. Ricky Goodwin and James Browning are row 11. Owen Camber and Clifton Malcolm are your 12th row of the grid. And the 26-car grid is rounded out by Danny Hale, who's had a difficult day's racing so far. He'll be hoping for a better race this time around. And Thomas Holland to close out your C final grid. I am going to say it as well once again, as we go into the finals, at the final round of the season, there may be some drivers out there for whom this is coming to a close for them, either in their sprint racing with Club 100 or maybe their Club 100 racing outright. It's always a funny old mix. You also got the people who are getting their eye in on these karts before 2025, so it's always moving is Club 100. If this is any of the drivers' last time out there racing, we do wish you all the best. Hope you enjoy yourself, and thank you for supporting Club 100.
No C3s have made it through to the B final, so we could well have our C3 round winner and championship winner decided in this C final. Remember, it's the top 2 who both go through. Who's it going to be from the 26 on the grid? 12 minutes on the clock, green light illuminated, and we're racing once again at Buckmore Park. Good start from Greg Smith from pole position. Good start as well from Andrew Rabbage, who's up the inside, has got P2 immediately. This is going to be the pinch point. How many wide is that? Couldn't possibly tell you in the dark. There's a few drivers running wide on the exit of hairpin number 1. Douglas Smith is in the middle of it all there in the number 70. I'll be honest, that's not a name I was expecting to see in the C finals. A spinner in the middle of the pack, and quite a sizable moment there for at least 2 drivers. That was simply too many karts going for one piece of real estate in Kent, full course yellow.
Yeah, for one of the drivers in the mid-pat there, that they were just all closing and closing, creating a wedge, and eventually what that did is that just caused one of the karts in the middle to ride up onto the side bumpers of the karts next to them. At that point they lost steering heading towards the S's, and then they went into a spin. Full course yellow, as you say. Drivers who have dropped down the order are Benjamin Tompkinson-Gray, Clifton Malcolm and Thomas Holland. They're all towards the back of the field. I've got a funny feeling that it may be... Okay, so there's a penalty being shown for Tompkinson-Gray, but that was for once again, I'm afraid to say, breaking formation.
Yeah.
That gesture being given to the drivers is because the official there would like them to go a little bit slower, please, under full course yellow conditions. But I think it may have been Thomas Holland. It's certainly Benjamin Tompkinson-Gray and Thomas Holland who were the drivers most affected by that incident. I should say, as far as I'm aware, both of them... Actually, no, I'm going to hold off saying that. Actually, I'm not sure if I've seen both of them resume. Neither of them were in shot then when we were looking at the part of the track where the incident had occurred.
Benjamin Tompkinson-Gray has now come through sector 3.
Okay.
So he's circular. I think Benjamin Tompkinson-Gray, because I think he's got the Ayrton Senna style helmet, was the driver in the middle of the pack being pitched round.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, with the braking formation penalty, I think that's just a bit of an experience and knowing the rules. But you know, we've all been there. For Thomas Holland has not come through sector number 2 yet, so we'll just wait and see on any news on that one. Time continues to tick down, by the way.
Good news for the top 2.
It is. In a way. The trouble right now is they're not getting the opportunity to break away from the rest of the field.
Yes.
It's also not good news. Well, it is and it isn't good news for your C3 points leader, Ben Pickard, because he would like to move up into the B final, give himself that run to the end of the season. He's not doing that at the moment. There's good. That's good news. Thomas Holland is there in the 273, so I think he's had a kart change.
And yes, and what's happening here outside my window is that Benjamin Tompkinson-Gray is out there. He's only just ahead of the entire pack under full course yellow, and I think he was going very slowly then. I wonder if he's a little bit wondering where he's like, there he is. It's like, do I let the pack... He's gone back to green. I think he was wondering of like, do I let these people through? Well, it's green flag running now. So now there is... Basically, there's immediately someone who's a lap down who the leaders have to deal with. So your driver at the head of the shot right now, he is a lap down. You can see his frustration there. But, yeah, he's going to have to, I think, make a call quite quickly here as to whether he's going to do a bit of a civil thing. Yeah, that's an interesting place to choose to back out of it on the inside of one of the blind corners here at Buckmore Park. And it is all about getting experience, and then we've got an instant there in the background.
3 karts off in the background.
Paddock. And one driver having to get out to recover their kart. That was, well, the Class 3 is all about gaining experience, and I would say, with the benefit of hindsight, I think that's a questionable place to go for the letting by strategy through Sim Sweep. Who had that incident then?
I think it was Keith Segal, Jack Steele and Owen Camber, unfortunately. I know there's been a lot of support for Owen in the chat. That's a real shame that Owen in the number 91, Jack Steele in the number 57, and Keith Segal in the 152, ever a loyal servant to CLUB100, are out of contention for this one. Really good restart from Greg Smith there. That will not have been easy, because he will have been expecting, okay, I'm the race leader. We'll go back to green. I'll have a clear road ahead of me. Hang on a minute. There's a back marker in the way, and he didn't panic. He's kept himself in this group of 3.
Yep.
Andrew Rabbit has a little look for that race lead. Reason being, he's got Glenn Williamson on his rear bumper, and this is always a tricky position to be. When it's only 2 to go through, you do want to lead one of these races just to give yourself that battle buffer, as we call it.
Yeah, absolutely. On C3 watch, by the way, what we didn't clock before the full course yellow was thrown is that Ben Pickard is ahead of Phil Holmesdale out there, which is not how they lined up on the grid. Interestingly enough, they're not actually either of them currently looking set even to be on the Class 3 podium in terms of the round. But, yeah, Ben Pickard in 12th at the moment and Phil Holmes in 15th.
we've had it a few times today. I think this one might even be a drop for Ben Pickard, but the crucial thing is that he's ahead of Phil Holmes. And for Ben Pickard holding on to the lead in C3, you know, it really is down to Phil Holmes to start to turn the points over, and unfortunately for Phil Holmes and any supporters of the number 22 at home at the track, that's simply not happening at the moment. And it gets a little bit worse when we take into consideration the points deductions to be applied, because Phil Holmes is a little bit higher at the table in terms of penalties accrued, and is going to have a 10-point deduction at the end of the season. So it's looking good right now for Ben Pickard. And a big hello to all of the karting armchair experts, because I know there's a lot of support for Ben from that group. 5 minutes and 45 seconds to go. Greg Smith still your race leader at the end of lap 7. Andrew Rabbage still holding on to P2. On paper, these would be two drivers I'd expect to move through from this C final. All credit, therefore, to Glenn Williamson, who's getting stuck in, being patient. But I think the bigger concern for all of these top trio now is that Sam Morris, Andy Orford, Joshua Sangster have got the pace at the moment. 47.7 for Morris, 47.7 for Orford, 47.5 for Sangster. This is now closing in again at the front. Greg Smith's got to find a bit more pace, I think. Otherwise, someone from this pack is going to make a move. And the danger is, I've had this experience myself around this place, Howard. If one driver goes by you in a train like this, you end up looking like the vulnerable one, and before you know it, you're in 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th place.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen it several times today, even, that in this close pack racing, you won't just lose the one place if your rhythm is upset. You'll probably lose a handful. Joshua Sangster, an interesting player in this one. He started second on the grid.
Yeah.
But what were you saying earlier in the broadcast, Andrew? If you were in the A final, you'd rather be third than second. You'd rather have the inside line. And sure enough, Joshua Sangster was an example of that. Starting second, he was pushed. He ended up out wide and was hung out to dry effectively on the run through turns 1 and 2 and towards hairpin 1. Now bringing himself back into it, but he has got a bit of a mountain to climb to bring himself back into it, and the train's getting even longer. Luke Phillips is part of this now. Douglas Smith, Max Davison, Jack Woodward, they're all part of this train now. I mean, Greg Smith, to be fair, he has opened up a bit of a gap now. It's out to half a second. There is, that was Jack Woodward, wasn't it, having to go at Max Davison there. And there's Sam Morris having a little look there at, oh no, Andy Orford has got by on Sam Morris there briefly, did he? I think he did, as they come through the S's.
Must sing the praises of Jack Woodward. I was really impressed with his drive in the novice lightweight category for the CLUB100 Experience, who had a round here a few weeks ago. As I stood at this corner doing some observing. Oh, as I say that, Jack Woodward runs into Andy Orford. Sorry, Jack, that's a proper commentary curse for you, pal.
But rewind into Cafe, sorry, Andrew, and the camera shook, and that's concerning. And is that an incident that's down there?
Yeah.
Have we got a stationary cart? Can we see outside there?
No, no, we haven't.
Okay,
I think it was just a bit of a cascade and domino effect of, what's that? The bollard is connected to the curb is connected to the wall to the clubhouse,
yeah.
the wall to the camera.
My main concern was whether the cart was connected to the Tech Pro, but yes, absolutely. Good that they all kept going.
2 minutes and 45 seconds to go. Greg Smith still holding on to this lead, but for how much longer? Andrew Rabbage is going to have a little look down the inside. Good defence. The pinch defence by Greg Smith. Yellow flags out. That will be most likely for cone replacement if the cones have been displaced. Yes, there is.
I'll tell you what.
Our pace car driver is doing double duty. It's out of the race. Looks to be Barry Lakes in the 136, so that'll be double yellows up into turn 1. Barry looks okay. That's the most important thing. And back to green. Greg Smith, that's a wise little bit of driving from Greg Smith. It's a shame in a way that he's moving on from sprints, because his racecraft over the last few years has really improved.
Yeah.
The professionalism, the dark arts of the sport. He abided by the yellows there, but he had a little bit more of an advantage coming out of the yellows than he went in with them. So well done, Greg. That's just stretched it out a little bit at the front as Douglas Smith goes down the inside of Joshua Sangster, who's not happy about that one at all.
Sam Morris.
That's Sam Morris. He's just made the move on.
He is not happy, because I think he was fancying his chances of maybe making up a couple more positions and getting the promotion.
Yeah.
But yeah, It's, if anything, Glenn Williamson is in the pound seat to have a go at that. He's still on the back of Andrew Rabbage here. They have closed up to Greg Smith. Again, coming on to this lap. As there's a little look from Glenn Williamson, but he can't make it stick, and that'll open the door for Douglas Smith now. But Douglas hasn't got enough overspeed either. And is that going to give just a little bit of a gap now that Andrew Rabbage can work with there in second place? Stick with Greg Smith and just bring this one home and get yourself the promotion spots.
Quick check over the shoulder there from Rabbage. Sees that he's not under attack. That's the right decision. Just keep it in this line. This is one of those tense C finals where there hasn't been a whole load of overtaking. Yellow's out into Conway's. That time Greg Smith does have to back off because you can see there was track workers on the inside of turn number 1.
It wasn't the last lap board though, it was just called to be sufficient on time. It's 2 more laps, not 1. But Glenn Williamson, and now here's the look into hairpin 2 on Andrew Rabbage. He's gone for it and he's gonna make it stick. Andrew Rabbage will keep his foot in it. He's got to, if anything, really, because otherwise Douglas Smith will have a go. That is Glenn Williamson through into second place.
Could it be Glenn Williamson into a B final for the first time this season? Has only had 1 previous appearance. As down the inside comes Douglas Smith. That's a key move. It's got up to P3, but here comes Joshua Sangster around the outside. If they all trip over one another, these top 2 could be clear and gone. We might be a bit close on the line. No, we're going to get a last lap. They got in with maybe 1.5 seconds over the line to go on to lap number 15. It's all gone wrong for Rabbage. Smith and Williamson a little bit side by side into the first hairpin, into the second hairpin, but is that the best thing to do tactically? Because it's going to offer Douglas Smith, very experienced driver is Douglas Smith, has raced in the BUKC a lot, has raced in the British Kart Championships as well. Is he going to have one chance to go down the inside into Garda and snatch one of these promotion spots? He's going to have a look for it. Greg Smith's opened the lane for him, and in fact Smith might get both of them round the outside. Oh, they're all off!
Sangster!
And through comes Joshua Sangster. He's going to win the C final. Off is Sam Morris. What a drive from, and Rabbage has got through as well. Sangster entered Garda in about 4th or 5th place and wins the thing.
Oh,
wow!
My goodness me! Well, we've been queuing you all up for a spectacular A final, folks. The C finalists had something to say about it. Joshua Sangster and Andrew Rabbage. I can't see any penalties that have come their way during that final. Your heart does get. I tell you what, Greg Smith controlled that one so well right up until the end. Hold your head up high, sir. That was a really, really good race.
I tell you who else I feel for. Danny Hale.
Yeah.
Danny Hale went from P25 on the grid. He was half a second away from getting one of the 2 transfer spots. Could still get one of the 2 transfer spots because, of course, Sangster and Rabbage will be weighed.
They will.
Check that they didn't get any penalties as well. I don't think they did.
No, we only had the braking formation penalty at the very start. That's the only penalty.
Whilst we're just waiting for the turnover, let's do the maths. Phil Holmes came home P7. I think this is going to be enough for Ben Pickard. Ben Pickard was 12th. It's a drop score. It doesn't matter. I think that is C3 championship for Ben Pickard and the KAE group. Fantastic stuff for Ben Pickard. It's not been his best day, but the work through the course, particularly the middle of the season, and a number of strong results through to B finals on, I think, 4 occasions for Ben Pickard. He'll be a C2 next year, and we look forward to see how he can get on.
Yeah, well done to Ben. Well done as well to Phil Holmes. And it's been a really good season for Class 3.
Oh, yeah.
We've had some stellar drivers. Ben Pickard isn't even on the podium for Class 3 in this round. That just goes to show you how many good Class 3 drivers we've had out there at Buckmore Park today. Wind's picking up a bit again here at the circuit in the darkness. It's your B final coming up next here at Buckmore Park. And just as we were playing that stinger, the promotees did get confirmed up from the C final. The official posted grid at results.alphatiming.co.uk has just been updated. It'll be the top 4 positions from this that get you promotion onto that A final grid. Let's take you through that grid. Caleb West, really good day that he's had. He lines up on pole position for this B final. Matthew Clark alongside. Oliver Johnson and Adam Sheargold are your second row of the grid. George Lawler and Johnny Fletcher are row number 3. Row 4 is where we find Thomas Northcott and Hayden Lowe. Zach Parkhouse and Max Chapman round out your top 10. Then it's Christopher Powell-Taylor, one of our Class 1 drivers there on row 6. Sorry, Chris. With Justin Draper alongside him. Row 7 is where we have Charlie Summers and Toby Wykes. Sam Pike and Yayan Thomas are on row number 8. Then it's Chris Ball and Callum Martin on row 9. The top 20 is rounded out by Josh Wood and Leo French. And then it's the other Class 1 driver on this grid, Chris Woodger, down in 21st place. He's had a tough day of it with Joe Craddock alongside there on row 11. Christian Lehner and Dave Cottrell are next on row 12. And then rounding out this 26 kart grid, and right up until the last moment this was not so in that C final, but your confirmed promotees there, Joshua Sangster and Andrew Rabbage. That's how they line up then for this penultimate race of the season in Club 100 Senior Sprints. Do hope you've enjoyed your Alpha Live broadcast today. But don't go anywhere, because we've got our feature piece in the form of the A final coming up after this one. 4 drivers can join in on that race. It'll be the top 4 of this race. Beyond that, everyone's trying to maximise their points finish to bring their championship to a competitive close. Don't forget, the entire back catalogue of Club 100 action is available on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. And the Club 100 iRacing Championship as well is in full swing at the moment. You can catch coverage of that over on the Double Dash Motorsport Media YouTube channel. At Double Dash Motorsport Media we are on YouTube. And then we're at Double Dash MM on the other forms of social media. I think we'll be good for a start this time around. The points for this grid, by the way, to decide these grids are so close. More positions have been decided by fastest laps than haven't been in terms of tie breaks on this grid. That is how close it is. Super competitive grid. Who's going to get the promotion spots? Eyes on the lights, engine notes rise, and away we go. Caleb West leads them away towards turn 1. Strong start from Oliver Johnson in 3rd place. Hayden Lowe out quite wide there through turn 2, but manages to stay on the road as they stream through hairpin number 1 and into 2. Out onto the straight that leads to the S's. Can they all sort themselves out before they get there? Looks good to me. Not quite as much drama as we saw in our C final earlier on. Thomas Northcott under pressure there, it looked to me, as they were going into Syme Sweep. There's the 74 of George Lawler trying to get back past Oliver Johnson, and he does so. And what that's allowed is Caleb West to have a bit of a breakaway start here at the front. That's exactly what he would have wanted for, hoped for, as they finish lap number 1. George Lawler in second now. Now it's Zach Parkhouse in the 277 who comes to the fore there and gets by.
Good starts on that first lap for Justin Draper in particular, up 5 spots. Josh Wood up 7 places, and a little bit further down the order. Good starts for Christian Lehner and Dave Cottrell. Bit of a surprise to see Dave Cottrell that far down the order in this B final, but a little bit more room. Top 4 go through for this one to the back of the grid for the A final. So if Dave Cottrell can get the overtaking shoes on, a little bit similar to what we saw with Danny Hale in the previous race, there is a chance that he could get up into the top 4.
Yep, absolutely. Tough start for Christopher Powell-Taylor. Actually lost a lot of positions on that first lap. 16th place.
Yeah, it's tough, I think, for the likes of Powell-Taylor and Woodger. Woodger in particular, because we've seen them drive for many years, previous years. But particularly in the case of Woodger, he's not been around for this season, and a lot of the C2s really have stepped it up this year.
Yeah, absolutely. You're a C1 who's had absolutely a season where you've not been there for the whole season. You are going to start to struggle against these Class 2 drivers, as you say. We've spoken so much about how competitive it is. And there is Justin Draper putting a move in on Adam Sheargold. That takes him up to 7th place. Does the driver of the 32.
Good pace from Caleb West, just stretching this one out at the moment, which is exactly what you need to do when you're in his position of leading a B final. Down the inside there is Max Chapman. Max and Jake both racing today. Adam Sheargold going side by side there with the number 12.
Oh, and that's a moment there for Josh Wood. He almost was turned around into a spin there, and it happened all in front of Christopher Powell-Taylor. That was a costly moment for both of them there. I mean, yeah, Wood managed to save it from going into an outright spin, but that was not what he would have wanted there, and he lost out heavily on time. Oliver Johnson here battling away with Thomas Northcott. Northcott has got through into 5th place there, and that is a slow moving.
That's Charlie
Jake?
Summers. Charlie Summers, who's had a really, really rough day. I know he's had some good support in the comments, but Charlie Summers' day ends on lap number 4 and will not go forward into the A final on this occasion. There's your race leader, Caleb West, hands in the air. That's going to be for the yellow flag for the recovery of Charlie Summers. See, should have got the Jaffa Cakes in. Works every time. 8 minutes and 10 seconds of this race. Oh, George Lawler, you're a lucky boy. That was very, very close to the bollard there on driver's left. Might have just got away with that by a micron or two.
The top 4 get through. The driver in 5th place until a split second ago had the fastest lap of the race. So the pressure being turned up here on the top 4. That fastest lap of the race, by the way, has just gone the way of Adam Sheargold in 9th place. And here's a move for the lead. Zach Parkhouse is down the inside at hairpin 2 versus Caleb West. They're side by side on corner exit. Can West come back? Yes, he can. And you don't see that very often, that the driver who's been compromised, who's being passed, the passee, getting enough speed off the corner to challenge back again by the S's. But that is exactly what Caleb West did. Well, that's another lucky one. Was that a kiss with the bollard? That was very close as Johnny Fletcher goes for a move on George Lawler. It hasn't paid off, and it's going to hold them both up. Look out for Thomas Northcott coming through and up into the promotion spots. Look too for Oliver Johnson doing the same. Johnson hasn't quite made that stick, but Northcott has. It's Caleb West, Zach Parkhouse, then Thomas Northcott and George Lawler, your top 4 in those crucial promotion spots at the moment.
Lovely stuff there from Thomas Northcott, just reading the road and how it was all going to break down. He's got himself into a nice spot now. P3 is not on that immediate bubble of dropping out of the repecharge spots. It's Oliver Johnson who's got that 4th and final repecharging position at this moment. Change for the lead. Parkhouse down the inside of West. West is going to have a fight back though. This is good for Northcott, Lawler and everybody else, because just like that, that's what we mean.
There you
go. Can race round here. Northcott, brilliant, round the outside, takes the lead of the race. And it was all because the squabble between West and Parkhouse, which if I'm going to be honest, wasn't necessary. It lost them a second, and it's thrown them back into the package. Down the inside comes Parkhouse. That's a little bit rough and tumble into hairpin 1. Oliver Johnson suddenly appeared, and down the inside comes Max Chapman.
That's Caleb West.
It's like a Royal Rumble in there. Who's going to get thrown out next? Down the hill they come, and your race leader is going to be, I think it's Caleb West who's got back to the front of it once again.
It is Caleb West, but Max Chapman, as you say, Andrew, has arrived on the scene and is now in 2nd place. Then it's Oliver Johnson, and then it's Thomas Northcott. There is George Lawler, who goes 3 wide there up at Garda. Goodness me. And they've got to be careful here, Andrew. If the discipline breaks down too much, we might see a few warnings and even penalties here. Max Chapman, he's got by on Caleb West. Max Chapman to the lead of the race. Caleb West in 2nd. Oliver Johnson in 3rd. Thomas Northcott in 4th. Then it's Zach Parkhouse in 5th. And a bit of a gap, bit of breathing space. Then back to Adam Sheargold, Justin Draper, Johnny Fletcher, Matthew Clark, and George Lawler down in 10th now, having previously been in those top positions.
Max Chapman, first appearance of the season. You wouldn't know it because at the moment he's looking at an A final qualification spot. significant hold on for the next 5 minutes, but we saw in the C final just how quickly it could change here at Buckmore Park. There's the fight for third place. It has simmered down a bit now for West in particular. It was a warning sign. Nearly lost control of one of those promotion spots. Zach Parkhouse has just set the fastest lap of the race, a 47.170. Chapman a little bit defensive into hairpin number 1. It's going to tighten up again. It's a group of 5 clear now of Adam Sheargold, Johnny Fletcher, Matthew Clark and Justin Draper. I tried to do this, but I'm in a commentary box that's warm with lots of data, and I can see these top 5 just work together for the next lap and a half.
Yeah.
And then fight over those 4 places a little bit later on, because your odds of success are going to be far higher with a bigger gap than if they fight and let the likes of Sheargold, Fletcher, Clark, Draper back in.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a very frantic B final. Fastest lap of the race from Adam Sheargold. So that actually starts to close the gap back up to this top 5, actually. But yeah, Max Chapman is one of the biggest movers so far in this race. He's up 9 places. The only person who's moved more is Chris Woodger, who is working his way up through the order. But I'm afraid he's not got time to really impact upon the outcome in terms of promotion. Oliver Johnson going for a move on Caleb West. And that's good, but it's brought Thomas Northcott back into it. And this is all getting a bit, when you were talking about working together, Andrew, this isn't it. It's allowed Max Chapman to get on up the road, and they have got a bit of space behind them to play around with. But yeah, that now puts Caleb West on the bubble. In fact, Caleb West is outside the bubble because that Parkhouse has put a move on him into turns 1 and 2. He's now attacked Thomas Northcott. Now Northcott's been passed by West. So Northcott is now outside of the promotion club.
I can understand why Oliver Johnson went for that. Max Chapman had started to pull away, and it felt like just watching how the play was breaking down, that Caleb West was the stopper in the bottle at that point. So for Oliver Johnson, a nice couple of clean laps. He'll go through now, side by side between West and Northcott once again. And look, this has brought the likes of Sheargold back in. Adam Sheargold sticking down the inside. That's a brave one by Adam, and it's got him up to P4. 2.25 minutes to go. This is also allowing Zach Parkhouse to disappear off the front of this group. He's weaved his way through. We didn't even see him get through there into P3, but it's all going to be down on this 4th place now. And for these 3 drivers and potentially more to just keep themselves in it. Ooh, that was an interesting one from Thomas Northcott. A little bit difficult to call from that angle in the dark as to whether he did have all 4 wheels inside the track limits there. He's got a warning for his troubles. He's having a look down the inside of Adam Sheargold again. That's a little bit close. We've already seen drivers lose multiple positions when they have a weak run out of guard, and they get away with it this time around. 90 seconds to go. Places in the A final on the line. Top 3 are gone. Just need to bring it home now. But who's going to join them with that last spot on the grid?
At the moment, it's Adam Sheargold who's in. And there, I was wondering, I was about to say, Thomas Northcott with a penalty for gaining an advantage through track limit. He's had a couple of warnings, I was wondering. And now, even though he's very much physically a factor in this fight, he cannot get this promotion spot. If he just gets 4th place, he's out wide through Pullman's. They've got to be careful here, Andrew, that they don't get more warnings and penalties as Northcott goes wide. George Lawler might be back in with a shout here, as too is Justin Draper in the 32. We've got 1 more lap to go here. It's still Adam Sheargold in that 4th place, but now behind him, it's the likes of Justin Draper battling away with Caleb West. So Chapman, Johnson, Parkhouse, and then who is going to get the last of these promotion spots? Adam Sheargold in 4th, Caleb West in 5th. Then it's George Lawler and Justin Draper there as they turn into hairpin 1. And this battling, okay, so there's George Lawler in the 74 down the inside of Caleb West, and now Justin Draper will follow through. But what this is allowing Adam Sheargold to pull away at the out front for 4th place.
Last lap, it's looking good for Adam Sheargold because all of this squabbling has allowed him to get a good,
there it is.
Good lead into Garda. Everybody else fighting over the minor positionings now. Max Chapman is going to win the B final. He's going to move through to the back of the A final. Oliver Johnson is going to join him, as does Zach Parkhouse, and Adam Sheargold fights through as well with P4. George Lawler 5th. Johnny Fletcher finishes the year 6th in the B final. Thomas Northcott 7th. I don't think I'll be too happy with that. That was in his hands for a top 4, but it just slipped away in the last couple of laps. Justin Draper finishes a positive season. I don't think he'll make the top 10 in terms of the championship scores, but he's well up the order in the top 20. A big move and improve from last year. Caleb West was like that Dark Knight in Monty Python and the Holy Grail. He just kept coming back. And again, but in the end finishes P9. Joshua Wood in the top 10. Chris Woodger, good to have Chris Woodger back. P11 for him there. Ewan Thomas in 12th ahead of Sam Pike and Christopher Powell-Taylor. Matthew Clark completed the top 15 ahead of Callum Martin, Joshua Sangster, Hayden Lowe, Toby Wykes and Leo French all in the top 20. Good drive there from Sangster from the C final. Christian Lehner, Dave Cottrell, Joe Craddock, Chris Ball, Andrew Abidgery, 25 finishes, 1 retirement from that race, which was unfortunately Charlie Summers.
Indeed. The top 4 then, well, we'll wait for them to get confirmed because I'll be honest with you, track limit warnings were coming up plenty on my timing screen there, but I didn't see too much in the way of penalties. And other than that, we're looking ahead, folks. It's box office time.
Yes.
It's the A final next, the last race of the season in Club 100 Senior Sprints.
Oh, and we've just heard in our ear that it is spitting with rain. Could you get any more drama on a day like this? It's been dry, unexpectedly mild as well throughout the course of the day. But, you know, people were saying to me at the start of the day, it's going to be dry today. It's like, no. It's Buckmore. It's wonderful, but it's November.
It is that. Let's look ahead to it now then. It's the A final next here at Buckmore Park. The drivers will get a little bit of time to do reconnaissance laps, so we're not going to go straight into the formation laps. Should we take a look? We've kept it secret. Should we reveal the grid? Let's go for it. Let's go for this grid then. We've had the promotees confirmed as well. So, championship contender Dante Dillon starts on pole position alongside championship contender Andrew McWilliam. Miles Reitman, who's pretty much all but confirmed now as your Class 2 champion, is there just along for the fun at this point in 3rd. Roy O'Regan, who isn't a championship contender and is just along for the fun, make up row 2. Then you get Harrison Kirkham, who is one of our championship contenders, with Sam Lovelace, who came into today 5th of the championship. He was the first of the drivers coming into today who couldn't mathematically at the championship. He lines up on row 3 alongside. Row 4 is where we will find Zach Watson, a disruptor aplenty, junior championship driver who's along here today for the seniors. He had a great day of it so far. And then the last of our 4 championship protagonists, Ed Bars, down in 8th place in that number 4 kart. Fraser Brunton, our champion, our previous champion of last year, there in 9th place, with a driver who's had a fantastic day's racing, William Henn, rounding out the top 10. Then it's Yusuf Bin Sahel and Jake Chapman on row number 6. Row 7 is where we'll find Lewis Marchant. He'll be looking for a good finish to maximise his finish in Class 2. Rihanna Percox alongside. Philip Babulal and Michael Reeder are your 8th row of the grid. Dan Seeger and Murtaza Hassan are on row number 9. Top 20 is rounded out by Ben Sanders and Tommy Lee. James Whitaker and Steph Theodoru are next on row 11. And then we get into your confirmed promotees from that B final, Max Chapman and Oliver Johnson. And then on row 13 to round out the 26 kart grid, Zach Parkhouse and Adam Sheargold.
Thank you very much, Howard. There is a band of rain coming through from the southwest that it doesn't look too bad. The drive home is going to be fun like a splinter in the behind, but shouldn't hit us here at Buckmore Park. Just could make it a little bit greasy. And another thing that happens here at Buckmore is when the sun's gone down and there's a little bit of moisture in the, or a good degree of moisture in the trees, as there still is, even though it's been dry today, that just starts to fall on the circuit, particularly the top half of the circuit where you've got all that that tree cover that's been shrouding a lot of the on-track action from the wind whipping through. That's kind of been going straight over the top and into the bottom end of the circuit. Yeah, this is going to be a little bit tricky. But these are the top drivers in Club 100 lightweight sprints. This is a really, really good grid for us here, and it's still this situation of it's winner take all of those top 4 protagonists to join Rob Newman, who was our champion in lightweights last year, Fraser Brunton, who was our champion 2 years ago, and Jack O'Neill 1 year before that. Ed Bars has done it before, did it in 2020. Dante Dillon, 2nd last year, 3rd the year before. Can he go one better? It is a very simple mathematical situation for your pole sitter. Win and he's champion. It is the same story for Andrew McWilliam, but he's starting on the outside of row number 1. And what were we talking about earlier on in the day? I'd rather start P3, and that's exactly where our first disruptor is, Miles Reitman.
Our camera ops, who do a fantastic job, no matter the weather, out there to bring us these fantastic pictures, are reporting in. The rain is spitting. Stuart Rice of Alpha Live, working in production, has just gone out onto the balcony to see what's happening. He feels, at least when he was out a moment ago, it is spitting, but it's not significant enough yet to impact the grip levels. Andrew, these are going to be some crucial reconnaissance laps now for these drivers, getting a sense of things.
Yes, they are indeed. Just a quick confirmation for Bars and for Kirkham. If Bars wins the race, he would move to 14.92. If Dante Dillon finished in 2nd place, Dillon would be ahead by 1 point. 3rd place, he'd be 2 points behind. For Harrison Kirkham, pretty much the same situation. There's just little difference being that his tally would be 14.91. So for Harrison Kirkham and Ed Bars, they need to win this race. The simplest way of them winning the title is win this race and hope that anyone but Dante Dillon is in 2nd place. For Dante Dillon, it's win and it's championship position. Same for Andrew McWilliam, despite what any of the other 3 drivers who still have a chance do in the next 15 minutes or so.
Or one of our disruptors could take it.
And then we really have to get the abacus out for what happens if none of them win.
And the key thing, bear in mind, is the delta between 1st and 2nd is 5 points.
Yeah.
That's the biggest delta. So if you've got like a Miles Reitman or a Rory O'Regan in that top spot, it changes all the maths quite significantly there. So this is key. This is all going to be key.
Tiebreakers, I'll just remind before we get going, because that's a really curious situation as well. That I can't remember a championship finale like this. So Dante Dillon, unless I've had a wild mad moment at the end of a very long season, hasn't won an A final this year. He's had a couple of 2nd places, had one at Rissington and earlier in the season back here at Buckmore Park for round 1. So that's his situation. Ed's had 3 seconds. Andrew McWilliams had 1 first, and Harrison Kirkham has had 2 firsts. Very unlikely that we'll get the ultimate tiebreaker scenario, which is if all the scores are tied up, it would go to the result from round number 1. We don't need to worry about that because that would go the way of Sam Lovelace, and he's not part of the championship battle.
I'm just trying to think. There was a BUKC a few years back now.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember the exact year.
I want to say it was around 2018. We had a BUKC championship decided by all the counting scores between the top 2 teams were exactly the same. Drop scores do not come into a play.
And the number of round wins were the same.
Yeah,
I want to say it was decided by
thirds.
Yeah, and it went down to...
No, it went down to who did better in round 1.
It was, wasn't it?
Yep.
Yeah. Goodness me.
Hold on to your hats, ladies and gentlemen. I have been waiting for a kind of race like this in Club 100 all year. We didn't get to do a BUKC Drivers' Championship this year, which is often my race of the year. I've got those feelings that this could be spectacular. We have never seen this before. 4 drivers, all with a very good chance of becoming Club 100 Lightweight Sprints champion. Oh, I thought we were ready to go. We're going to go round one more time. I think there may be someone who's having a kart change out there.
Yes.
That's normally the cause of a slight hold like this. There is your championship leader on pole position, Dante Dillon. First saw Dante race around this circuit many, many years ago, back in 2017. Could this be the moment where he adds a Club 100 Senior Sprints title to his list of achievements? BIKC champion in previous years as well. Are we ready for a start?
Yeah, I think we are.
Dillon on driver's right, McWilliam on driver's left, Miles Reitman looking to get involved as well. Here we go, the season finale for the Club 100 Senior Championships in the lightweight sprints is going. It's a good start for those on the pole side of the grid. Advantage Dillon. Reitman up to P2. It's a good start for Harrison Kirkham as well, who's up to 3rd place. Andrew McWilliam's got to be patient right now, but he's going to be down to around 5th place because Rory O'Regan has had a good start as well. Fraser Brunton is in there. It's the black and orange with the white helmet wizards that look pretty much the same. It is Rory O'Regan, though, ahead of Fraser Brunton as they come down through Pullmans for the first time. That is just the start that Dante Dillon wanted.
Yeah, and Kirkham has got by on Andrew McWilliam. That's also significant in that as well. But you were saying, Andrew, if Kirkham gets to the front and Dillon is second, that will still go the way of Dante Dillon. So it's a good start from Kirkham. Ed Bars hasn't had anything go wrong with the start. It just also hasn't been a spectacular move up the order yet. Another cautious start, let's say, from Ed Bars. He's going to play himself into this gradually. It is a 12-minute race.
Interesting little bit of body language there between, he's played the dummy as Andrew McWilliam. He pointed Harrison Kirkham forward.
Yeah.
And Harrison Kirkham bought it.
And Kirkham,
McWilliam goes down the inside, takes P3.
Absolutely, and Kirkham needed to be careful there because he was almost, he did have a wheel on the grass there. He goes wide around the bollards as well because Rory O'Regan's attacking him now. That was a costly moment for Kirkham, and as you say, Andrew, sold the dummy there from Andrew McWilliam. What was the phrase you used earlier? I like it, the dark arts of the sport. Well, that is 3rd place for Andrew McWilliam at the moment. Dante Dillon, though, with the fastest lap of the race, has almost got that gap out to a second now against Miles Reitman. Miles Reitman, then, is quote-unquote in the way of some of our key championship players, and so too now is Rory O'Regan down the inside of Harrison Kirkham at hairpin number 2. Ed Bars still in 9th place, Andrew. He is not making inroads here as he needs to.
Penalty for Oliver Johnson, one of the drivers through from the B final. Restart on the grass, that is a big no-no in Club 100. So that's going to be Oliver Johnson out of contention in this one. Who has got anything in the locker to take to Dante Dillon? Dante's just going to push harder. Is it Rory O'Regan? Rory O'Regan down the inside of Andrew McWilliam. Not one of the championship contenders, but in very, very good form. I'm really looking forward, if it's going to be the case, to a full season in senior sprints next year from Rory O'Regan. He's surprised a lot of people as there's side-by-side moments. Sam Lovelace, who won here at the very start of the season, getting involved, has got ahead of Harrison Kirkham. Ed Bars is still down there in around 9th place, is tucked behind Zach Watson at the moment in the 282. 9 minutes to go. Here comes O'Regan down the inside. This is going to be an interesting phase of this race now for me, Howard. Has Rory O'Regan got the pace with a little bit of a bump draft from Miles Reitman behind to claw in a 1.6 second gap to the championship leader, Dante Dillon?
At the moment, O'Regan and Reitman are doing a favour for Dillon. They're keeping all his other championship threats at bay. But if they start to eat into this gap to Dante Dillon, suddenly they might be attacking him and depriving him of points. Dillon needs to try and keep the pace up here if he wants to take this comfortably. Ed Bars there still struggling to make progress here up through the field. I think he's got by on Zach Watson because he now looks to me out there to be on the tail of Fraser Brunton. So I think Ed Bars has made one position up to 8th place, but that championship, and there he was putting a move in on Fraser Brunton into Gardner. He's got that move done. So the number 4 is now up to 7th place, but he's got to start moving up the order if he's going to keep anything of his championship winning hopes alive here. He's definitely on the back foot of the top 4 who could take this.
Lap times last time around. Dante Dillon, 47.229. Rory O'Regan, 46.861. Dante, he's coming to get you. It's the junior charger who's already had 2 A-final wins so far this season, has been doing the last few rounds of the seniors. He knows this place so well as Sam Lovelace is wide in the background, and that was in a battle with Harrison Kirkham. To be clear, right now, Dante doesn't need to win this race. Second place would still be enough, as here comes Andrew McWilliam down the inside of Miles Reitman. McWilliam starting to build.
Yep.
Good bit of pace there, up to P3. The gap between first and second for the first time since the very start of this race, Howard, is less than a second.
It is. Sam Lovelace now down the inside of Miles Reitman as well. Now Harrison Kirkham is trying to find a way through on Reitman, but he can't do anything about it. There's Ed Bars as well in 7th place, as I said. But Kirkham and Bars are going to need something special now, I think, for this to really come back their way. There is Dante Dillon. Needs to be careful of track limits as well. Don't forget, any penalty, and he can't win it. As that was Kirkham putting a move in on Reitman. So a few changes there on that last lap. Dante Dillon in second. Again, the gap's come down by another 2.5 tenths of a second, though. Rory O'Regan is pushing here. Andrew McWilliam up to third. Sam Lovelace in fourth. Harrison Kirkham in fifth. Still Ed Bars struggling to make progress there in 7th place to get by on Miles Reitman.
Dante Dillon said at the start of the day that he expected games to be played. Could we see a scenario here where Rory O'Regan, if he can find a way, and it's a big if at the moment, if he can find a way ahead of Dante Dillon, would he start to maybe help out some of his friends further behind? We've already seen a bit of collaboration in the finals today. Big move from Ed Bars, moving himself up the order past Miles Reitman to P6. 5 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Track limit warning for Andrew McWilliam. Remember, that is still a scenario in play as well. For McWilliam, Kirkham and Dillon, they are all on a knife edge. They are all very close to 15 total places of deductions across the whole season. McWilliam on 12, Kirkham on 13, Dillon on 11. If they hit 15, if they have one ABC bump and pass, one track limit warning advantage, it's going to be a 5-point penalty on the final scores. Rory O'Regan has caught up to Dante Dillon now.
Yep.
How does Rory O'Regan play this?
Bit of housekeeping. The start of the lap, you saw Fraser Brunton going by on Miles Reitman. Nothing in terms of the championship significant there. Does mean, though, that if Zach Watson can catch up onto the back of Reitman, he might be looking for the Class 2 honours. And here goes Rory O'Regan up the inside of turns 1 and 2. And he's got that job done on Dante Dillon. Has Dillon got anything by way of a response? He's going to be on the outside for hairpin 2. Will he try and get the switch back? Will O'Regan park his kart on the apex? It looks like a fairly normal line there. But yeah, that is Dante Dillon down to second place. Andrew McWilliam in third. That's still, by my maths and memory, going the way of Dillon.
Yep, still, his 5 points would be the advantage. This is really, really tense moment for Dante Dillon, because Rory O'Regan will just want to get an A-final win here. What is the pace like for McWilliam? That's going to be very telling right now. 47.2 for O'Regan, 47.5, 46.8, 46.5 for, whoa, where has Harrison Kirkham's pace all of a sudden come from?
So to be clear, McWilliam and Kirkham have just taken big chunks out of the lead that Dante Dillon had, and Dillon's going for it. I think he feels that he's got to here. He's got to take the pace. He's gone for it on Rory O'Regan, and he's back to the lead, and he's got to push now, because if O'Regan comes back past him, I think he knows. He's like, you're driving a bit slow for my liking, sunshine. He's gone wide, though, and O'Regan will be through. Dante Dillon can't keep his foot. He can't gain an advantage there by running off, and he's back down to second place. Except this time, the gap to Andrew McWilliam behind him is visibly lower.
And this is the tense thing now for Dante Dillon. If he's going to get through, it's got to be the squeakiest of squeaky clean. He's not got through at the moment, but look at Andrew McWilliam closing in. Bit of a switchback from Dillon. Brilliantly done. Can he get across? Oh, there's a little bit of a touch and a contact and a rub there between Dillon and Rory O'Regan. And here comes Andrew McWilliam. Through goes Dillon into the lead.
He still went through despite all of that. Difficult stuff there on the track limits because he didn't really have anywhere to go at that point. He was fully alongside Rory O'Regan, kept his foot in it. But it's brought McWilliam right into this one. Harrison Kirkham well, and now Ed Bars gets past Sam Lovelace. So the top 5 contain all of the top 4 championship players, and Rory O'Regan is the destructor in second place. Look how defensive Dante Dillon is going, but he's got to be careful because if he goes too defensive, and there goes McWilliam past on O'Regan. He's through and up into second place. This is it, folks. It's all coming to the boil now. Dante Dillon in the lead, but there goes Rory O'Regan, and that's allowing Harrison Kirkham to pull alongside on Andrew McWilliam, and Kirkham keeps his foot in it through the S's, and now Kirkham is through and up into third place.
This is on a knife edge. 2 minutes to go. Dante Dillon, to be clear, we've not seen any notifications come through. Oh, McWilliam gets very close to the bollard. Dillon's got to go defensive. He's got to go defensive on every single corner. Rory O'Regan's going to try and go round the outside. 3 wide. Harrison Kirkham up the inside into Cafe Corner. Harrison Kirkham takes the lead.
They're all
3 of them are off the road. Into turn 1. Kirkham leads. McWilliam. Dillon's out. Dillon's out. And that is the end of the championship bid for Dante Dillon. He's going to fall short again. 1 minute and 30 to go. We're down to 3. Kirkham leads. McWilliam's through. McWilliam's through again, and remember, it's the same situation for McWilliam. If he wins, it doesn't matter what anybody else does. He will be lightweight sprint champion. Oh, in comes I knew that was going to confuse me at some point. Rory O'Regan comes flying in, but Fraser Brunson's there as well. Sam Lovelace and Ed Bars 5th and 6th. 1 minute to go, 2 laps to go. Andrew McWilliam's lead is 0.8 of a second. Harrison Kirkham's out wide, has got it sewn up there, has held on to 4th place. Andrew McWilliam's just got to drive now. He's just got to drive the fastest lap and a half. 1,500 metres away from becoming, for the first time ever, Club 100 Senior Lightweight Sprint Champion.
Harrison Kirkham would need something really special here. It's the penultimate lap, to be clear. Ed Bars got passed on by Sam Lovelace at the end of last lap. So even though he was rising up the order, he made it up into the top 5. He's now down to 6th place. Andrew McWilliam, through Cafe Corner, will see the last lap board, the last lap of the senior sprint season for lightweights. And it's advantage McWilliam. Ed Bars is still there. In fact, he's gone back further. He's behind Bin Sahale now, is Ed Bars. There is Rory O'Regan on McWilliam's tail. And there's Fraser Brunson as well between McWilliam and Kirkham. I don't want to jinx this, but we're running out of things that can happen to deny this of Andrew McWilliam. But there goes Rory O'Regan for the lead into Garda. That's a big move and significant for the win, but it is not going to have a bearing on the championship. Rory O'Regan will cross the line to take the win. Andrew McWilliam finishes 2nd, and that could be the most significant 2nd place of his Club 100 career, because that is going to give him the championship in lightweights for 2024.
What a way to finish. Rory O'Regan takes his 3rd win of the season in the seniors. He does it again at Buckmore Park, as he did in the juniors a couple of weekends ago. But Andrew McWilliam's 2nd place, we should stress provisionally, means that Andrew McWilliam finishes on 1,491 points. Dante Dillon, fair credit to him, did finish that race. It's 16th place. It will be a drop score It'll be one of his 3 worst final results of the season. He'll stay on 1,482. Harrison Kirkham, P4, finishes on 1,481. Ed Bars, 6th place, 1,478. Wow, what a way for the lightweight sprints to finish. Andrew McWilliam in his first year in C1. And a season that started well. You know, he was 3rd on the podium the last time we were here at round 1, 2nd at... Well, in fact, no, because of course it was the round 2 that got moved to the end of the season. Or further down the season. You know, you think back to GYG, he wasn't even in the A final. He was still finding his feet.
Yeah.
But very much in the early stage of the season. But, you know, this second half of the season, as the other top-tier champion described earlier, the form book, the run of form that he had in the second half of the season is what's made the difference for Andrew McWilliam. But it's been so close this year in lightweight sprints.
It hasn't. And my first thought there for the other contenders, your heart has to go out to Dante Dillon there. He had the advantage. He was controlling that so well. The disruptors came into play.
Yeah, as they were always going to. And they were racing hard for their own results and for their own season ends. And they were a big part of the story. And just looking further down the order, we should give you a full rundown of that provisional result, which has now had its penalties updated to version 1. O'Regan for McWilliam, Brunton, you 1, 2, 3. Kirkham 4th, Miles Reitman 5th place, top of the C2s. Ed Bars, Yusuf Bin Sahel and Sam Lovelace also in the top 8. Lewis Marchant, 2nd of the C2s, P9, and a brilliant 3rd place in C2 for Zach Watson, completes the top 10. Philip Babalal, William Henn, brilliant last day of the season for William Henn. Top 5 in the C2s for William in the number 64. Dan Seeger finishes the season 13th in that one. Jake Chapman, P14. Dante Dillon with penalties now applied, 15th place. That doesn't change things in terms of the championship. Michael Reeder, P16, ahead of Rihanna Percox, Max Chapman, Mortaza Hassan and James Whittaker. Ben Sanders, Adam Sheargold, Steph Theodoru, Tommy Lee, Oliver Johnson and Zach Parkhouse complete the 26 finishers in the last final of the year for Club 100 sprints.
Indeed, and to confirm the other class winners as well, Ben Pickard, we are saying, has taken the class 3. Well done to him. And Miles Reitman, he kind of had it sewn up, but technically he could have undone himself if he'd got loads and loads of penalties. He didn't, and so he's your class 2 champion. So well done to those drivers as well. Don't forget, all of the results will be confirmed at results.alphatiming.co.uk. That ultimately is the source of truth. As I always love the shot of the M2 there alongside. It's very picturesque here at Buckmore Park. But yeah, all of those results, results.alphatiming.co.uk for the confirmed results. Yeah, check all of that out. And there will then be an award ceremony in January as well.
In Birmingham. Please book your tickets. It's open to everyone. You don't have to have been an award winner. Anyone and everyone from the Club 100 community is welcome to that one. This is the end of the season, of course. For myself, this is my last Alpha Live thing for the year. I want to take a quick opportunity to thank Alpha Live for everything they've done this year here with Club 100. Some great broadcasts, all great broadcasts along the way, but also the work that I've personally done with them on British Kart Championships. It's been a whirlwind of a year, and I'm looking forward to having a rest in December, and then we do it all again with some exciting stuff in Spain at the start of the year, and then some more British Kart Championships and Club 100 action. But this evening, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not going to have the last word because, Howard, this is the moment that we've been waiting for quite a while. I'm going to pass over to you, mate.
Thank you, mate. It does only remain for us to say the usual thank yous, but if you'll humour me, everybody, I would like to also draw things to a close on a bit of a personal note. As we wrap up what has been a fantastic season in a fantastic way, I'm wrapping up on 12 years of continuous involvement with Club 100, 8 years of which has been spent as a commentator either on the British Universities Karting Championship, which of course runs the fantastic Club 100 machinery as well, or the mainline Club 100 Championships. Next year will see me stepping away from the commentary box across not just Club 100 but all of the series that I've had the pleasure of being involved with. You'll still be able to catch me alongside Andrew on the Double Dash Motorsport Media channel on YouTube as we cover the rest of the 2024-25 Club 100 iRacing Championship, so make sure you head over there and subscribe there if you haven't already. But aside from that, I am hanging up my headset for the foreseeable future. I must stress, it's for a good reason. A really exciting opportunity's come up for me in the day job, which I want to take, but it's going to take a lot of time and effort invested from me, and I've got to be making some difficult calls to make sure that I'm protecting for the right work-life balance and making time for my family. So it's for a good reason, but it's definitely with a heavy heart that I'm saying goodbye for now. As such, I'd like to take this opportunity to say quite a few thank yous, actually. A massive thank you to all the wonderful people, to the organisers, the officials, and the competitors that I've met and formed connections with across the various series I've worked with over the last 8 years. In particular, I have to give that shout out to Club 100 and the BUKC, which is where it all began for me, and it's quite nice, it's quite poetic that that's where I'm wrapping up as well. Huge thanks, of course, on that go to John Weiger and all of the team at Club 100 for everything that they do and for the friendship that they've shown me throughout the years. Shout out to, in particular, to Willie Tew, whose brainchild was the BUKC, and without that, I'm not sure I'd have ever gotten started in motorsport, certainly not in the way I did when I did, and I probably wouldn't be stood here talking to you right now. To the fantastic crew at Alpha Live, both past and present, with whom I've done the majority of the commentary work over the last 8 years. What they have been doing, what they've done for motorsport broadcasting during that time is absolutely epic. And it's been a true honour to have been a part of that journey since the early days. So there's too many of them to mention all of them, but to Luke Austin, to James Fitzhugh, and of course to young Chloe, to Stuart Rice, to Darren Hassan, who himself is also calling time on his Alpha Live career today, to Luke Woodford, to Rob Rowley, to Adam Chapman going back into the past, to all of the camera ops who I can't name but who have soldiered on through sometimes terrible weather whilst I've been in a comfortable comms box. And if I've missed anyone there, I do apologise. But to all of you, the quality and professionalism of what they do is incredible, and what's more, they've just been a fantastic group of mates throughout, so I truly wish them all the best going forwards. And your Alpha crew today, just by the way, was Stuart Rice, Luke Woodford, Darren Hassan, and Sam Woodford as well on the crew today, so cracking job all round there. To all of you out there, the viewers who make it worth me being here at all, thank you for welcoming me into your living rooms, your home offices and studies, your headphones, your cars, your student union buildings and your student minibuses. Shout out to all the Scottish unis who used to put our podcast on as they drove south towards all the BUKC rounds. Thank you for welcoming me in that way, and for all the engagement and feedback that I've had over the years, the overwhelming majority of which has been positive, which makes it all worthwhile, and the remainder of which was all fantastic constructive feedback that made me better as a commentator. I've been a motorsport enthusiast since a very, very early age, and I never thought that I would have the opportunity to enjoy and talk about the sport that I love, not just with friends and family, but with people all around the country and indeed all around the world. So thank you for that privilege. I promise the awkward award speech is nearly over, folks. I would like to say thank you to my wonderful wife Nikki, herself an ex-competitor in the BUKC actually. That's not how we met, but there's a little factoid for you. She has been so supportive of me doing this over the years. She wouldn't say it because she didn't want to put any pressure on me in making this decision to move away from it. But I think she'll be appreciative of having me around for a few more weekends now to help with the parenting of our 2-year-old daughter Tilly, and I'm really looking forward to that in the next chapter. But the biggest thanks from me has to go to the man sat next to me, my true friend and commentary partner in crime, Mr. Andrew Mather. It was he who graciously invited me to join him in the comms box for a BUKC finals weekend back in 2016 after I sent him a message expressing an interest. Always send that message, folks. The worst that can happen is they say no. He didn't say no, and the journey that we've been on since with Double Dash Motorsport Media has been amazing. I am incredibly proud of what we've achieved together, but if anything, mate, I'm even more proud of what you've achieved with it recently, because to be clear, folks, Andrew has been pushing his commentary and Double Dash Motorsport media to new heights over the last couple of years, in particular. And frankly, I've simply had the pleasure of riding along in the sidecar for that particular era. So keep up with it, mate. Keep going. You are smashing it. And even though you're losing me from the comms box, you can't get rid of me. And
damn.
And you know that you and Moll are always welcome at Chateau Mitchell to say hi to the little one and to have a catch-up. So thank you, mate. Was there anything more? In my 8 years of commentating, by the way, that's the only bit I've ever rehearsed. So hopefully that one
That's
worked.
not a lie.
Was there anything more you wanted to say, mate, before I close?
No, I think just thank you so much, because a lot of, from my perspective, the jump, you have held the fort on pretty much every single Club 100 broadcast of this year. I won't go into the full details, everybody, because nobody likes to know how the sausages are made, but if it wasn't for this man, I wouldn't have called an FIA World Championships this year. Simple as that, and that was the greatest of honours in my career, and the man to my right is a big part of that, so thank you very much, mate.
Cheers, man. In that case, folks, thank you very much for supporting Club 100 in 2024. It shall return in 2025 with another amazing season. But until then, from all of us here at Buckmore Park, thank you, take care, and bye-bye.